A Growing Affection, Book 2. Part 1 by Xavon Wrentaile. Hinata Hyuga awoke with a smile for the 16th consecutive day. Since that wondrous event, each day had been better than the last. They had been spending just as much time together as before, but now their meetings were not just training and Dutch treat meals. She was adapting to romantic encounters with Naruto, managing not to faint on any of their last 3 dates. To his credit, Naruto was still taking it slow, and he never displayed any annoyance or impatience when she became overwhelmed. She stretched and gently turned off her alarm. She looked out her window, and the rain did not diminish her grin. She folded back her covers, and her night clothes fluttered around her. Her white eyes fell on the calendar on the wall, and she realized it was time to turn to the next month. September had come and gone faster than she had expected. But as she flipped the placard up, Hinata was suddenly filled with panic. There it was, something she had noted almost 11 months ago, when she had no inkling of how the year would play out. Naruto Uzumaki, 16, was written in her neat script on the 10th of October. When she had marked it in the box, Naruto had been a friend, and not an especially close one. Then she had eavesdropped and misunderstood, leading to the slowly growing affections that had made them great friends, partners, and finally a romantic couple. 16 was the coming-of-age year in the Land of Fire, the most conservative of the 5 great nations. In 9 days, Naruto would be a full legal adult, no longer trapped in the semi-adult limbo of an underage shinobi. He would be able to vote in village civilian matters, own commercial property, get married. Hinata felt weak in the knees when she considered that. But she forcefully recalled her earlier terror. She only had 9 days, and she hadn't even started planning. Normally, a 16-year-old's family would throw them a big party for their graduation to adulthood. But Naruto was alone, and so Hinata felt the privilege and the burden fell to her. She was sure Kakashi or Tsunade or Sakura would help if she asked, but she wanted to do this for Naruto on her own. "I need to send out invitations," she muttered to herself, taking pen and paper from her desk and beginning to write down names. Then she stopped and set the notebook down. "But I can't send out invitations until I have a location," she told herself, her anxiety growing. "It has to be someplace big enough for everyone. So Naruto's apartment is out. I don't think father will agree to host it here. The Golden Shoe would be great, but it might be too expensive. Maybe just an outdoor party?" Hinata pulled on her summer robe and wandered downstairs to the dining room, still mumbling to herself. She grabbed a slice of toast, spread some jam on it, and began to absently chew on the morsel, all without acknowledging her father or sister. The Chunin exited while still eating, murmuring, "And it can't just be ninja tools, not now, and especially not for his 16. What was that all about?" Hayashi queried his younger daughter. "Naruto's birthday is soon," she only slightly sneered when she said the teen's name, "and my guess is she forgot." The Hyuga clan leader nodded, a thoughtful look on his face. Naruto glanced up at the sun again, trying to gauge the time. His teachers would have yelled at him for still having trouble with such a basic skill. He would have checked his phone, but he had accidentally left it in the charger on his desk, as he often did. Uzumaki was starting to get worried. Though he did occasionally arrive at their usual spot first, it was very rare for Hinata to make him wait more than a few minutes. By his inexpert evaluation, his partner was either 20 minutes late or just under 2 hours past due, depending on whether or not the sun had passed the midpoint. "I'm sorry, Naruto," the Hyuga heiress was panting slightly as she ran up. "It's no problem," he answered, leaning in close for a quick peck on her lips. "What kept you?" "Oh. She stammered, upset by the simple question. She looked away, casting about for an excuse. "I was talking to Kurenai-sensei about our upcoming mission," she eventually forced out, unevenly. "I wanted her advice. And we lost track of time. I guess being on maternity leave must be tough for her," he noted. He could tell she was lying, and though curious, he decided not to force the issue yet. "Oh. Yes, it is," she agreed, relieved. "She misses our team and missions, and yet she is more tired than I have ever seen her. But little Saru-chan is so cute." "Well, should we get started?" he asked, the same set again. "What?" Oh, she looked down at her feet, but, I thought maybe you would want to work on your techniques today. No way. You're getting so close to mastering that new move, he argued. Then he adopted a silly grin, besides I get to work on my taijutsu and chakra control when I help you, so it's all good. All right then, she nodded. She created a clone, and then adopted a fighting stance. Shadow clone jutsu, he proclaimed, splitting himself in 5. Each formed a Rasengan, and they surrounded the girls. Naruto? Can I ask you something? Hinata stammered when they took a break from their training. He looked up from his rice ball, made curious by her trepidation. Sure, Hinata, what is it? Well, is there something you want? Naruto blinked at the odd and open-ended question. What do you mean, Hinata? He asked carefully. The girl struggled for an instant, and then blurted out, well, it's just that Yuletide is coming, and now that we are dating, I didn't want to just get you kunai or other ninja equipment, I want to get you something fun, something outside work. Like maybe a television. You don't have a TV in your apartment. And if you had one, you could get a video player and all the Princess Gale movies. She trailed off, realizing she was babbling. Nah, I don't want a TV. Naruto relaxed slightly now that he understood Hinata's anxiety. I'm fine with just the radio. Besides, where would I put it? Okay, then what about a new radio? Maybe one with a CD player? Is there any music you want? Or what about books? Isn't there a new novel in the Gale Guidance series? Or... He interrupted her by grabbing her hand. Hinata, you don't have to get me anything special for Yuletide, he told her firmly, you've already given me so much. You helped me grow, both as a person and as a ninja. And you filled an emptiness in me I barely knew was there. Thanks to you, I finally know what it means to really be in love. There's nothing more I could ask for without being way too selfish. Besides, he lightened up and grinned, you already gave me Kitsune's scabbard. The kunoichi nodded, blushing. She gently took back her hand and began to nibble at her own snack. After he finished his mochi, Naruto spoke again. So what do you want for Yuletide, Hinata, he asked, and your birthday too, since they're so close together. What? She almost jumped at his question. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her voice rose in confusion as she counter-queried, are you going to get me something? Of course, Naruto proclaimed, slightly offended, what kind of boyfriend do you take me for? But... You just said. Huh? What did I just say? Naruto was now the one who was puzzled. Hinata regarded him in amazement for a moment. Then she realized he could not see that everything he had said also applied for her. I don't know, she shook her head, you'll have to let me think about it. Hinata finished her rice ball, more determined than ever to make Naruto's birthday perfect. Even if she only had 8 days left. Good afternoon, Miss Hyuga. Koji Kintabi, the day manager and part owner of the Golden Shoe, stood up from his desk and bowed as the young woman was shown into his office. What can I do for you today? He offered her a chair, and Hinata sat gingerly. I am throwing a party, she informed him, and the Golden Shoe was one of the places I was considering. It would be an honor if you chose us, Koji grinned broadly. Are you thinking of renting one of the private rooms, or the entire restaurant? Oh, the kunoichi had not been aware of that possibility, and was flustered by the question. I hadn't thought about that. The manager nodded, his smile becoming more gentle, as he did when handling first-time hosts. Well, part of that will depend on the number of guests. How many attendees? She considered that, and then answered, it should be around 30, assuming a few cannot make it. He in turn looked thoughtful and explained, the private rooms are generally for groups of 10 or so guests. You could reserve both, but then your guests would be split into 2 groups and it might be a little cramped. So the whole building would be best. She followed where he led, but how much is it to charter the whole building? Kintabi slid open a drawer and handed the teen a pamphlet. When Hinata saw the prices, her eyes widened perilously. That does not include food, he offered, sympathetic but honest. Hinata nodded, but did not return the price list. I guess I should find out if the day I want is open, she suggested, before I start making any decisions. The proprietor opened another drawer and withdrew an expansive date book. What date were you planning on? He asked, flipping past the first dozen or so pages. The 10th, the Hyuga heiress answered. Of December, he flipped back 2 pages, biting his lip. Let me check. No, of October. With a sigh, the co-owner closed the book. That is not possible. Whole premises events must be booked at least 2 months in advance, so we have adequate time to prepare and to rearrange any reservations. And either way, one of the private rooms is booked for next Friday, so it would not be possible to rent you the entire building. Hinata smiled sadly and stood. I understand, she said quietly, thank you for your time. I hope this won't affect your and Mr. Uzumaki's continued patronage. He appeared honestly disappointed and concerned. No, it won't. She looked back and shook her head, forcing a larger smile. I really do understand. He sat back down as the young woman left, feeling a slight twinge of guilt. Shikamaru, Hinata flagged down the genius Chunin. Can I talk to you for a second? Hinata, he acknowledged, slowing. What can I do for you? Are you busy on the 10th? She asked. That would be next Friday, right? She nodded. Choji and I have a mission next week, he tried to remember. We leave Thursday and won't be back until Monday or Tuesday the week after. Oh, okay. The girl turned away, crestfallen. Why, he asked, what's up? Oh, it's Naruto's birthday, she admitted, and I'm trying to throw him a party. But so far, everyone I have talked to will be away on missions or other business. Then she looked up at him, urgently, but don't tell him, please? It's supposed to be a secret. I won't, he assured her. Then he frowned. Everyone's booked, huh? I guess the Hokage can't really schedule missions around our birthdays, otherwise we'd always be at half strength. You're right, she agreed sadly. She began to walk away, adding, I'll see you later, Shikamaru. As she paced back towards her house, he heard her sigh, maybe something smaller, then. The deer herder's heart went out to her, but there was nothing he could do. Hinata could not help but feel depressed as she looked down the list. Team 10 and Team Hizashi both had missions, which meant Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino were all unavailable, as was Iruka-sensei. Shino had to attend to Aburime clan business. Team Guy was out currently, so she had not been able to ask Niji Lee or Ten. She had approached the crew of Ichiraku, but Tucci did not want to close up shop, even if Naruto was his favorite customer. She had sent a simple invitation to Gaara and his siblings, but she expected they would also be busy. Konohamaru had accepted, until Moegi had reminded him they would be on a training trip. And she had not been able to find Kiba, Shizune, Kakashi-sensei, or Sakura yet. The Hyuga heiress pushed herself away from her desk. She couldn't fault everyone, especially at this late date. Maybe if she had remembered sooner. At least a smaller group made planning everything easier. Making up her mind, she circled the names of Kakashi, Sakura, Shizune, and added the names of the 2 Sannin to the now abbreviated list. Only Naruto's closest friends, his surrogate family. Except for Iruka-sensei, she reflected, but I won't take no for an answer from any of the others. And with this small of a group, maybe I can still rent the shoe's other private room. No, Tsunade said simply and directly, I'm sorry to be blunt, Hinata, but it's just not possible. We have a dozen teams already in the field, and 7 more heading out next week. There's no way I can rearrange my schedule for a party. We are too busy. Hinata looked to Shizune for support, but the younger medic could only smile sadly and shake her head as well. But the teen tried to argue, but it's Naruto's 16th. His majority. And that is why I have graciously avoided sending out either of you. The Hokages seemed to be struggling to avoid raising her voice. She let out a harsh breath, and continued more evenly, Hinata, I understand where you are coming from, but there's nothing more I can do. Other priorities come first. You'll just have to make the most of the day with whoever is available. Her white eyes grew damp, and she looked down at the floor in defeat. Thank you for your time, Lady Hokage, Shizune, she bowed without looking up, and then left the Konoha leader's office. She trudged out of the operations center, dejected. She had not been able to contact Jiraiya, and now Tsunade and Shizune had flatly refused. That left only Kakashi-sensei and Sakura. Sakura had been avoiding her since the party celebrating Naruto's promotion, even if she could approach them, and both agreed, 4 people was hardly a party. Hinata was momentarily distracted from her defeatism when something warm and squishy pressed against her back. Two muddy arms wrapped around her body, and two lips pecked her cheek. Nah. Naruto, she stuttered, hoping no one else would be that forward. The hugging shinobi detached himself, and she turned to look at him. Though his face was more or less clean, thankfully, from the neck down, he was coated dripping, green muck. And now so was the back of her shizoku. When he realized how dirty he had gotten her, he grinned sheepishly. Sorry, Hinata, he said, we just got back, and I kinda forgot I was such a mess. If you want to come over, I'll throw your clothes in the laundry with mine. She blushed deeply at the suggestion, and he hastily added, I mean, I'll lend you something to wear while I do the wash. Smiling slightly, she shook her head and told him, that's all right, Naruto. He flashed his teeth happily, at least you look a little less down. W.H. What do you mean? She stuttered a denial. I saw you, and you looked pretty sad, he answered, so I hoped I could cheer you up. Oh, she remembered her failure, and her frown returned. There you go again, his lips turned down too. Then he grunted, with a determined look. Come on, he wrapped his arm around hers, making her even more filthy, and gently dragged her back to his apartment. Naruto had quickly showered, and changed into civilian clothes. When he was done, the shinobi set out a t-shirt, shorts, and a towel for her in the bathroom. She removed her uniform, and handed it out to him, hiding behind the door while still in her underwear. I'll go put these in the wash, he told her on his way out. Thank you, she said, slightly relieved that he was gone. The idea of taking a shower with him in the other room was still too embarrassing. After she finished disrobing, she carefully undid her braid, trying not to spread the sludge all over Naruto's bathroom. She stepped into the shower, and let the water rinse the layer of drying, caking dirt from her left arm and her now loose hair. She gave her locks a light washing with Naruto's off-brand shampoo. After drying herself, she quickly dressed. Fortunately, the tightly woven fabric of her uniform had shielded her underwear from the mess. The shirt Naruto had lent her was deep blue, and though clean, also smelled faintly of him. It fell well past her waist, he was tall enough she could almost have worn it as a short dress. Like the t-shirt, the shorts were too big for her, but she tucked the shirt in, and belted them tight, and they did not fall past the flare of her hips. She left her hair loose, to dry and because she was in a hurry. But as she closed the bathroom door behind her, Hinata was grasped by indecision. I should go, she thought, before he comes back and asks about. But it would be rude to just leave. And if someone sees me in his clothes? She blushed at the implication. Before she could make up her mind, the door swung inwards, and Naruto walked in, holding an empty, and slightly muddy, basket in front of him. She looked down, unable to meet his eyes. Naruto set the bin down, and crossed the room in 3 long strides. Before she realized it, he had wrapped his arms around her. He held her gently yet tightly. It was not a romantic embrace, but one of comfort. Hinata, he whispered, you gotta tell me what's going on. First you were acting distant, that last time we had a chance to train. Then I come back from a mission to find you wandering around, looking totally defeated. I haven't seen you like this since. Well, since Niji tried to run you off during the semifinals. And it doesn't seem like I can just shout at you not to give up this time. She smiled, just a little, and pressed herself harder against his chest. You know I'll do anything I can to help you out, but I can't do anything unless you tell me what's bothering you. Hinata pondered that. The fact that she was worrying him made her feel worse. But she did not want to tell him about the surprise. What surprise, she said to herself, her mental voice slightly bitter. He continued to gaze at her, kind yet concerned. She took a deep breath and exhaled, letting out her disappointment and last bit of hope with her breath. Do you know what Friday is? She finally asked. Naruto closed his eyes and frowned as he thought hard about that. She almost giggled at his exaggerated expression, but she wasn't quite there yet. Today's the 7th, so that would make Friday the 10th, he answered. Right, the 10th of October, she said pointedly. Wait, don't tell me this is about my birthday. It was his turn to be upset. She nodded and he queried, but why? I've been trying to put together a party for you. She felt relieved at the admission, but nothing is working out. I couldn't find a place, and no one can come, and you wouldn't tell me what you wanted, and... She began to cry lightly, and Naruto released her with his right hand so he could brush away her tears. Hinata, he admonished affectionately, you know that my birthday isn't important. It's just another mark on the... She pushed away, shaking her head angrily. You told me, remember, she argued, that you had tried to convince yourself that it didn't matter, but it was a facade. That it still hurt to be ignored and forgotten. I didn't say that, he countered weakly. Not in those words. But I could see how you really felt, underneath your bravado. She exhaled again, resting her head back against his chest, and this isn't just another birthday, it's your 16th. It should be important. You should get to have a big party just like everyone else. I want you to have that. I want to be the one to give you that. Well, it doesn't have to be a big party to be special, he suggested, taking her back into his arms. But I can't even seem to manage a small party, the Kunoichi confided. Everyone I have asked so far has had missions or other plans. Even Lady Tsunade. Work doesn't stop for our birthdays, he noted. You and Kiba and Shino missed Choji's party because of those bandits. Sakura and I were late to Kiba's party when that escort job ran long. But everyone, she realized she was whining now, but could not stop herself. It seems like it's just the two of us. Nothing wrong with that, he squeezed her a little. Then he grinned as if something had occurred to him. Why don't we, he asked. Why don't we what? She tilted her head back, confused. Forget everybody else, he explained, plan for just the two of us. How's that different from a normal date? She seemed unconvinced. That's up to you, he told her, before putting on a front of false annoyance. You don't expect me to plan my own birthday party, do you? He struggled to maintain the act, and she giggled as his silliness. Relieved that she was feeling better, Naruto's goofy grin returned. Somewhat reluctantly, he released her. I don't know about you, but I'm ready for lunch, he proclaimed. Let's go get something to eat, he suggested, remembering the unfortunate state of his refrigerator. Hinata looked down at her, or rather his, clothes and shrank back from the door. Or you can hang out here, and I'll go get something. We should probably be here for the laundry anyway. How about pizza? I'm suddenly craving pizza. Hinata was only half listening, already starting to think of new plans. Naruto woke up, confused. He felt oddly rested, but at the same time totally out of place. The room was too bright, the smell was tantalizing yet not entirely familiar, and there was a strange crackling noise. He glanced over at the nightstand, half expecting it would not be there. But it was, and his little digital clock read 8:53. He sat bolt upright in bed. He had overslept by almost 3 hours. He could have sworn he had turned on his alarm. As he started to scramble out of bed, the odor clarified in his mind. Bacon? Good morning, Naruto. Happy birthday. Hinata? Uzumaki's head whipped around so fast he almost got a crick in his neck. She was standing before the burner in his kitchenette, fully dressed and fully awake. I had hoped I would be able to wake you up, she sounded slightly disappointed. She moved the bacon from the skillet to the plate, and placed the plate on a tray he had not seen before. He presumed she had brought it with her. Hinata, what's going on? Breakfast in bed, she said, placing the tray over his lap, and then scooting in beside his legs. It held the half-pound of bacon she had fried, a dozen assorted donuts and pastries, and glasses of milk, orange juice, and apple juice. I'm not a very good cook, she said, looking over the meal, but I thought it would be a good start to the day. No, this is Grem. The last word was cut off as he jammed half of a cinnamon roll into his mouth. After choking down the confection, he picked up a couple of slices of bacon, juggling them back and forth between his hands until they were cool enough to eat. After quickly chewing through them, he took a swig of orange juice. Then he paused and put the cup down slowly. Wait, how did you get in here? He asked suddenly, and did you turn off my alarm? Hinata's hand froze on its way to the lemon Danish, and she looked down at the sheet covering his knees. Oh, thought you should sleep in for a change, and I wanted it to be a surprise, so I picked the lock and turned off your alarm, she answered, flustered. I didn't think you would mind. Naruto worriedly waved his hand in front of him. It's fine. It's great. It's just a little forward for you, Hinata. She actually looked happy to hear that, and picked up the pastry. I didn't know you could pick locks, he commented as she took a bite. That's pretty cool. Where'd you learn that? Hinata almost choked as her amazement, desire to answer, and manners warred within her mouth. After a tense moment, she swallowed the tart. Most all chunin can pick simple locks, she said, trying to amend the statement as it left. Meaning everyone but me. No, she denied, Lee never bothered to learn, Tenten told me. And Shino doesn't pick locks, he just has his bugs open the lock. There might be others. Oh, I suppose that's not too bad then, he admitted, taking another slice of the pork, but still. Aw, never mind, not today, right? He smiled at her broadly. So what's next, Hinata? Training? No training today, she smiled coyly. I was thinking we could get some exercise another way. Hinata loosened her uniform and began to pull it down over her left shoulder. The young man's eyes widened, and he leaned back as far as he could, not looking at her. Hinata, you. I didn't think you would. Not that I don't want to, he stammered rapidly. Pervert, she admonished gently, with none of the anger or blunt force trauma that usually accompanied Sakura's use of the word. He finally looked at her and quickly understood. Underneath her Shizoku's top, the Hyuga heiress was not wearing a bra, but instead her two-tone blue swimsuit. The weather is pretty warm, but it is still October, so the waterfall lagoon probably won't be in use. I thought we could go for a swim after breakfast. He just blinked. If that's okay, she added slowly. Okay, he grabbed her hand, excited. It's brilliant, Hinata. I would never have thought of that, but going swimming sounds great. Then slightly more serious, he added, you gotta relax, Hinata. I'm sure I'll love anything you planned. Okay, she nodded. His eyes locked on her face, and her released her hands to reach up and snag a bit of pastry and frosting clinging to her cheek. He popped the crumb in his mouth. That's the kind of sugar Papa likes, he told her slyly. She knew he was just quoting a song title, but she couldn't help but grin and blush. He smirked back at her, and she leaned towards him. Naruto responded enthusiastically to her uncommon initiative and kissed her warmly. When they broke apart, the look of glorious contentment on her face filled his heart. I don't know what I did to deserve you, he said, slightly hoarse. I love you, too, Naruto, she touched his face. They started to meet again, but were interrupted by a loud bubbling rumble in his gut. Fine, he growled, reaching for a chocolate-glazed ring. I guess he wants the other kind of sugar, he told Hinata regretfully. She giggled, and resuming her own meal. Mood killer, Uzumaki glared at his belly. His stomach just burbled happily in response. On their way back from swimming, the pair had stopped at Ichiraku for a quick lunch. All morning, Naruto had tried to wheedle and weasel details out of her, but Hinata stood her ground, even when writhing on the sandy beach from his tickle attack. After they finished eating, she had instructed him to go home and change into something nice, and that she would rejoin him in an hour. Though he had thought he knew where they were going, Hinata had again shocked him by taking him to one of the Konohagakure's movie theaters for a matinee of the newly released Dragon Zone 2. Doubly so, because he knew Hinata did not like police/action dramas as much as he did, preferring instead romantic comedies or fantasy films. Hinata managed to enjoy the movie, or more accurately, she enjoyed Naruto's enjoyment. But why do you make me get dressed up to go to a movie? Naruto abruptly asked as they walked away from the movie house. Because I knew we wouldn't have time to go change before dinner, she told him. Does that mean? Of course, she beamed at him, where else? Where better? They were obviously expected at the Golden Shoe. A slim man, only a few years older than them, was waiting inside the door. Lady Hyuga, Master Uzumaki, right this way, he addressed them without preamble. They followed him to the smaller of the dance hall's 2 private rooms. Designed for 6 to 10 people, it seemed a little large for the 2 of them. As per Hinata's instructions, the room was decorated with a large happy birthday sign and numerous streamers. There were only 2 tables, one set up for eating, and another containing a small cake and 3 wrapped packages. Dancing will start at 7, as per normal, the acting manager told them. Then he indicated a phone and a slightly oversized switch on the outside wall. You may use this to call the bar for drinks, he instructed, and turn this on to signal your server. Thank you, Hinata inclined her head. Their host returned the bow and left, closing the door behind him. Naruto stared around the room, open-mouthed. Hinata, he gaped, this is too much. No, she disagreed, but her happy expression did not change. You deserve much more than this, Naruto. Maybe next year. They didn't give us menus, he noted, examining the room in more detail. I ordered ahead, she told him. They will be serving dinner at 6 o'clock. She almost asked if that was fine with him, but remembered his earlier admonishment. So she bit her tongue, almost literally. So what's on the menu, he asked. That's a secret, she said. Okay, he accepted that. Then what do we do for the next half hour? Presents, she indicated the table. I'm no expert, but don't presents usually come after dinner? Usually, she agreed, bringing over the gifts, but there is one you need to open first, and it doesn't seem right to give you that one, and make you wait on the other two. He nodded, and asked, so which one is that? She pointed to the middle box, and Naruto removed it from the stack and set it behind the other two packages. She let her amusement show. He looked at her like a child begging for approval. Go ahead, she told him. Having been given permission, the often-patient ninja tore into the first, smallest box. Under the bright orange paper, he recognized the logo of Emporium Karen. He knew it would contain a kunai, but he was only partly right. Stealth blades, he let his wonderment fill his voice as he looked at the trio of kunai in the case. Unlike most kunai, stealth blades were neither mass-produced nor recyclable. Karen could only make 3 or 4 sets a year, and they were in high demand. The special knives were crafted to facilitate stealth mission in every way. Their surfaces were matte black, seeming to absorb the light around them. The blades were thinner, the handle shorter, and the loops was smaller, to make them easier to conceal. And most impressively, they were crafted from a secret ceramic, strong than most steel, but resistant to chakra. This made the kunai very difficult to detect with machinery or jutsu. The blades were remarkable, and Naruto touched them with awe. You said you wanted to work more on your stealth and tracking skills, she reminded him, so I thought you might like them. Hinata, How? You told me you only started thinking about my birthday last week. Karen remembers who helped her when she first took over the store. She had a set stashed away for a rainy day. Thank you, he told her sincerely. Keep going, she urged. With the middle box set aside, Naruto began to peel the largest present. Inside the violet and gray striped wrapping was a portable stereo. It had a 2 CD changer, and taped to the outside of the box was the latest Princess Gale radio drama CD. I know you said your current radio was fine, she said, but you didn't say you didn't want an upgrade. He looked up at her with a teary yet happy grin. Man, Hinata, you can see right through me, can't you? Open the last one, she struggled to keep herself under control, but could not contain the redness that touched her cheeks. The last of the boxes was enclosed in green Konoha leaves on a white background. As he removed the concealer, a shoebox became visible. Naruto looked at it gingerly, wondering what she had hidden inside. The gift turned out to be exactly as advertised. Inside the box was a pair of stylish brown leather shoes. They were certainly more fitting with his outfit than the sneakers he had worn, but nevertheless. You got me shoes, he could not keep the confusion and small disappointment out of his tone. But Hinata was expecting that. I got you dancing shoes, she told him, just a tiny of smugness in her soft voice, formal enough to fit in at a fancy dance hall or high society party, but designed to be comfortable when spending hours on your feet. Realization and joy filled his eyes. That's why I had to open them now, he pointed out, suddenly loving the gift. He set the gifts all carefully on the table, and was on his feet in a second, hugging her. This is way too much, Hinata, he told her, you shouldn't. She silenced him by kissing him for the first time. Though she had been more than happy to accept his kisses, and even had occasionally indicated he should kiss her, this was the first time she had closed the gap instead of letting him. If you really feel that way, my birthday isn't that far off, she joked. I don't know if I could come up with anything to match this, he confided. She looked past him to her wrist, reading the word strength off her partially tangled bracelet. I'm sure you'll do fine, she told him. Outside the room, their host and a familiar waitress leaned away from the door. The young woman sighed broadly. The manager looked ready to comment when a third figure approached. "What are you two doing?" the co-owner demanded. "Just checking on our guests," the young woman answered as she scooted away. "What guests?" "Room 2 wasn't booked." "Well, Uncle Koji," the manager looked very self-satisfied, "Room 2 wasn't booked, but you keep saying I need to take more initiative, so when a chance came to rent it for the night, I did." Really, the restaurateur was moderately impressed. To whom? Hinata Fuga. The businessman blanched. He turned on his heel and moved as quickly as he could back to his office. "Well?" Tsunade demanded of Kakashi and Niji as they returned. Both Jonin shook their heads. "They aren't at Naruto's apartment," his teacher informed the Hokage. "Nor are they at my family's home," Niji added. The leader of the Konoha Corps had figured as much when the runners returned alone, but her annoyance grew nevertheless. Ichiraku was closed, and all of their other normal hangouts had been told to turn them away. The original plan had been for Sakura and Kakashi to be with the couple, and to guide them to the arena. But Hinata had denied their expectations by never approaching Naruto's teammates. With their regular haunts theoretically closed to them, the organizers of the party were at a loss to the location of the birthday boy. "What a drag," Shikamaru commented, looking around. Most of the partygoers had realized their guest of honor was missing, with varying degrees of confusion, amusement, and annoyance. "I warned you that this might happen," Shino said dryly. "Hinata can be very determined and very resourceful." "We should have included her," Kiba said again. "She could have kept this secret." "We'll just need to widen our search." Then, Tsunade ignored them. "They came back to the village just before noon, and have not been reported as leaving again, so they must." The rest of her statement was cut off as her phone rang. Her temper flared further, and she flipped open the device, snapping, "What is it?" "I'm busy here." "Ah yes, Lady Hokage." The voice of the frightened man was familiar to her, but she could not place it. "I believe I know why." "What? Who is this?" she demanded. "This is Koji Kintabi, at the Golden Shoe," he answered quickly. "You are looking for Naruto Uzumaki, are you not?" "Kintabi, are you saying?" She couldn't complete the sentence. The Hokage reined in her anger. "I asked you not to give them a reservation." "And I did not," the owner of the dance hall bristled slightly, "but it seems my brother did not bother to relay your request to his son. And that ne'er-do-well finally took some initiative and rented one of our private rooms to Hinata Fuga. The pair of them should be receiving their meals as we speak." He paused, waiting for her explosion. When she did not, he continued. "If you would like, I can pull the fire alarm," he offered, cringing inside at the disruption. "No," the medical Sannin suddenly smiled. "No, I have a better idea." "Thank you, Kintabi." "Sakura," she shouted, even as she closed her phone. The kunoichi darted over. Like most of the other guests, she wore civilian cloths, a yellow t-shirt and jean skirt. "What is it, Lady Tsunade?" she asked carefully. "How quickly can you get home and change into your uniform?" Naruto was getting ready to try on his new shoes when there was a knock at the door. Reluctantly, he set the present aside as Hinata answered the summons. Outside was their waitress, carrying the tray with their meals. She deftly slid into the room with the large platter. The two shinobi sat down in a hurry. "Two Uzumaki sirloins, medium," she informed them, setting the plates before them, then set 3 bowls in between them, explaining, "fried shoestring potatoes, sautéed mushrooms, and vegetable medley. And, of course, skim milk." She winked at Hinata and quickly exited, closing the door behind her. "Uzumaki sirloin," Naruto eyed the steak suspiciously. "Just try it," she urged, before cutting off a small piece of the entree and popping it into her mouth. Naruto sawed through the beef and began to chew on the morsel slowly. His expression instantly changed to one of pleased amazement. He cut off a larger piece and consumed it. "This is just like," he didn't finish the statement because he was stuffing his face again. Dipping it in pears, she concluded, as she finished her second bite in a more polite way. "It seems one of the head chefs was surprised by your order our first time here, and wanted to see what you did with the pear juice. He tried it and liked it. They told me it took him the better part of a month to get the flavor balance just right. It just went on the menu last week, and it is proving to be pretty popular. I thought it was fitting for your birthday dinner." Huh, the shinobi looked surprised. I never thought I'd have a dish named after me. That's pretty cool. He scooped a handful of fries onto his plate, and Hinata reached for the vegetables. But before they could begin their dinner in earnest, the door burst open. Naruto, Hinata, Sakura panted, standing in the portal. Behind her, their server looked annoyed, and the assistant manager was concerned. Thank goodness I found you. The Hokage has me and Kakashi-sensei looking everywhere for you too, the pink-haired Kunoichi exclaimed. There's an emergency mission, and we're the only ones available. Come on. We will watch your effects, the restaurant supervisor offered, or we can have them sent to your home. Naruto took out the stealth kunai, and passed one to Hinata. Sakura noted the blades with shock and then annoyance. Can you just send the rest of this to my apartment? Naruto requested. The manager nodded. Including the leftovers and the cake, the Hyuga Chunin added. Of course. Let's go, you guys, Sakura urged impatiently. The couple followed her out. You got him stealth blades? Sakura asked Hinata. Naruto had lagged behind, and Sakura took the advantage. Hinata nodded, and the medic asked, why? He mentioned he wanted to work more on his espionage skills, the white-eyed beauty answered. He mentioned? Hinata nodded, and Sakura pressed, you don't even have any concrete plans? The Hyuga heiress shook her head. Must be nice to be rich, Haruno said derisively. Hinata bristled at that. We achieved the same ranks at the time, Sakura Haruno, her voice was sad, and lecturing at the same time, and even if I took any money from my clan, I would never use it to buy Naruto a present. The slightly older Kunoichi looked ready to counter again, but Naruto suddenly caught up. Guys, he tried to get their attention. Stay out of this, Sakura snapped at him. Man, Sakura, you don't have to bite my head off, he shot back, I just wanted to ask where we are going. Hinata suddenly realized they were headed away from the ops building. Lady Tsunade is at the arena, Sakura explained, looking mildly chagrined. She is working on getting it set up for a demonstration on Monday, for some potential clients. Since she did not know how long it would take to find you, she decided to keep working while we searched. Then the proverbial light bulb went off over her head. That reminds me, I should let Kakashi-sensei know I found you too. As Sakura took out her portable, she shot them both accusing looks for not carrying their own phones. Kakashi-sensei? I found them. We are on our way over now. Okay, good. We will see you there. He was close to the arena already, the medical Kunoichi explained. Hinata nursed a growing suspicion, but said nothing. Though slowed slightly due to Hinata's dress and shoes, it still took them under a minute to reach the Colosseum. Why is it dark? Hinata queried. Don't know, Sakura sounded confused, maybe they blew a fuse, or are testing a night obstacle course. Either way, we need to get to the Hokage. She led them inside, and as the doors closed behind them, Hinata activated her Byakugan. She was moderately taken aback by what she saw on the stadium floor, but she swallowed her reaction. Lady Tsunade? Sakura called, are you still here? I brought Naruto and Hinata. All of a sudden, the lights flared to life, and dozens of voices roared, Happy birthday, Naruto. After the first few hours of revelry, Kakashi and Irika took to the stage and called for everyone's attention. First off, can we get the birthday boy up here? Irika requested. Naruto was pushed and prodded to the stage, and practically lifted onto the stone platform. Yumino walked to the other side of the stage, and retrieved a large glass bottle. Before we continue, Kakashi cleared his throat. For our guest who might not be aware, a little explanation might be in order. The copy ninja was looking at Gaara, Kankuro, Temari, and Matsuri as he said that, but his eyes also darted to Shin and Chiesa Basada, Sasami Fuma, and few of Naruto's other friends and acquaintances from outside the Land of Fire. In the Land of Fire, it is customary for a father to give his 16-year-old son a bottle of alcohol on his birthday. Of course, as the legal drinking age is 18, the boy cannot drink it. Instead, the gift represents a bond of trust, that the boy is now an adult and won't open the bottle until he is allowed. And it is also a promise that once he is able to drink it, they will share that drink together. After the booze has had 2 extra years to age. Shikoku Nara shouted from the crowd. This set off scattered chuckles in the group. True enough, Hatake nodded. Naruto, as your father is no longer with us, Iruka continued, we hoped you would let your busybody uncles fill in. He handed the teen the bottle. Naruto took it without complaint, looking a little soft around the eyes. Thanks, Uncle Iruka, Uncle Kakashi. Despite the mist in the corners of his blue orbs, his voice was mocking as he applied their self-branded familial titles. I wanted sake, Iruka told him as Naruto examined the bottle, but Kakashi wanted whiskey, and he won the coin toss. Thank you, this time Naruto was much more sincere. Remember, you can't open that for 2 years, Kakashi instructed. I know that, sensei, Naruto groused. Hinata finally worked up her nerve and tracked down the Hokage. As she passed Ino and Tenten, she caught a snippet of conversation. So did the Hokage invite Nyoko? Yamanaka asked. Nyoko told me she had been invited, the weapons mistress answered, but the daimyo wouldn't let Nyoko come. He told her if she wanted to attend high school, like a normal student, she could not skip school for a birthday party, like a normal student. Even if he does approve of Naruto. Hinata wondered what that last statement meant, but before she could worry too much, she located the Sannin. She slid in quietly behind the village leader, but before she could pounce, Tsunade spoke. I really am sorry, Hinata, the blonde Sannin started without preamble, but I just wasn't sure you wouldn't let something slip around Naruto. The girl started to protest, but then remembered how quickly she had told Naruto about her failed party. I suppose I sort of understand. And I never could have done all this on my own, the Fuga clan heiress added. Neither did I, her boss confided. I had a lot of help from Kakashi, Shikamaru, and even the old pervert. She glared at Jiraiya, who was trying to flirt with Gora's apprentice. Lord Hayashi, Naruto had slipped away from Choji and Kiba, and approached Hinata's father. What can I do for you, Naruto? For once, Hinata's father wore a smile that was open and honest. I need to ask you something, Naruto fidgeted slightly, sort of a favor. What is it? Would you let me help plan Hinata's 16th birthday party? The younger ninja asked. That is quite impossible, the Hyuga lord answered imperiously. Look, I know it's normally a family thing, but after everything Hinata tried to do, no, everything she did do for me today, Uzumaki pleaded, I need to do this for her. As I said, it is impossible, the girl's father said again, but then his voice became more gentle, as he explained, Naruto, we finished planning Hinata's party almost 2 weeks ago. In fact, I am somewhat dismayed we have not received your RSVP yet. RSVP? Naruto blinked, but I never got an invite. Hayashi's gaze shifted, but Naruto did not notice where it fell. I guess it must have gotten lost in the mail, or perhaps stuck to one of the other envelopes. I will have a replacement sent tomorrow. Naruto started to wonder if he was getting the brush off, until Hayashi added, if you have not received it by next Friday, come and see me directly. Naruto blinked and stammered, thanks, old man. Hayashi merely inclined his head to indicate it was of no consequence. But in doing so, he also hid the small grin at the familiar form of address. Naruto started to turn away. Oh, and Naruto, Hayashi caught his attention again. The boy looked back, and Hinata's father told him, happy birthday. Naruto grinned and offered his thanks again. But as soon as he had vanished back into the crowd, Hayashi's eyes began to search for his younger daughter. October 10th ended, but the party did not. When the clock struck 1, the crowd began to thin. Tuchi and Ayam begged off, claiming the need to open Ichiraku for breakfast in only a few hours. Moegi dragged Konohamaru and Udon away soon after. In the end, all that was left was Naruto. Most of the group Hinata had called his family, plus Enko and Gaara. As the party had narrowed, Tsunade had started to withdraw, obviously distracted. So, Naruto, Enko asked conspiratorially, now that you're an adult, are you going to move out of the barracks? The Hokage jumped a little at that. The barracks existed for any Leaf shinobi who, for whatever reason, did not have a house or apartment of their own. It also housed academy students whose families did not live in the Konoha Core. Naruto had had the choice between the barracks and the orphanage where he had spent his first 5 years. Which is to say he had no choice. but to Tsunade, the question might as well have been a kunai, aimed at her heart. She reached into her pocket, almost expecting the small metal object contained therein to burn her fingers. I don't know, Uzumaki answered, it would be nice to have a bigger place, and some privacy. But it's a big change, and not exactly cheap. You do have another option, the medical expert said quietly, almost hoping he would not hear. Huh? Naruto grunted curiously, what does that mean, Grandma Tsunade? She sighed, no longer able to avoid the issue. She withdrew her hand, a key clenched between her fingers. Yukihana Uzumaki owned a condo, she told him. It has been maintained by the Hokage's office since her death. But as of midnight yesterday, it is now legally yours. My mom had a house? A condo, she corrected. Didn't Hinata tell you that your parents never lived together? Yeah, but he paused, mildly humiliated. But then he got annoyed again. Wait, why am I just finding out about this now? You didn't legally own it until today, Kakashi explained. And it wasn't as if you could live there, Sakura added, it's not allowed. So? Do you really think you could have resisted the temptation? Irika interjected, it would have started with just a look. Then you would have made it a hideout. Eventually you would have all but moved in. Also, it was within the Hokage's power to sell the property to cover any expenses you might have incurred, Tsunade lectured. You were going to sell my mother's house? Naruto, she didn't say that, Hinata chided him gently, taking his left hand in both of hers. He calmed at her touch. I would never have sold Yukihana's home, Tsunade controlled her anger at the suggestion, and the gods know you gave Sarutobi-sensei more than enough reason to do so. He could not refute the truth of that statement. His eyes narrowed in thought, and he avoided looking directly at the key. What's wrong? Take it, the Hokage insisted. He raised his hand, but hesitated. I think she would have wanted you to have it, Hinata suggested. Yukihana would have wanted you to see it, at least once, Tsunade confirmed, but if you don't like it, or aren't comfortable, you can sell it. She would be okay with that. Naruto nodded, and grasped the key. Will you come with me, tomorrow, he asked in a small voice, or I guess, later this morning at this point. Of course, Hinata squeezed his hand. The Hokage inclined her head in agreement as well. All of you, he turned to the rest. Shizune and Kakashi immediately nodded. Irika looked back at Enko, who shrugged, but also smiled a little. We'd be happy to, Naruto's first teacher added, but Hinata caught Mitarashi mouthing we at her lover's back. I would be honored, the Kazekage appeared flustered at his inclusion. After Gaara's acceptance, all eyes fell on Sakura, who realized she had not said anything. Naruto's mom's place. Sounds interesting enough. Count me in, she hid her enthusiasm poorly. Thanks, everyone. After deciding to meet at 10 that morning, they split up to get some rest before the open house. Hinata held Naruto's hand, practically guiding the young man back to his apartment. He was emotionally exhausted, both from the party and from the Hokage's revelation. She was also helping him carry his gifts, which were spread between the single bag each shinobi carried, and the new mission backpack he had received from Enko and Irika. Many of the guests had only given him a single kunai and a small amount of cash. He suspected someone had been telling tales. When they reached his place, they found Hinata's cake on his oven and her gifts on his table. There was a note from the superintendent explaining that he had let in the people from the Golden Shoe. Naruto sighed, and sloughed the bag and backpack onto the table. Naruto, do you want me to stay overnight? Hinata asked with a touch of concern. Then she blushed furiously, and retracted, I don't mean to. I know what you mean, Hinata, a ghost of his usual grin crossed his face, and yes, I would like nothing more than to fall asleep just holding your hand. But at the party, I had a polite conversation with your father. For the first time since our confrontation, I didn't feel like he resented my very existence. So, for the sake of not fighting with every member of your family, I have to say no. She nodded, disappointed and happy at the same time. But if you don't mind, maybe you could come over at like 8:30, and we could eat our steaks and some cake for breakfast before we head out, he suggested. I would like that, she answered. She leaned in and kissed his cheek. Good night, Naruto. And happy birthday. Naruto was restored to his normal good spirits when the group assembled at the appointed address. They all wore casual attire, which shocked Uzumaki, who had never seen Gaara, Tsunade, or Shizune in jeans before. After greeting Iruka and Enko, the last two to arrive, they moved into the complex, with the Hokage leading the way. The blonde teen was generally surprised by the property. The condos were nicer than he had been expecting. In the center of the buildings was a small playground area. A few children paused to look as they paraded past. Next to the swings was a medium-sized pool, fenced in to keep out the children and discourage unwanted visitors. "I think Tucci and Ayam live here," Shizune offered. Kakashi nodded. "Wow, really?" Naruto was amazed. "I would have thought they lived closer to Ichiraku." "They used to," Tsunade remembered, "but when Hamiko found out she was pregnant, she made Tucci find a bigger, nicer place. They moved in here just before Ayam was born." Yukihana moved in about a year later. When they reached the appointed building, their leader led them up a flight of stairs to the second of 3 floors. Tsunade stopped outside the door and spun about to look at Naruto intensely, blocking his way. "Before we go in, I want to warn you," her voice was lecturing, but there was an undercurrent of worry. "The third Hokage removed any reference to your father from here. Not that there were too many to begin with. And when I became Hokage, I gave it another once-over, just to be safe. So if you are expecting to—" I know," he interrupted, exasperated. "I don't get to know who my dad is until the time is right. It's starting to sound like a prophecy in some lame novel." "So long as you understand," she confirmed. "Well, then, you have the key, so—" She stepped aside, sweeping her arm towards the door. Naruto stepped forward and slid the key into the lock. As he swung the door inwards, a cloud of dust billowed out towards them. The dimly lit entry, a layer of grime, an inch thick, covered the floor and the outline of the kitchen counter. "What the heck?" Naruto backed away from the door, coughing. "It's such a mess." "Well, the managers check every so often to make sure the utilities are still working, and that nothing unpleasant moved in," Tsunade told him, "but I guess sweeping wasn't part of the deal." "This will take forever to clean up," Yukihana's son complained. Gaara put his hand on Naruto's shoulder, and the blonde teen turned to face his former enemy. "Allow me," the sand ninja offered. Uzumaki moved aside, and Gaara entered the neglected residence. He raised hands and then pulled them towards his chest. The dirt flowed towards him, congealing before his feet. After a few seconds of concentration, the entire condo was clean, and a 4-inch sphere of dense sandstone rolled into Gaara's shoe. He picked it up and slid it into his jacket pocket with a mild smirk. "Man, Gaara," Naruto gawked, "if this Kazekage gig doesn't work out, you could make a mint as a maid service." The other stared at Naruto in varying degrees of shock and dismay. But the leader of the Tsunagakure only chuckled. "I'll keep that in mind," Gaara said dryly, moving further into the dwelling so the others could enter. To the left of the door was a dining area, with a closet against the outside wall. It hosted a table that easily accommodated the 8 chairs around it. The table and chairs were covered by white sheets, which were now clear of the dust they were meant to protect against. To the right was the kitchen, a full kitchen with a full-sized refrigerator, 4-burner stove and oven, dishwasher, and plenty of cabinet and counter space. Tsunade threw open the curtains over the sink, letting more light into the building. On the other side of the kitchen and dining area was a large living room, almost twice the size of Naruto's current apartment. It was equipped with a sofa and 2 love seats, with a short table in between them, all covered by sheets. The eastern wall, opposite where they entered, had floor-to-ceiling curtains. And the northern wall sported a waist-height shelf with 2 box-shaped objects, also obscured by tarps. Between the shelf and the dining area, a hallway extended into darkness, and on the southern wall between the kitchen and the sofa was a closed door. "This place is huge," Shizune was amazed. The others could not help but agree, especially considering there was more they had not seen. Enko quickly crossed the room and pulled open the drapes, flooding the room with the mid-morning sun. Behind the curtains were glass doors leading onto the balcony. And beyond that was a clear view of ninja ops and the stone faces of the 5 Hokages. "Damn," Enko whistled, "how did she afford this place on a genin's income?" Then she looked back at the new owner. "No offense, kid. None taken. Naruto shook his head. I was kinda wondering the same thing. She didn't, Tsunade answered, her eyes going unfocused as her mind cast back in time. Despite her rank, Yuki Hana was more skilled than most jonin. As that fact became obvious to our clientele, demand for her skills increased. Eventually, Sarutobi-sensei decided to bump her pay up to Tokubetsu level, to try to cut back the requests. She smiled sadly as she remembered, but that's not how she bought this place. Son Uzumaki was never a very healthy person, so Yuki Hana lived at home to help her mom take care of him. That let her save more of her income. But then your grandmother died suddenly of a heart attack. After that, your grandpa seemed to just give up. He died less than a week later. After that, Yuki just couldn't stay in that house. She sold her parents' home and her dad's stake in the printing company and used the cash to buy this place. So, let's see what we have here. Kakashi seized the sheet covering one of the two-seater and pulled it off with a flourish. Sakura followed suit with the couch and dropped the sheet on Hinata. Kakashi apologetically handed his cloth tarp to the white-eyed Kunoichi as well, and the young woman dutifully began to fold them. Naruto quickly moved to help her, and Anko turned away from the window to uncover the last seat. The three couches were all of the same style and dark gray material. They were of a simple yet plush construction, the sort that was never trendy, but was always attractive after the current fad had become passé or ugly. Irika pressed into the armrest of the nearest love seat, and when he withdrew his hand, the cushion immediately sprang back. Yuki Hana had good taste, Yumino commented, and unexpectedly, Gaara nodded in agreement. Shizune, help me over here, Tsunade requested, and the two doctors revealed the dinner table and chairs. Naruto set the first three folded linens on the table, and took the rest from his surrogate sister. Gaara bared the coffee table, which matched the dinner table. Like the rest of the furniture, they were of a function and timeless design. Anko removed the sheet from the first of the boxes on the shelf. Underneath was a 20-some-inch television that might have been cutting edge at the time of its purchase. Kakashi reached for the other sheet covering something on the shelf, but Tsunade stopped him. I think Naruto should do that one, she told Copy Ninja, and Hataki complied, stepping aside for his student. Naruto and Hinata finished their folding, and the young man walked slowly over to the wall unit, curious and apprehensive. He swept the sheet aside, uncovering a number of books between two Konoha leaf bookends. What's so special about this? Naruto sounded gypped. Look at them, Kakashi urged, having already noticed their meaning. Born in Flames, the founding of the Land of Fire, Uzumaki read off the spine of the first tome. Removed from the shadow, a biography of the second Hokage, he continued to the second volume. He skipped the next two, and resumed with Addition and Deflection, Mathematics of Ninjutsu. I remember this one from the academy. A Writer's Guide to Grammar and Style. I should lend this one to Pervy Sage. Again he skipped ahead to announce, The Kunoichi and the Priest. You told me about this series, Hinata. Looks like Mom had all three. Maybe I'll finally get a chance to read them. And after that there's 7 kids' books. He looked at his surrogate family. I don't get it. 4 history books, 3 textbooks, 3 fantasy novels, and some toddler readers. What's the point, other than my mom had kinda strange taste in reading materials? Look again, Tsunade pressed. What for? The author, you knucklehead, Sakura proclaimed after stepping closer to scan the volumes. Check out who wrote the books. Fine, he grumbled, Born in Flames by Son Uzumaki. Removed from the shadow, author Son Uzumaki. Addition and Deflection by Son Uzumaki and Taichi Yumino. Wait, my grandpa wrote all these books? Tsunade nodded. But I thought you said he owned a printing company. He owned part of a printing company, Spiral Bound Books. It's a long story, but basically his first publisher tried to screw him, so he went to a smaller group. Spiral Bound couldn't afford to pay him what he deserved, so they offered him part of the business in exchange. That reminds me, we need to talk later about Yuki's savings account and the royalties for Son's books. And that why you wanted me to read those novels. He turned back to Hinata, trying to keep the accusation out of his tone. No, her pause told him he had not succeeded completely. I didn't know he was your grandpa. I thought he might be related, but really I just liked them and hoped you would like them too. So my grandpa was a famous writer, his act of normalcy cracked, and the strain he had shown at the end of the party showed through. He looked at his mother's teacher, exhaustion flitting over his blue orbs. What's next? He asked the Sannin. Which room should I check now? That, Tsunade pointed to the closed door by the kitchen, is the master suite, bedroom and bathroom. The hallway leads to the other 2 bedrooms, and the second bathroom. Naruto looked both directions, struggling. Hinata slid up beside him, and took one of his hands. Naruto, Iruka put his hand gently on his nephew's shoulder, you don't have to do this all at once. This place isn't going anywhere. I'm sure Yukihana would understand. Looking around, he saw the same sympathetic look on the faces of all of his friends, except for one. Gaara's expression was curious and slightly disappointed. He remembered that they were the same. The former Jinchuriki had also never known his mother, and had been forced to depend on other people for information. The Kazekage would never give up a chance to learn more about his past. Nah, that's okay, Iruka-sensei, he grinned, I was just having a hard time making up my mind. Without releasing Hinata's comforting grip, he made his way to the closed bedroom door. Despite his claim, he still paused at the sealed portal. But after a second of hesitation, he reached up with his free hand and turned the knob. With a light groan of complaint, the door swung inwards. Inside the door to the suite, there was a wall, making it look like a hallway. He glanced down the right path, and saw that it was the entrance to the master bathroom. He took half a step inside, taking it in. The bathroom was substantially larger than his own, with a shower stall almost the size of his own bathtub, and a tub that could accommodate 2 people. But the hygiene facilities didn't interest him, and he turned back. As he entered the bedroom proper, he realized the wall inside the door was actually the side of the closet. Like the main room, the bedroom was simply appointed. There was an unassuming king-size bed, with a nightstand on either side. Opposite the bed was a dresser with 3 rows of 3 drawers. On top of the dresser were 2 framed photos and a small jewelry case. One of the nightstands held a small digital alarm, its display blinking 12 o'clock. The far wall also had floor-to-ceiling drapes, which opened onto the same balcony as the living room. Uzumaki stopped in front of the dresser and picked up the first picture. The frame contained 2 matted photos, slowly yellowing with age. He recognized his mother in both, though she appeared to be around 10 years old. The first photo showed Yukihana with 2 people he did not recognize, but the pride and familial resemblance told the tale. These were his grandparents. The other half of the remembrance captured Scientrest Kunoichi, 2 other young shinobi he did not know, and a slightly younger and more slender-appearing Tsunade. That takes me back, the Hokage said over his shoulder, the day Yuki graduated from the academy. This one too, Hinata showed them the other photo, which featured the young Uzumaki amidst a number of other children, some more familiar. That's the original Ino Shikacho, the Hyuga daughter pointed, and that looks like father. That's your uncle, the medical Sannin countered, you'll notice his forehead is covered. Hayashi finished a year later. My mom is so much shorter than the rest, Naruto commented, I guess that's where I got those late bloomer genes from. No, that's because she's 2 years younger than most of them. My mom graduated at age 10? Naruto goggled. She could have graduated at 8, Tsunade shrugged, but she dodged the exam to take more classes. Naruto put the photo back, shaking his head. Hinata followed suit. His attention drifted down to the dresser on which they sat. He opened the first drawer, but it was empty, as were the rest in that column. The second column proved slightly more interesting. The top drawer housed a number of plain-colored t-shirts and tank tops. The next drawer down held the same type of tops, but with floral or geometric patterns. The bottom compartment was also shirts, but these had characters or sayings on them. The top part of the last set of drawers held a number of carefully wrapped belts and hair accessories. He opened the next drawer, but quickly closed it when he saw its contents. The last drawer also contained underwear, and he closed it just as fast. When he turned away, both Sakura and Tsunade chuckled at his red face. Hinata managed to contain her mirth. Ignoring them, the newest Konoha Chunin stalked over to the closet. He flung open the doors recklessly, sending a ripple through the clothes. He ignored the apparel, instead looking on the upper shelf for any treasures. But all he found was blankets and a sewing kit. Masking his disappointment, he ruffled absently through the dresses, skirts, blouses, and pants. Even 16 years old, this stuff is pretty cool, Enko commented. By now, everyone except Irika and Kakashi had shuffled into the bedroom. But Naruto didn't acknowledge her statement. He had come to the end of the wardrobe, and 5 nearly identical white, silk shizoku. They were of a longer, short dress style, and clipped to each hanger was a pair of white bike shorts. After going over them, he selected the second of the group, the most worn of the uniforms. He set it out on the bed, and then faced his friends. I don't really have a use for this stuff, he told them, and I think my mom would be happy if it had a good home. That is off limits, he pointed to the ninja garb on the bed, as is the jewelry. But anything other clothes or accessories. If you guys want them, go ahead. Judging by the looks on Enko and Shizun's faces, Yuletide had come early. And unheard, inner Sakura exclaimed, jackpot. Just no fighting, please, he suddenly worried, and try not to make too much of a mess. The Jonin Kunoichi both nodded, and Naruto headed for the door, not looking entirely convinced. Hinata's face was conflicted, but she followed him. Hinata, I'll be okay, he read her, I'm gonna sit down for a few minutes and relax. So you can stay here. Besides, I want you to have something of my mom's. His girlfriend looked relieved, and then resolved herself to enter the fray. But before the 4 kunoichi could start shopping, Gaara stepped in front of them and reached into the closet. He withdrew a forest green slip dress, and then pleated black skirt. He set them on the bed, and then went to the dresser. He claimed a tan t-shirt with a red shuriken pattern, and a white halter with the word kunoichi across the chest in black letters of a font meant to look like it was dripping. These are for Temari and Matsuri. His voice was harsh to hide his discomfort at being forced to offer an explanation. Sakura paused in the process of diving into the wardrobe. I wonder if we should call Ino and Tenten, she asked no one in particular. And Yuga, Enko added, and maybe Kurenai. The 4 women's eyes met with matched expressions of guilt. Nah, they decided almost in unison. Giggling, they began scrutinizing the cloths again. Both of the Kage left, but Kakashi slipped silently into the suite. After the ladies finished their feeding frenzy, and the remaining scraps were packed for donation, it was coming up on 1 o'clock, so they decided to break for lunch before checking out the remaining 2 bedrooms. Irika and Enko went to get Ichiraku takeout for everyone, while Kakashi left on a beverage run a few minutes later. The others arrayed themselves on the couches and dining room chairs. How are you doing, Naruto? Sakura sat on the corner of the full-size sofa, closest to the love seat occupied by Naruto and Hinata. She tried to make it obvious that she was not ignoring Hinata, even though she was obviously ignoring her rival. It's weird, Uzumaki thought about it, I mean it's pretty normal. Other than the pictures, there isn't anything that stands out as being my mom's. It could be almost anyone's place, you know. I guess I'm expecting something to jump out and shout at me, this was your mother's home. We aren't done yet, Tsunade said knowingly. Everyone looked at her in expectation, but before they could question the statement, the front door opened, and the copy ninja walked through, carrying 2 bulging plastic bags. Shizun took one from him, and together they set out the cans of soda, tea, and coffee on the counter. Before they had completed the task, the entrance was again breached as Yumino and Mitarashi entered with their food. The Hokage opened the front closet, and drew out one of the 2 extra chairs within, so that they could all sit at the table. After their meal was concluded, and the garbage gathered by the door, the friends of Naruto Uzumaki gathered around the dimly lit hallway leading north. The sunlight from the windows barely reached around the corners, outlining a small alcove on the right with a washer and dryer. Those with exceptional eyes could make out 3 closed doors in the hall, and a small closet at the far end. For crying out loud, Tsunade complained, reaching past Naruto to flip on the overhead light, it isn't like there are any traps down there. Uzumaki walked forward, stopping at the first door, which was on the western wall. The door was not tightly shut, and opened cleanly from a gentle push. It was the second bathroom, and like the master bath it was a full bathroom with the shower and tub separate. Though not quite so large or ornate as the master bath, it still put his own facilities to shame. Stalling for time, he opened the heavy shade for more light and tested the faucets on the sink and in the shower and tub. The water flowed free and clear, so the new owner left the room and proceeded to the end of the hall. The closet was for linens, it contained towels and bedclothes. He closed it and glanced surreptitiously to either side, to the last 2 doors. Go left, the Hokage instructed. Without thinking, Naruto obeyed, opening the door to the 3rd bedroom. The space was long and somewhat narrow. Under the window on the northern wall was a fold-out couch for guests. At the far end was a closet. But what stood out about the room was the southern wall. Opposite the sofa and blinds, the wall was covered with over 24 different weapons. The Hokage slipped past Naruto and Iruka as they stared at the implements of battle and opened the closet. Inside the built-in wardrobe rested the rest of Yukihana's ninja tools. There were 2 more uniforms, the green vest commonly worn by Chunin and Jonin, a wetsuit, a head-to-toe stealth shizoku, and a set of heavy chainmail shirt and pants. There were posts with stacks of kunai and shurikens, and quivers of needles and arrows. Jugs of poisons and antidotes sat on the floor. Next to the potions were a coil of 300 meters of high tensile cord and 8 grapnels in 4 different styles. Spread out amongst all that, there were smoke bombs, shackles, blank talisman strips, 2 backpacks, and a variety of other ninja tools, both common and unusual. After briefly glancing over the equipment locker, Naruto returned to the displayed weapons. His eyes glided over the swords, spears, axes, and sets of paired weapons. Are you disappointed that there isn't a staff blade? Iruka asked. Not really, he shrugged, it's just even with everything I've heard, I can't believe she mastered all of these weapons. He reached out to touch the longbow, as if to affirm its solidity. She didn't master all of them, Tsunade said, most of them she was only B rank. The only ones Yuki achieved A or S rank with were the long sword, katana, longbow, manriki gusari, and tonfa. Still. You can play with the weapons later, the Hokage chided him, there's only 1 more room. Right, Naruto caught the hidden tone of apprehension in her voice, and moved back to the hall. Gaara and Kakashi cleared the path, and the copy ninja walked into Yukihana's armory for a look around. Naruto opened the door, and before it had finished swinging inwards, his eyes had begun to fill with tears. The room was painted light blue, with a border of orange Konoha leaves at the top. On the wall opposite the door was a changing table, its 3.5-foot padded top rising just above the bottom edge of the window. Against the wall the nursery shared with the living room was a white, wooden crib, with a shuriken and kunai diorama spinning gently from the motion of opening the door. As he stepped inside, Naruto noticed the last wall had a framed 8x10 and a faded spot where a second photo had been removed. He looked into the picture, crying gently yet openly. The image was of Yukihana Uzumaki, propped up on a hospital bed, wearing a medical gown. Her normally lustrous cyan hair hung limp, and her face was drawn and tired. Despite that, the kunoichi glowed with a joyous beauty as she looked down at the bundle in her arms. A small face poked out of the swaddling clothes, his bright blue eyes meeting her green orbs with infant curiosity. A field of golden fuzz crowned his head, and his chubby cheeks were unmarked. Is that loud enough for you? Tsunade asked. Though the question might have been sarcastic, her tone was kind. He nodded and turned to leave, hiding his face. As he passed the Kazekage, Gaara said quietly, "Congratulations, Naruto." "Thanks," the Konoha shinobi answered, "and if you ever find anything and need any help, I'll be there." "Believe it." The leader of the Hidden Sand nodded, and Uzumaki returned to the main room. "So what have we got?" Naruto asked. After the initial tour, they had split up to give the place a more thorough inspection. "You first," Kakashi insisted. "All right," the heir shrugged, "the kitchen is fully stocked. Mom had more pots and pans and knives than I'd know what to do with. And there's 10 sets of plates, glasses, silverware, and all that stuff. And it's all in really good shape too. No rust or anything. But..." He looked over at Hinata, who nodded and continued. "I looked inside the appliances," she informed them, "but it's no good. The hoses have deteriorated from disuse, and some of the gears and such have fused together. The refrigerator, stove, and dishwasher all need to be replaced. That fits with what we found in the north wing, Kakashi agreed. The washer and dryer are deader than dead. The furniture pieces in the nursery are in good repair, Gaara offered evenly. I also found some baby clothing in the closet and the top drawer of the changing table. You will need to decide what to do with it. That armory is pretty impressive, Sakura commented, but there's nothing really more than what you saw. But you'll probably want to have those potions checked out, some can get weaker or stronger with age. Everything is working in the master bath, Shizune sighed with envy. I'd love to try the jacuzzi in the tub. The bed and the dresser look like they're in good shape, the Hokage reported, but one of the side tables looks a little wobbly. And I tried to set the alarm, but it didn't work. The furniture in the living room might as well be new, Enko broke in, but the TV has some serious snow. Don't know if it's worth fixing. So, what do you think, Naruto? Iruka asked. All 8 pairs of eyes fell on him. I made up my mind, he offered after a moment's consideration. I'm gonna live here. It's too nice to give up, and I think my mom would have wanted it. Good for you, Naruto. Hinata smiled at him. The rest of his friends all offered congratulations until he spoke again. Now I just need to move. It took less than a second for the 7 other shinobi to vanish, leaving Naruto and Hinata alone. October flowed as quickly as September while Naruto moved and got settled into his new home. Despite having deserted him on Saturday evening, Shizune called Naruto Monday morning to offer her assistance in picking out new appliances. Readily admitting his ignorance on the subject, Naruto eagerly accepted. His decision proved to be fruitful, as Shizune was much more knowledgeable about the household machines. She helped him figure out what he required and find the pieces to fill said need within his price range. She also convinced him to buy an older computer, telling him he would need to learn how to use one if he wanted to be Hokage. After they were done shopping, Shizune's bargaining skills left the salesman almost in tears. Her negotiations led to him acquiring an upright refrigerator/freezer, oven with flat-top range, dishwasher, microwave, washing machine, dryer, 40-inch widescreen TV, and a late-model desktop computer, with delivery, installation, and removal of the old appliances. And all for less than the total listed prices of all the household machines. When he asked her about it, she looked embarrassed as she explained she had acquired her haggling skills settling Tsunade's gambling debts. The young man had just grinned in amusement. After the appliances were installed, Sakura was able to bribe Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji so they would help Naruto move. Together with Hinata, the 6 Chunin easily packed most of Naruto's belongings into 5 medium-size boxes. Hinata, Ino, and Shikamaru took the boxes, while Sakura carried Uzumaki's desk, and Choji and Naruto balanced his armoire between them. Between the 6 of them, and Naruto's general lack of possessions, they got him unpacked and put away quite quickly. November turned cold, and business increased for the ninja of the Konoha Corps. There were many D-rank missions dealing with harvesting crops and preparing homes for winter. But escort missions also became more important, as bandits grew desperate for food and money. The large number of jobs meant Naruto and Hinata were not able to spend as much time together as either would have liked. December fell harshly on the land of fire. Although there was rarely any snowfall, the final month was generally cold and wet, and this year was proving more so than usual. Though still busy, the new couple began to make their plans for Yuletide. "Good morning, Hinata," Naruto shouted when he saw his girlfriend. Despite the emergency call, he was happy to see her. And her face instantly brightened when she heard his voice. She diverted her course, and they continued running, side by side. "Did the Hokage call you too?" he asked. "Yes," she answered quietly. "Did she give you any reason for our summons?" "No," he shook his head. The couple continued in silence, until they reached their destination. They paused outside the Hokage's office, confused. Unlike normal, neither Rado nor Gunma were waiting, so they were unsure how to proceed. After waiting for half a minute, Naruto grew impatient, and knocked brashly on the door. "Come in," Tsunade's exasperated voice carried loudly into the hall. After exchanging worried looks at her tone, they hurriedly entered the room. "Good, it's you too," the leader of the Leaf Shinobi appeared relieved to see them. "I have a mission for you," she informed them without small talk or her normal banter with Naruto. "Really?" Hinata attempted to hide her disappointment. Naruto was not so tactful. What? But Grandma Tsunade, it's only 3 days until Yuletide, he complained loudly. You're gonna send us out now? He expected her to grow angry in return, but she only nodded. Why? Can't it wait until later? Or send someone else? This mission comes from a very wealthy and powerful client, so we cannot refuse, the medical Sannin explained, and the mission requirements say it must be completed before the 21st, so delay isn't an option. And you two were specifically requested. Well, then, what is our mission? Hinata asked, resigned. You'll be recovering a stolen item, she said, and both teens nodded, now understanding why the mission needed to be completed before Yuletide. I don't have any more details, but I do have the address in the capital where you are to meet the client. The meeting is scheduled for tomorrow at noon. You will receive the rest of the information then. The capital, Naruto boggled, but that's like a day away, even at our best overland run. The Hokage nodded without sympathy. If you leave by 8, you should get there between 6 and 7 tomorrow morning. I'll alert the merchant's quarter safe house. You two can get some breakfast and a few hours sleep before you meet the client. The Hokage scribed the location of the hideout, as well as a quick note to the caretaker. She handed the paper and the mission request form to Hinata. This probably isn't necessary with you two, but for the sake of protocol and playing it safe, Hinata is in charge of the mission. I trust that won't be an issue. Tsunade fixed a canny eye on Naruto. But he just grinned. No problem at all, Uzumaki said honestly. All right, then you two had better get moving, she instructed. Hinata bowed, and then they both ran from the room. The location for the appointment turned out to be top-end, traditional restaurant. Even Naruto felt remarkably out of place. The establishment put the golden shoe to shame with ease. There were precious metal inlays in much of the ornate woodwork, and the decorative urns and tableware were all antiques. The lunch patrons stared at the two shinobi with disdain over their meager and common apparel. But the greeter, dressed as a traditional geisha, did not appear concerned. After confirming their identities, she slid gracefully away into a side hallway. She returned moments later and bowed to them. If you would please follow me, she requested softly. Hinata bowed politely in return, and they followed her out of the main dining area. She led them to a smaller, private room and elegantly opened the door. She dipped her head low as they cautiously entered and closed the barrier behind them. The bodyguards were the first things they noticed. 6 burly men, each taller than Naruto, and composed of more muscle than the both of them combined, stood at the sides of the room, watching the Konoha agents. The warriors wore ornate breastplates, carried long lances, and had katanas hanging from their left hips. But the samurai only held their interest for a moment. Their client was seated in the middle of the room. The noblewoman had an expertly painted face, which hid her age and identity. Her kimono was exquisite, with gems woven into the cloth, which was an even mixture of silk and silver threads. The sleeves extended well past her wrists, and the long train pooled around her bent legs. Her hair was hidden by an elaborate headdress, composed almost entirely of gold and ebony, and so large Naruto was surprised she could hold her head upright. When she saw the pair of ninja, her gray eyes sparkled and she smiled slightly. You may go, the aristocrat instructed her guards. The soldier nearest her turned to face her, while the others struggled visibly not to move. Milady, what do you mean? He demanded. Her shaded orbs became fierce as her attention shifted to him. I need to speak with these ninja in private, she stated imperiously, so you will leave, now. But your safety, he hesitated, but then strengthened his resolve, we cannot leave. Hinata expected her to grow angry, but the noble instead displayed calculating amusement. You are only supposed to question my instructions to preserve my well-being, is that not correct? She asked innocently. Yes, mistress, the lead guard answered cautiously, and his man fidgeted. Then let me ask, do you honestly think that the 6 of you are better protection than 2 Chunin rank shinobi? When he did not answer, she continued, or perhaps you are suggesting I cannot trust the ninja of this country. The warriors all began to glance at the teens nervously, worried that they felt insulted. But Hinata hid her amusement behind an impassive mask, while Naruto wore his confusion openly. Of course not, the sentinel protested. Then there should be no issue with you leaving me in the care of these ninja, she concluded. Despite the phrasing, this was definitely an order. Of course, milady, he bowed uncertainly. Glaring at the young couple in warning, he directed his men to follow as he exited. Once they were gone, the lady rose smoothly to her feet. Will you excuse me for a moment, she asked. Without waiting for an answer, she glided behind the screen at the back of the room. Hidden from view, but backlit against the barricade, she removed her crown and placed it gently on the floor. Now free, her hair flowed well past her shoulders. She undid her kimono much less gently, and Naruto boggled as it fell to the floor. Her nude form silhouetted against the painted paper divider, she collected a basin of water. She dunked her face and scrubbed away the formal makeup. Busybodies, the noblewoman sighed, her tone and speech far more casual, one little kidnapping attempt, and they get all worried. She opened some sort of case or trunk and began to dress. It's great to see you both again, their client said warmly after she finished putting on her underclothes and a pair of loose pants. She was already moving back towards the edge of the screen as she pulled the long-sleeved shirt over her head. I'm sorry, but have we met before? Naruto asked, scratching his right temple. Naruto, that is. Hinata started to explain, but the princess cut her off. Straightforward and oblivious as always, Naruto, she chuckled. She quickly rounded the barrier and wrapped her arms around the young man. Her gray eyes flashed lecherously and her now longer orange hair fluttered around her face. Nyoko? Naruto goggled at the daimyo's daughter. I'm sorry I missed your birthday party. Under her seductive tone was a current of genuine regret, but I can give you your gift now. She pushed herself up onto her tiptoes, aiming her lips for his. But before she connected, Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke, reappearing behind Hinata. Nyoko, stop joking, I'm. So it is true, Nyoko's voice cracked from her warring emotions, you did finally make this guy wake up, Hinata. Congratulations. She hugged the younger woman too, but then stepped back with a mischievous grin. But you better watch out for this guy. He's a bit of a player. He didn't even break things off with me before he took up with you. Nyoko. Naruto switched between glaring angrily at her and glancing nervously at Hinata. You shouldn't say things like that. You'll give Hinata the wrong idea. You never did answer my question, she taunted, pointedly. You weren't serious, he didn't look at her, and did not sound certain. I told you I was, she countered, upset he had not believed her. Nyoko, Hinata interrupted, her professionalism strained by her emotions, you summoned us for a mission. If that truly is the case, we should get down to business. There is a mission, Nyoko settled, looking oddly serious, and you're right, time is of the essence. Please sit down, and I'll explain. She kneeled back on her original pad, and Hinata followed suit on one of the other cushions. Naruto was less delicate, he just plopped down, cross-legged. Would you like any lunch? Or maybe just some tea, she offered. Won't it be a problem if someone sees you like that? Naruto asked. No. Mikoto, that's the girl who brought you in, she's a friend from school, the princess explained, she's the one who smuggled my clothes in here. After they ordered some refreshments, Nyoko's expression grew melancholy. In this city, there is a toy maker named Nicholas. He is incredibly talented, his creations of porcelain, wood, and metal are more beautiful and durable than the mass-produced plastic junk most kids play with these days. For almost 40 years, he has provided joy to the children here. He is very well loved. And he is very generous. Every year, he chooses 12 children and makes each child a very special toy for Yuletide. He always chooses children who need joy or have earned a reward. Usually his gifts go to the sick or kids who have lost their parents. Last year, a boy saved his teacher from an accidental fire. He was one of Nicholas's recipients. And just once, many years ago, he picked a spoiled rich girl who was also very lonely. Their client blinked back tears as she said that, and they understood suddenly why this was important to Nyoko. But 3 days ago, he did not open his shop, she continued after a moment to compose herself, that's not unheard of, sometimes Nicholas gets caught up in his work and does not open until noon. But he never opened his shop at all on Tuesday, and did not open again Wednesday morning. People started to get worried, so the soldiers were sent to check it out. There were signs of a struggle in his workshop, and Nicholas was missing. So we need find this guy before Yuletide, or the kids won't get their presents, Naruto concluded. No, the princess of the Hanakata clan shook her head, it's more than that. Nicholas is like the heart of Yuletide for the capital. If his secret gifts, those symbols hope and generosity. If they aren't delivered, everyone's spirits will be crushed. That's why you need to find him. You make this guy sound like some kind of saint, Nyoko. Naruto was awed. Maybe he is, she smiled again. Why us? Hinata asked. I know you, I trust you. Hinata, your eyes can see things others might miss. And Naruto, if worse come to worst, you can search the city en masse with your shadow clones, and then the high school royal grinned ironically, and I did want to see the two of you, together. So I killed two birds with one stone. Hinata nodded, now all business, we need to see the workshop, Nyoko. I'll take you. Nyoko led them quickly through the crowded streets. Contrary to Naruto's expectations, the two ninja received much more attention than the princess. He decided most of the people had never seen Nyoko out of her formal makeup and dress, and could no more recognize her than he had. The shop was in the merchant's quarter, only a few minutes' jog from the safe house. It was simple and unassuming, with a plain white facing and simple blue lettering over the door reading toys. There was an open/closed sign on the outside of the tightly shut window shades, with the closed side showing. Nyoko did not pause at the door, she turned the handle as soon as she could reach it, and swung the door inwards. Two nervous-looking warriors, not nearly so large or well-equipped as the young lady's bodyguards, turned to look at them. Princess Nyoko, the pair of samurai dropped to their knees. As Naruto closed the door, the older soldier looked up at them. Where are your bodyguards, milady? He asked, his eyes narrowing in concern and suspicion. I already went over this with Kentaro, she sighed regally, I am in the care of these two skilled leaf shinobi. If that was good enough for my chief guardian, I don't see where it is any of your business, Ryuma. Of course not, he bowed his head again. I will take them in back, she informed the soldier police, as you were. But before she could fulfill that action, Naruto darted towards the shelves, looking at the action figures. Wow, he exclaimed, look at this stuff. I would have given anything to have had models like this growing up. The warriors tried to hide their amazement at his behavior, but Hinata just smiled sadly. We should check out here first, Hinata told the others. Naruto moved on to the shelves holding play weapons, but a subtle shift in his posture told the mission leader that he was hunting more seriously. She activated her Kekkei Jinkai and looked around behind the counter. The cash box was untouched, but there were some odd scrapes on the floor. Did you find something? The princess of the Land of Fire joined her. These scratches look new, the Hyuga clan heiress answered, but I don't know if they mean anything. Naruto joined them, and as he crouched down, started sniffing at the air. Do you two smell that? He asked. Both girls shook their respective heads. What is it? Hinata queried in response. I don't know. It's an slippery, greasy smell. He wrinkled his nose again, leaning forward. It's kinda familiar, but I don't know where from. All right, Hinata considered that, then looked back to their client. Please show us the back room, Nyoko-sama. Nyoko graciously swept aside the curtain, leading them into the workshop. There were 3 entrances to the room, the one they had just used, a door leading to the alley behind the shop, and a set of stairs leading up to the second floor above the showroom. Except for the 3 doors, every inch of wall space was covered with shelves. These were the first indicator of the crime. 2 of the sets of shelves were immaculate, every raw material organized and labeled. The other walls of storage were a mess, pieces of wood and bins of gears shoved haphazardly into place, and some broken parts littering the floor before the ransacked shelves. It's stronger in here, Naruto noted, wandering around the room with his nose stuck out. Arg, he growled, shaking his head in annoyance, I wish Kiba and Akamaru were here, they'd be able to tell what this is, and maybe follow it. Hinata stepped over to the table. Like the shelves, part of the surface was neat and clean, with the tools organized. But the other half of the table was messy, with drops of oil and equipment and parts just thrown anywhere. Mingled with the oil were hints of another, redder fluid. Naruto's foot shattered a fragment of glass on the floor, and both ninja looked down and then up. There was a skylight in the ceiling above them, with a pair of panes broken inwards. Hinata's eyes tracked from the broken window to the pattern of the broken glass on the floor. She looked over at Naruto and Yoko, her Byakugan still active. They came in through the skylight, she pondered. Nicholas must have been out front. They dragged him back here. They gathered some of his equipment and supplies, and took him. But why? Nyoko asked plaintively. Why take a toy maker and his tools of the trade? Maybe someone needs a Yuletide gift, Naruto suggested. Nyoko glared at him, but Hinata considered it. Hey, I've met people who think they own the world, he countered the princess's doubt, the sort of people who would kidnap someone to get something they feel they are entitled to get. Their client nodded. Hinata's eyes darted over to her partner, suddenly fierce. Naruto, she whispered, I see someone on the roof. But his clothes are blocking my Byakugan. Maybe they needed more materials, Nyoko suggested under her breath. I'll go find out, Naruto said at full volume. Before Hinata could finish her protest, Uzumaki had hopped onto the table and propelled himself through the hole in the skylight. Ryuma, Hinata called to the guard whose name Nyoko had used. Both soldiers hustled into the workshop. Please, watch the princess, she requested, and call for backup if you are uncomfortable with just the two of you. Without waiting for their answer, she jumped skyward. As she landed lightly on the tiles, she quickly spotted her targets. Naruto was 2 rooftops away, while their mystery intruder was 2 more ahead of him. Faster and more sure-footed, she quickly caught up to her boyfriend. He moves like a ninja, Naruto told her, and she nodded her head. Anyone could buy an imitation stealth Shizoku, and many did. But their quarry had the grace of a shinobi. Anxious to get back to Nyoko, the Hyuga Chunin put on another burst of speed, leaving Naruto behind and closing on the fleeing stranger. As she grew closer, the masked shinobi suddenly split in 3, and they turned as one to face her. When they saw her, they hesitated. Hinata moved past the duplicates, aiming her chakra-laced fingers for the real ninja in the middle. Hinata, stop! Naruto shouted, and she pulled up short. Naruto, why did you? She started to ask, but he answered before she could finish. That's Kankuro. The sand shinobi chuckled and removed his mask. Underneath, he wore his war paint, but without his usual headpiece, his red hair was showing. How'd you know it was me, kid? The older Jonin asked. I recognized Crow and Black Ant. He pointed his thumb at one of the 2 humanoid puppets, because of the sound they make, and their smell. Kankuro flicked open 2 scrolls, and the rebuilt puppets vanished. What are you doing in the land of fire? Hinata did not appear entirely convinced. Yeah, Naruto remembered, why were you at the toy maker's shop? A toy maker? Kankuro's eyes narrowed. When both of the leaf shinobi continued to stare at him, he held up his hands in supplication. I'm here on an official mission, he told them, handing Hinata a scroll, fully authorized by your Hokage and the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. I'm chasing a trio of rogue puppet users from the Sunagakure. Your leaders agreed I was uniquely qualified for this job, so they gave me a pass. She handed the paperwork back, satisfied, and Naruto relaxed too. I almost had them in the land of greens, he continued. I caught 2 of them, and managed to mess up their marionettes pretty good. But then the 3rd one caught me in some kind of plant jutsu. They wanted to finish me off, but I could still control Crow and Salamander, so they decided to run instead. I've been tracking them for the last week. One of their puppets was leaking oil where I heard it. But in the end it looks like they ran straight here. After concluding his tale, he focused on Naruto, and inquired, so what are you two doing here? Looking for a missing person, Uzumaki answered without hesitation. The toy maker you mentioned? Yup, the blonde Chunin nodded. Hinata's lips curled inward and her eyes half closed as she began to suspect something. You're thinking the same thing I am, Kankuro told the girl, that my renegades with the damaged puppets are related to your missing craftsman. The young woman nodded. You mind if I take a look around that shop? He asked. Maybe I can spot something you two wouldn't know to look for. Yes, I think that is a good idea, she agreed. There were still only 2 guards with the princess when the 3 ninjas dropped back into Nicholas's workshop. See, I told you it would be fine, Nyoko told them pointedly, and then ordered, you may return to the store. With a bow, the two warriors complied. The princess turned her attention to the newcomer. Is this our prowler? She asked her friends. Yup, Naruto confirmed, stepping between them to broker introductions. Nyoko, this is Kankuro, Jonin of the Hidden Sand, and brother of the Kazekage, she interrupted, offering her hand. Right, the blonde Chunin was shaken by that but recovered, and continued, Kankuro, this is Nyoko Hanakata, princess of this country, the puppet master concluded for him. I've seen her file, too. Nyoko's eyes sparkled with amusement, while Uzumaki sighed in dismay. Kankuro is tracking some people who may be our kidnappers, Naruto forced out, determined to add something to the conversation. Right, so I better take a look. The sand shinobi walked over to the table. He examined the splattered oil on the table. That's why the trail went cold, he commented. They must have done a patch job here. A patch job? Hinata prompted, not the complete repair? It's not likely, he told her. With the amount of damage I did to their automatons, it would probably take close to a week to fix. That's probably why they took him. Next he moved to the shelves. At first, the sand puppeteer only looked mildly interested until his eyes fell on one of the bin. He quickly snatched out one of the small gears it held, and turned to face the other shinobi, his face showing his shock. What did you say the victim's name was? He asked quietly. We didn't, Hinata answered, but it is Nicholas. Nicholas, he sampled the name, Nicholas. It couldn't be. Kankuro, what is it? Nyoko asked. This is a torque modification gear, he held up the part. It was invented by a certain shinobi, and he was the only one to use its full potential. Before Granny Chio and Sasori, there was a puppet master named Reizu Nico. When he was active, he was nicknamed Monzaemon II. He was a master of both puppet creation and combat. Some people still say he brought back the art of puppet ninjutsu from the brink of extinction. Kankuro paused, clearing his throat. Sorry, I'm not good at explaining, I got a little off track. Anyway, Reizu Nico was a great puppet maker and shinobi until he had a mental breakdown. One day, he just couldn't kill or even fight anymore. He wanted to be decommissioned, but the third Kazekage did not want to lose his skills in making puppets. So instead, he had Reizu swear a bunch of blood oaths so he couldn't betray the land of air or teach our jutsu to other ninjas. After that, Reizu up and vanished. That was 43 years ago. And Nicholas's shop opened around the same time, Nyoko noted. So you think our toy maker and your puppet ninja are the same person? Naruto asked. If you reverse the family and given names, Hinata told him, Reizu Nico becomes Nico Reizu. Nikora's. And then there's these gears. Kankuro tossed the component back in its bin. Okay, but so what? Uzumaki asked. Remember how I just said that it would take a week to fix the puppets? Naruto nodded. Reizu Nico could do it in half that. But the real issue isn't repairs. Kankuro's eyes tightened. Part of the reason I could handle them, even though it was 3-on-1, was because their puppets were third-rate. If they can force Reizu to upgrade them, they would be a lot more than I can handle alone. It wouldn't be a stretch to say their combat power would quadruple. Naruto and Hinata exchanged worried glances. 12:01, Naruto said dejectedly, it's now officially Yuletide Eve. With the oil path Kankuro had followed gone, the three shinobi had been forced to use more traditional methods to try to find their targets. But checking with parts suppliers and talking to people living and working around Nicholas's shop had proven fruitless. No one had seen anything strange around the toy maker's business, nor had anyone recognized the descriptions of the sand rogues. After completing their canvassing, the allies regrouped in the shop, where Nyoko was waiting with 4 guards. Now what? Kankuro asked. We could try Nyoko's plan, Naruto suggested. Would you know what to look for? Hinata asked. Sort of, he grinned dubiously. Kankuro described the renegades, and Nyoko can probably tell me what Nicholas looks like. That seems like a stretch, Kankuro was unconvinced. Besides, Hinata said, you should save your chakra in case we need to fight. The blonde Chunin was ready to protest, but he shut his mouth. Okay, he agreed, man, it's too bad we can't keep following the oil trail. You must be good tracker, Kankuro, to follow some oil drips through the forests between the land of greens and here. I had some help, he admitted with an awkward chuckle. He took a small spray bottle hidden in his belt and said, "Let me show you." He took one of the splinters from the floor and scraped up a drop of the oil. He held it up in front of them and misted a small amount the blue liquid onto grease. The lubricant began to radiate orange light and smoke slightly. Man, that stinks, Naruto covered his nose. What is that, some sort of special tracking fluid? It's a cleaner, he wiped off the wooden shard to illustrate, leaving it totally unstained. I use it for maintenance on my puppets. The glow is just a side effect. Unfortunately, with the trail dried out, it's not any good. Maybe Hinata considered that, but maybe not. Naruto smelled the oil out front, even though there wasn't any to see. And now your spray amplifies that odor. Let's try it out in the shop. There might be enough particles in the air to react and let us follow them. Even with the patch. Worth a try, the Sanjonin agreed, and they all moved to the front of the store. Do you still smell it, Naruto? Hinata asked worriedly. Yeah, he answered after a few sniffs, it's still there, but it's getting fainter. Okay, then. Kankuro squirted blue cleanser near the scratches Hinata had found. Neither he, Nyoko, or the soldiers noticed any change, but Naruto's nose crinkled in disgust. He grimaced, I can still smell that. How can you stand it? It doesn't smell that bad to me, the puppet master shrugged. And I can see it, Hinata glanced back at them with silvered eyes. Kankuro betrayed a slightly shock, but said nothing. Then we can track down Nicholas, Nyoko exclaimed happily. Not we, Hinata shook her head, you have to stay here. Or even better, return to the palace. You have school today. No, we have the 19th through the 23rd off for Yuletide, she smirked, besides, I'm the client. The contract is to find Nicholas, not to indulge your sense of adventure, the mission leader told her. But last time was an exception, Naruto told her gently, we were alone, so there was no other choice. I've put too many princesses in danger like that. This time we have your guards to keep you safe. But perhaps we should contact Kentaro-san? Hinata asked harshly, or the daimyo? No, Nyoko was practically shaking in anger, but she controlled her voice, I will remain here. The three ninja left out the back door. But once they were beyond the portal, Hinata collapsed against the wall. Naruto put a comforting hand on her shoulder as she exhaled raggedly. Kankuro chuckled once, I wouldn't have thought you had it in you, girl. To stand up to a princess, especially one that's as strong-willed as I've heard Nyoko is. I knew you could, Hinata, Naruto said firmly. Lady Tsunade put me in charge, she was addressing herself as much as them, I had to do it. It was my responsibility. All right, boss, Kankuro's voice was only slightly mocking, shall we see if we can pick up the trail? Naruto shot him a mildly nasty look, but Hinata pushed herself back upright, her composure recovered. Yes, she answered, again activating the Suijin Byakugan, go ahead. They were fortunate it was so early in the day, and the streets were still empty. Even with Naruto's nose and Hinata's eyes, it was far from an easy task. The traces of oil grew further apart, and they had to move slowly. And there was the practical limit, Kankuro's supply of the cleaner was limited after the tracking he had already done. After almost 5 hours, the trail went totally dead, but Kankuro and Hinata agreed that they had probably found the hideout. Naruto, however, remained dubious. An abandoned factory? Naruto protested quietly, on the off chance they were right, come on, do you think these guys subscribe to cliched villains quarterly? It isn't abandoned, Hinata shook her head, this company makes summer toys, like beach balls and swimming flippers. It is natural they would be mostly shut down for the winter. But they might still have designers working on next year's models. Naruto pondered that, and Kankuro tossed in his 2 ryo. Clichés are cliché for a reason, he told the dubious younger man, this place has to have workshops, and tools, and supplies, but like Hinata said it's closed down for the winter. If someone heard some noise or saw some lights, they'd probably just write it off. Well, then, let's check it out, Naruto agreed, looking more suspiciously at the large brick structure. The temporary trio had lighted to the roof next door for their debate, and to get the lay of the land. After convincing the rebellious junior, the shinobi leapt silently to the other roof. They prowled soundlessly around the edge of the building until Hinata signaled for a stop. She stared down at the ground, her face softening. Then she hopped down to the packed earth 3 stories below. The boys followed suit, and when they landed, the Hyuga heiress pointed to a dark red spot in the dust, spilling out from one of the large shipping doors. Blood? Kankuro mouthed wordlessly, and the brilliant-eyed Kunoichi nodded. There are 2 bodies on the other side of this door, she whispered. Based on their clothes and equipment, I think they may have been guards. Damn, Naruto cursed. Do you see them? The sand ninja pressured. No, Hinata stared intently at the building, moving her head from side to side as if scanning, instinctually, even if the Byakugan made the action unnecessary. Then she paused, focusing on the 2nd floor, to the left of where they stood. There is something odd up there, she said softly, unsure. It's a 2-part office, right next to the 2nd-story workshop floor. Something about it looks wrong, but there isn't a genjutsu. It's almost like a mirage in the desert, but I can't. A holographic barrier ninjutsu, Kankuro said slowly, as if admitting a secret. Unlike a genjutsu that affects the target's eyes or mind, this jutsu is much more difficult to pierce because it directly manipulates the light passing through the air. It's also much harder to use. In that case, Hinata's eyes squinted, and the surrounding veins pulsed angrily. Ah, she cried out quietly, and when Naruto looked into her face, he saw a spot of red spreading in her left cornea. She slumped slightly, as her irises returned to normal. Hinata, are you okay? He asked carefully, taking her hand. I think I pushed a little too hard, she admitted, but I was able to see past the weaving. There are 4 people in there, 3 men and 1 woman. 2 of the men are sleeping in the outer room, and the woman is standing guard. The last man appears to be working alone in the inner office. I think that must be Nicholas. So what are we waiting for? Naruto asked. Hinata shook her head. I think, she started cautiously, but then she paused, and started again more firmly. We need to rescue the hostage first. Once he is safe, we can help Kankuro defeat the renegades. Do you agree? Despite his earlier half-taunt, Hinata knew she had no authority over the higher-ranked sand ninja, so she sought his approval. That will works for me, he told her. Heck, I might not even need your help, but I'm certainly not going to turn it down either. Hinata, do you see any traps? Naruto asked, and his paramour answered in the negative. The hologram is also an alarm, Kankuro warned. If we disrupt the altered flow of the light, whoever created the jutsu will know. What if we go into the room from above? Their leader asked, and the puppeteer considered that. Hinata dug 3 kunai into the wooden floor, and secured cords to them. Naruto drew kitsune, and used its wind chakra blade to slice a hole in the floor around the blades. Hinata silently lifted the cutout free, and set it gently beside her. Impatient as always, Naruto popped his head down the hole. An elderly man sat at a large table. He was slender, and his white hair was thinning. His face was lined with age and with stress. He also had a purple, partially scabbed gash over his right temple. He pulled back from his task, and Naruto saw defeat and exhaustion in his gentle brown eyes. On the table was a partially disassembled puppet, basically human-shaped, but with 3 legs. And its hands and feet were replaced by enlarged spearheads. That's new, Kankuro's harsh voice was touched with worry. Before that mannequin just had spears for hands. Then we better get him out of there, quick, Naruto whispered back. But this time he waited for Hinata's signal before leaping in. She nodded, and he hopped down. When the toymaker saw him, he started to shout, but quickly closed his mouth instead. Nicholas-san? Naruto whispered. The elder gentleman nodded. We were sent to rescue you, Hinata said, landing beside her partner. Come on, Uzumaki said, glancing nervously at the door. I can't, the craftsman shook his head. Why not? Naruto hissed. Hinata scanned him, looking for some sort of restraints or jutsu. There were none, but she noticed something else. Your right leg is severely broken, she told him. They broken it when I tried to escape, he agreed, but that is not the reason. They have a list of a group of children. They said they would kill the children if I did not help them. Hinata gasped, and Naruto growled, the kids you're gonna give presents to tonight? So you know about that, too. He looked at them, but his hands continued to work. Then you must understand. I cannot allow anything to happen to those children. They have promised if I finish the upgrades on their puppets, they will leave the children alone. They might, Kankuro agreed, dropping into the room, but there's no way they're letting you live. Another sand ninja, the toy maker looked hard at Kankuro. Do you disagree with your comrades, then? Comrades? Kankuro sniffed, hardly. Those three are traitors. And that damage you're repairing? I caused it, Reizuniko Dono. The craftsman's eyes went wide, but after a moment he sighed sadly. I was afraid that might be the case. But you are also incorrect, Sand Ninja. My name is not Reizuniko. It is Nicholas II. Reizuniko was my father. That is impossible. Kankuro shook his head. Reizuniko had no children before leaving the Sunagakure. And you are too old to have been born after he settled here. Only now did the artist pause in his enhancement. He set down his awl and hammer and passed his hands before his face. After his fingers slid away, he appeared much younger, with thick brown hair and smooth skin. He appeared to be in his late 20s or early 30s. But the injury over his temple remained. I use a transformation to wear my father's appearance to keep his legacy alive. So he taught you ninjutsu. Kankuro's eyes had a dangerous shine, not unlike the one that used to possess Gaara. Not really, the toy maker resumed his tinkering, not noticing or not caring, transformation to look like him, a few stealth techniques to deliver the Yuletide gifts, and, of course, puppet making. Nothing that violated his oaths. The sand shinobi nodded, temporarily mollified. We should hurry, Hinata urged. I have already told you, I cannot leave. His voice was soft, but determined. He closed up the panels on the puppet. No matter happens to me, I will not put those children at risk. Even if it means my own death. Oh, you need not worry about that, a deep, gravely voice said behind them. Even as the three teens reacted, the puppet rose from the table and flew back to its owner. The short, bulky kunoichi looked over her modified marionette with a canny yet pleased expression on her face. Her narrow eyes were a reddish-orange, and her carefully shaped hair had streaks of green and yellow. Her face was one of sculptured beauty, but there was something unsettling about the way she cocked her head. We would never waste a craftsman such as yourself, she told the toy maker and Hinata's team. After we have dispatched your would-be rescuers, we will remove you to a more secure location. There, you can upgrade my brother's undamaged puppets, and then begin to create additional weapons for us. Once that task is complete, we can begin to assemble an army of lesser puppeteers. Why do they all want to take over the world? Kankuro groaned. Cliched villains quarterly, Hinata remembered with a slight grin. Naruto chuckled in agreement. Mock if you think it will help you, she shrugged calmly, your weakness cannot be hidden by mere words. Sis, one of two male rogues whispered loudly, you do know who they are, right? Kankuro, we have fought before, and we are stronger now, she glared at her underlings, his underlings are of no consequence. She looked back at the leaf and sand trio, and addressed them, shall we take this out to the main floor? I doubt you want Master Nicholas harmed any more than we do. Were they like this before? Hinata asked as they complied. Pretty much, Kankuro answered, she likes to talk all fancy, and give orders. Januchi, you will fight the little waif. She relies on ranged attacks, so dart and bolt can tie her up in close combat. Honda, you fight the blonde idiot, his brute strength will be worthless against Block's improved defenses. I wish to see how Kankuro's broken-down relics compare to the improved Star-chan and Moon-chan. The two men exchanged worried glances, but nevertheless moved as instructed. Januchi, the one who had tried to warn their leader, circled away, focusing his attention on Hinata. He was taller than the kunoichi, but so painfully thin he appeared to weigh less. He touched the tattoos on forearms, summoning forth his combat puppets. They were a matched set, both shaped like slightly humanoid cats, 4 feet long, bipedal, though hunched forwards. Each automaton had 3-fingered hands at the end of each limb, and a foot-long blade at the end of its tail. Hinata allowed him to draw her away, curious how her ranged attacks would work. The former sand ninja swung his arms forward, and both of the marionettes jerked towards her aggressively. Honda was only a few inches shorter than Janucci, but weighed at least twice as much. Despite his flab, he moved smoothly and quickly as he conjured his puppet out of a spear. Block lived up to its name, with a massive, stone, rectangular body. Its upper arms, legs, and even its head were square. Its lower arms and legs were more rounded, but its hands folded into perfect metal cubes. Even as Star took up position before her controller, the renegade Kunoichi brought forth her second puppet. Moon was another female humanoid puppet, with a crescent moon sword, and a shield emblazoned with the surface of the moon. Hinata observed the feline puppets carefully through her Byakugan. She could see their gears and chains, and also the streams of chakra directing their movements. Dart bolted straight for her chest, while Bolt darted around to hamstring her from behind. Hinata easily ducked under the high attack, and just before the low attack struck her, she tapped the clawed hand with her gentle fist. The blades retracted as the apparatus holding them in place was dislodged, and the entire hand fell limp as the line of power directing it was severed at the same time. The Hyuga heiress continued her controlled fall, pushing her elbow gently into Dart's chest, dislodging part of its spine, and making its back leg spasm. The puppet tumbled over her aimlessly, and its controller struggled to make it stand again. Not willing to let her gain too much initiative, Janucci directed Bolt to slash out at her with its razor-edged tail. Out of position for a forearm strike, Hinata instead flipped up onto her hands and spun around with her feet extended. Byakugan art, 8 trigram Sol's heavenly spin, she exclaimed, expelling chakra from her feet and violently knocking both puppets away from her. No one can get past Block, Honda boasted, maneuvering the giant automaton between himself and younger Leaf Ninja. But Uzumaki just smirked. No one, huh? The blonde Chunin put his hands together, then how about 10? Shadow clone jutsu. Crap. 5 Narutos went to Block and Honda's left, and the other 5 ran to the right. After an instant of indecision, Honda slung Block at the group to the left. Though it clipped 4 of the clones, only 1 was destroyed. Even as the statue-like puppet began to move back to the other set of clones, the 4 remaining duplicates grabbed onto it, slowing the stone and steel golem down. It managed to reach the closest Naruto, and with a swung that would have impressed Tsunade, slammed the clone on its right arm into the other facsimile, causing both to disappear in matched explosions. The next closest Naruto from the right-hand set turned back to help his 3 comrades hanging on for dear, if temporary, life. But the remaining 3 Narutos closed the distance, and Honda was forced to both use his talisman spear to defend himself and keep control of Block. The 4 versions of the blonde Chunin each clung to one of the puppet's limbs, trying to slow it down while at the same time preventing it from eliminating them. Kankuro noted with dismay that Crow's lower left arm was reacting slowly, even as his first puppet discharged a spray of needles at his enemy. Moon jumped in the way of the attack, and the thin spikes bounced off the doll's shield. He had done his best to repair the massive damage dealt to the trio by Sasori, but feared he had failed to fully restore his mechanical allies. Even if he had done a perfect job, they had taken some knocks in the previous battle, and he had not had the time to fix them. Black Ant moved forward, the saw blades in its 6 arms aimed at Star from all sides. But the newly enhanced puppet dug one of her spear-like feet into the factory's wooden floor, and while balancing on that post, deflected Ant's attacks with her other 4 limbs. The traitor's hand darted forward, and her 2 puppets each discharged a sextet of shuriken at Kankuro. The shape of the blades matched each puppet's name. Star used 5-pointed shuriken, while Moon fired crescent-shaped blades. Salamander appeared at the last instant, blocking the attack with its armored frills. Dart flopped like a fish out of water as Janucci tried to get its spine back into alignment. At the same time, Bolt sparred with Hinata, trying desperately to keep her away from its controller, and from disabling it as she had its twin. But just as she had a clear shot at the marionette's right shoulder, she was knocked away as Honda and Block barreled into her, when the shadow clone still trying to dig a kunai into the puppet's left elbow. Joe, switched with me, Honda said softly. But Sis said. I know what Anzu-san said, the heavier ninja barked, still trying not to be heard by their leader, but she hasn't been right in the head ever since Sasori-sama kidnapped the Kazakage. I mean, all this stuff about calling her Sis? You might think it's kinky, but to me, it's just nuts. Maybe, the taller warrior wavered, fear showing in his voice, but if we don't follow her orders. If we finish these two, she won't care if they switched on us during the fight. Right, realization filled Janucci's eyes, and he smirked. Then he pulled his puppets back, having Bolt crack Dart's artificial vertebrae back into place in the process. Then both of the speedy automatons jumped forward to intercept the incoming Narutos. The remaining clones were destroyed in the blink of an eye, and Uzumaki was knocked to the side. If that's how you want it, fine, Janucci declared loudly, before winking at his teammate. What now, Missy? Honda sneered as Hinata dodged Block's heavy overhand punch. The wooden floor splintered from the attack, showing darkened room underneath. Block won't give one wood about your fancy gentle fist, he continued. As she observed the massive construct, she was forced to agree. Block's inner workings were buried under thick layers of stone and metal armor, too deep for her specialized taijutsu to reach. Though she was fast enough to avoid the marionette's attacks, it thwarted her attempt to dodge around. She considered using shadow clones, but remembered it had taken Naruto 9 clones to get 3 around Block. Even though she was quicker than her beloved, Hinata knew creating the 5 or 6 clones it would take her to get past would be dangerous for her chakra reserves, especially considering how much she had used her Byakugan over the last 15 hours. She watched carefully for an opening as she pondered her options. Go ahead, kid, Janucci taunted, come after me with your clones. My puppets will take them apart as fast as you can make them. He sent the felines out, 7 of 8 sets of claws extended. Naruto slid past most of the slashes, but Dart's left rear leg tagged him, slicing through his jacket and grazing his right arm and side. How about I just break your toys? Instead, the Leaf Shinobi shot back, unconcerned. In one clean motion, he drew Kitsune, and in his left hand, he formed a Rasengan. Without waiting for any kind of answer, he followed Dart, swinging his weapon at the same spot Hinata had previously struck on the puppet's chest. Janucci brought Dart's tail up to block, but the staff blade shattered the cheap steel of the feline's bladed tail, and continued unimpeded to the puppet's chest. As Dart again was thrown to the side, Bolt moved in to cover its partner. However, Naruto was prepared, and caught Bolt's extended hand with his Rasengan, grinding away the marionette's thumb and first finger. The Sand Renegade withdrew both puppets, looking for another opening. You will be made to pay for what you did to Star-chan before, Anzu informed Kankuro. Moon jumped forward, blocking Crow's knives with her shield, and angling her sword for the second joint in the other puppet's lower left arm. The chakra-hardened bronze blade dug into the ridge, carving though one of the gears. Kankuro responded by have Crow wrapped both of his left limbs around Moon's sword and wrist, trapping the celestial marionette. Meanwhile, Black Ant and Salamander attempted to coral Star so one of the 2 hollow automatons could trap her. But the multi-legged construct was quick and continued to fire star-shaped shuriken at Kankuro. In return, he was forced to use either Ant or Salamander to block, which made it easier for Star to continue evading. When he saw an opening, Kankuro drew a pair of kunai and threw them both at Anzu directly. But the traitorous Jonin was not surprised, and displayed her prowess by catching the blades in the strings that controlled Star and Moon. The move forced her to withdraw the puppets slightly, and the Kazakage's brother took advantage. He gestured forcefully with his fingers, and Black Ant flew through the air, catching Moon while she was out of position. His 6 hands forced her into his chest cavity, even as Crow's limbs started to detach. Secret black art, Iron Maiden, Kankuro proclaimed as Crow's hidden blades stabbed into the slots in Ant's torso. Once all of the blades had pierced the casket, Crow started to reassemble, and Kankuro smirked as his opponent as he started to plan Star's destruction. But before he could attack, Ant's body began to jerk and rumble. The trapping puppet could no longer contain it, and the imperfect sphere burst forth, taking one of Ant's panels with it. The miniature moon had a number of new scratches on the cratered surface, where the shield did not cover. But Moon unfolded herself with only superficial damage. I think our toy maker may have surpassed his famous father, Anzu purred, an incredible prize indeed. Hinata was in a pinch. Nothing she had tried had made any impact on Block. Even her Rasengan had only marred the surface of the reinforced puppet. She grimaced as Block grazed her with a punch. She knew she was lucky nothing was broken from even the glancing blow. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Hinata split in two, hoping one of her could get through to Honda. But Block's arms swung independently, and it hit both of the girls. The copy exploded, and Hinata cried out in pain as she tumbled to the floor. Hinata. Naruto tried to break away to help her, but Dart and Bolt circled around, keeping him at bay. I'm okay, Hinata grimaced as she stood, but nothing is working. Not even the Rasengan. Maybe it's time to break out your new jutsu. But I've never used it in battle before, she stammered, and there's no earth here. There's gotta be a first time, he shouted, clocking Dart upside the head with Kitsune, and that guy has all the earth you need. He pointed, and Hinata realized he was talking about the stone and clay that made up Block. She nodded, her face firm. All right, I'll give it a try, she began signing even as she charged Block. Ashiainu Hitsuji, she announced as she signaled ox, boar, dog, rabbit, and ram. Byakugan art, primordial chakra jutsu. Hinata landed on Block's chest, and pushed her right palm into the rocky panel. The granite began to glow reddish-purple, and a mass of visible, magenta chakra exploded from the puppet. It traveled back down the control strings, and struck Honda. He howled in agony, and then collapsed to the floor, dropping his spear. At the same instant, Block went limp. Why do you do, Tommy? The thick puppeteer mumbled, struggling back up to his knees. I combined my chakra with the chakra in the stone, creating an interference wave I can send through the ground, or along an existing chakra path, she told him. It's kinda like getting hit with an 8-trigram 64 palms all at once, Naruto confided from experience. It overwhelms your muscles and chakra points. Honda grabbed Block's control element, but could not muster the chakra to move the golem, and so ended up just leaning on the spear. Hinata exhaled, forcing the exhaustion from her face as she turned to help Naruto. But there was no need. Dart could no longer straighten its head after the last blow, and it was missing its right arm from the elbow down. Bolt had fared slightly better, the only major damage was the missing fingers from Naruto's first Rasengan attack. Janucci had been starting to look desperate as his enemy dismantled the first of his puppets, but now that Hinata was closing in, his near panic became resigned resolve. He pulled the rings connected to the puppet's thread off his fingers and raised his hands in defeat. As the 6 bands hit the ground, his puppets too went slack. I give up, he told them, I didn't sign on for this. Honda nodded his head. What do you mean? Hinata asked. Anzu lied to us, he answered, stepping slowly away from his weapons to prove his words. After the Kazekage returned, and we learned Sasori-sama was dead, she started to get strange. One day, she told us we had a mission and we left the village. But like I said, she lied. Before we figured out what was going on, we had already been declared rogues. Sis told us if we went back, we were dead anyway, so we stayed with her. That's why you two convinced her to running instead of trying to finish, Kankuro added, remembering how Janucci had caught him with the reeds. Yeah, the penitent ninja nodded, we didn't want to kill a comrade, but we didn't think you would listen to us either. Traitors! Anzu shouted. She broke away from Kankuro. She took off at top speed, and for a moment, they thought she was going to run. But once she was past Naruto, she veered back. She stopped in front of Honda, and snatched the spear from his hands. With a fluid motion, she spun the blade around, and jammed it into his disabled underling's heart. Even as Block sprang back to life, she turned to face the sand and leaf allies, blood dripping from the point of the weapon. The puppets closed ranks around her, and she grinned viciously at them. I apologize for the interruption, she said evenly, shall we continue? Hinata stepped defensively in front of Janucci, but continued to watch him carefully through her Byakugan. Naruto took up position by Kankuro, who was attempting to determine the extent of the damage to Black Ant without lowering his guard. I never expected you two to be such a disappointment, Anzu told her surviving minion, even as she positioned her automatons. Block angled to attack Kankuro, Star faced off against Hinata, while Moon prepared to intercept Naruto. But now you will see the full power of Sasori's daughter. Her show of elegance was cracking, and she all but cackled her proclaimed lineage. Her fingers twitched around Block's spear, and Star and Moon fired blades at Naruto and Hinata. Fuga dodged the shuriken, while Naruto knocked them away with kitsune and a kunai he had drawn in his left hand. The largest puppet trudged inexorably towards the loyal sand shinobi. Kankuro caused Crow and Ant to fire needles at the golem, but they bounced off without so much as a scratch. He knew his poison attacks would do nothing to the puppet warrior, leaving him with the dubious option of melee combat. Having caught glimpses of Naruto's fight with Block, he estimated that Crow and Black Ant's constriction powers could similarly slow the large puppet down. He was less sure their blades could inflict enough damage to disable their opponent. Unlike Kankuro's puppets, Moon made no noise as she raised her exaggerated scimitar to salute Naruto. But the blonde Chunin did not move his staff blade out of position, staring intently at puppet swordswoman. She stepped forward, stabbing directly for his heart. He caught the curved blade with his straight weapon and used the momentum to launch a spin kick at Moon. The marionette raised her shield and caught Naruto's foot on the edge. The round guard sliced almost entirely through his open-toed sandal, and the teen realized the shield was for more than just defense. He stepped back, thankfully she had only hit his shoe, not his foot. With this new information, he adjusted his style slightly, bringing his kunai up horizontally in front of his chest. Star danced after Hinata on her right and center legs, while attacking the young woman with her third leg and both arms. Unfortunately, only Star's oversized spearheads were coming close to Hinata, and they contained no mechanisms or chakra streams, so the Hyuga heiress could not use her gentle fist to disrupt the puppet. She took a deep gash on the back of her left hand, and fell back a few more steps to think. But Anzu did not give her the chance, pressing the puppet forward. 8 trigrams empty palm, Hinata breathed, jabbing her right hand out, palm first. The burst of chakra threw the puppet away, the points of her feet scraping the floor. To keep from falling, Star planted her third foot and leaned into the attack. In the end, the marionette was forced back only half as far as Hinata had expected, and was still standing. Kankuro had an idea, one so stupidly inspired, it might have come directly from Naruto. When in the land of fire, he murmured to himself. Both Crow and Black Ant dove forward, each wrapping their multiple extendable arms around both of Block's legs. The stony puppet continued to try to walk forward, but was held fast. Both of Kankuro's puppets strained against the superior strength of Honda's puppet. Kankuro gestured again, and Salamander barreled forward. It jumped, and instead of simply landing on Block's chest, it jumped again, pushing off with all 4 feet. With its legs tied, Block could not resist Salamander's weight and fell backwards. Crow and Ant quickly detached themselves, and the moving statue landed heavily on its back, shaking the whole floor. The clumsy automaton endeavored to stand, but Crow, Ant, and Salamander continued to strike at its limbs, keeping it down. "Now what?" he asked her tauntingly. While his trio kept Block neutralized, he drew out more kunai, and threw them at his opponent. Anzu snorted, knocking the blades down. She slid her right hand to the middle if the spear. Block vanished, while Moon slashed at Naruto's neck with her sword, and his thighs with her shield. As Uzumaki blocked with his 2 weapons, she moved her left hand to meet her right. In the process, Block reappeared, one of its feet pinning Salamander. The same move caused Star to put her 5 limbs together into one large point, and launch at Hinata like a drill. "Hinata!" Naruto shouted as the puppet tore into her chest. But the expected spray of blood never appeared, instead Hinata exploded in a cloud of smoke, and a splintered desk was left in her place. Substitution? Anzu's head darted from side to side, while Star regained her feet. "Where is she?" But Hinata did not reappear, and Anzu directed Star to flank Naruto. Hinata landed in place of the desk, in the outer office. She quickly padded over to the door, and watched the fight, hoping for some sort of opening. The movement was mostly redundant, thanks to her enhanced vision, but she looked through the gap anyway as a matter of training and instinct. "Hinata-san," Nicholas called softly to her. She ignored him, worrying as Star stabbed at Naruto. Her beloved caught the spear with his throwing blade, but was pushed closer to Moon. "Please, Hinata-san, I need to speak to you," the toymaker's voice grew more insistent. Against her better judgment she backed away from the door, and moved closer to the hostage. "You are Hinata Hyuga, correct?" Nicholas asked, "of the Hyuga clan? Possessor of the Byakugan?" She nodded, and he exhaled in relief. Then we may be able to help your friends, he told her. I am not particularly naive or stupid. When I was repairing and enhancing Star, Moon, and Block, I gave them a weakness. Hinata's eyes flared slightly, but she did not speak. The toy maker held up a small copper pin, just over 2 inches in length. Each of those puppets has a keystone pin, just like this, he explained. If you can remove, or even break it, those 3 will no longer function correctly. Hinata studied the pin for a moment, and then muttered a soft, "Thank you." "Do not thank me. I should have done more. Or maybe I should have done less." Though she felt for him, Hinata could not spare him any words. She was already moving closer to the battle, studying the marionettes for this weak spot. Salamander's chest groaned in protest as Block leaned forward, putting more weight on to the reptilian puppet. Crow and Black Ant had each snared one of Block's arms, and were pulling back as hard as they could, trying to keep the behemoth from crushing their counterpart. Star jabbed with 3 of her limbs in a vertical line. Naruto blocked the attack, but the topmost spear was the least deflected and it struck his left shoulder. Uzumaki somersaulted backwards to avoid Moon's sword. He landed behind the lunar puppet, and quickly lashed out with a 3/4 complete Rasengan. Moon turned back far enough to catch the attack on her shield. The spiraling orb marred the surface of the disc, and pushed part of the dome inwards, but ultimately unraveled before it could destroy the barrier. Anzu was shocked, and then annoyed when she noticed the damage. She gestured angrily, and Block swung its arm backwards, catching Crow under the jaw, and knocking him into the ceiling. At the same instant, Star and Moon both attacked Naruto from all quarters, left, right, high, and low. Hinata was moving even as Naruto ducked down, blocking Moon's shield with Kitsune and sacrificing his right leg to Star. As she zipped towards the battle, she formed a Rasengan. As she reached Naruto and the 2 automatons facing him, she grabbed Moon's left shoulder with her left hand, and drilled the Rasengan in her right hand into the small of Moon's back. Not as heavily armored as Block, the swordswoman puppet's back armor was shredded away, and when the hole was large enough, Hinata released the 4th Hokage's jutsu, and the hand that had held the sphere dove inside the puppet. With a slight grunt of effort, she yanked her limb free, clutching a small copper pin between her thumb and first 2 fingers. As Hinata tossed the pin away, Moon's actions became distorted, and her previously silent workings began to grind and clank. "What did you do to Moon-chan?" Anzu howled, her ragged eyes turning a deeper red. She gestured broadly, and Star swung wildly at Hinata, but Naruto easily blocked the simplistic attack. "I found a vulnerability in each of them," Hinata told Naruto, "a place where a number of important parts come together. We need to help Kankuro, but Block's weak spot is on the left side of his head, and I can't get through his armor." He stepped behind her to cut off the stellar marionette again, and then said, "I think I have a plan." He whispered a few words in her ear, and Hinata took off towards Block. Naruto tried to follow, but Star cartwheeled in front of the leaf Chunin, and he had to stop short to avoid losing a foot. Block continued to put its weight on Salamander. The behemoth had also caught one of Crow's arms, and was beginning to swing Crow at Black Ant like a flail. Hinata ducked under the improvised weapon, and ran up Block's left leg, stopping on his chest. "Ashiainu you," she signaled again, but Anzu cut her off, plunging the spear into the ground and releasing it. "I won't fall for that trick," she exclaimed regally. "If I'm not connected to Block, then your jutsu won't work." But Hinata just grinned in satisfaction as her backpack exploded. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto was already incanting as his transformation ended. The duplicate fighting star let himself get tagged to return a portion of his chakra to the original Uzumaki. Naruto held back his right hand, and the new copy began to jab at the space above his palm. As he and his clone darted the remainder of the way up Block's chest, a green orb formed. "Futon, Rasengan," both Narutos shouted, and he thrust the sphere into the side of Block's head. The wind-enhanced sphere did what none of their other attacks could, ripping past the steel and granite armor like tissue paper, exposing the mechanics underneath. Hinata stepped past Naruto, and extracted Block's keystone as well. "Look out," Kankuro warned. With neither direction from Anzu, nor the pin locking it in position, Block was no longer putting any force on Salamander, and the reptile puppet pushed Behemoth onto its back again. Naruto and Hinata leapt away, landing on either side of the immobile giant. "You wretched little girl!" Anzu shouted, "Look what you did to Block Kuan and Moonchan. I will make you suffer, just like they did." While they had dealt with Block, she had collected Moon's sword and shield. She had also moved Star away, so they could not disable her last puppet. Panting with rage, she charged Hinata, brandishing both weapons. Her mad dash left a single perfect opening, and without a twinge of regret, the Hyuga heiress exploited the weakness. Slipping around the sharpened shield, she plunged her glowing fingers at Anzu's left breast. The gentle fist severed a vein in the puppeteer's chakra network and stopped her heart. Anzu looked at Hinata with surprised, glassy eyes and unexpectedly gave a jerk forward. Then a line of blood began to flow out of the right-hand corner of her mouth. As she collapsed backward, they could see Star, curled into her drill position, all 5 spears buried deep in Anzu's back. "She tried the same trick on me," Kankuro said, charging in, hiding Star behind her, then ducking away at the last minute. "I guess she didn't count on you being able to stop her cold like that." The loyal puppeteer disconnected her from the puppet and laid the body on the floor. He then quickly retrieved Block's spear and Star and Moon scrolls. She wasn't really Sasori's daughter. Janucci looked regretful as he walked slowly over to his fallen leader. "I checked it out, she was born 11 months after he left the Sunagakure. And there was no evidence of her mother having any sort of contact with him. I don't know if someone told her that he was her dad, or if she decided it for herself. I wanted to tell her, but I never could. I was too afraid." Kankuro banished Block, Star, and Moon back to their respective talismans. Then he placed the scrolls and spear, along with dart and bolt, into Black Ant's damaged compartment. After recalling the 6-armed marionette, he moved Anzu and Honda's bodies into Salamander, before storing that puppet as well. Kankuro, Nicholas called for the younger man's attention. While Gaara's brother had been doing the work of a hunter ninja, the Leaf Shinobi had collected their target. The toy maker was leaning on Naruto to make up for his damaged leg. The Sand Ninja finished putting regular handcuffs on his prisoner and turned his attention back to the craftsman. "After you finish your mission, if you can return here, it would be my honor to help you repair your puppets," the injured civilian offered. "I just might take you up on that," the Kazakage's brother said carefully, and then raised his hand in departure. "Naruto, Hinata, thanks for the help. See ya around." "Wait," Janucci interrupted insistently. The prisoner reached into his pocket and removed a slip of paper, which he handed to the toy maker. "Your list," he explained. "I hoped if Anzu didn't have it on her, she might forget about it." "Thank you," Nicholas said sincerely, grimacing as he bowed slightly. "Mr. Nicholas," Nyoko was ecstatic when Naruto helped the toy maker through the door. Before they had left the factory, Nicholas had resumed his father's appearance. The 2 shinobi had wanted to take him to a hospital, but he insisted on returning to his shop first. As soon as they entered, Hinata drew Kentaro away, quietly informing him what had occurred. The princess ran over to the 2 men. "What's wrong?" she asked, immediately noticing the craftsman could not stand on his own. "My leg is broken," he told her. "You mean they broke it?" She recognized he was specifically withholding blame. He did not acknowledge that. "So where are they?" She turned her ire on to Naruto. "2 of them are dead. The 3rd surrendered, and Kankuro is taking him back to the hidden sand," he answered directly. "Good," she said fiercely. Then her face softened, and she said, "Too bad Kankuro couldn't say goodbye." "You sure got over me fast," Naruto needled, feeling he was due at least that. I like Hinata," she shrugged, "but if she ever dumps you." She smirked at him, and he just shook his head in false dismay. The princess turned her attention back to the toy maker. "You should be in the hospital," she chided. "What if you have internal injuries? And why didn't you take him to a doctor?" She rounded on Naruto again. "I am in no immediate danger," Nicholas informed her. "My captors wanted to prevent my escape, but could not risk my life. She was very careful and deliberate about how she injured me. And I told Naruto-san and Hinata-san to bring me here, Nyoko-sama." "Why?" Nyoko managed a determined look despite her confusion. Nicholas removed the slip of paper from his pocket. "My deliveries," he answered softly. "I am in no shape to be sneaking around tonight, so I will need to make them this afternoon." "But..." Nyoko was crestfallen, but it won't be the same. Perhaps, but this is the way it has to be, he told her. Unless, Hinata returned, as Nyoko's head bodyguard dispatched the 2 soldiers who had been watching the shop. Unless? Nyoko parroted insistently. Unless we deliver the gifts for Nicholas, Hinata said. What? Both the toymaker and the princess were shocked by the suggestion. Yeah, Naruto agreed, we could be Nicholas's little helpers, just this once. Nyoko, you hired us to preserve the wonder and joy of Nicholas's secret late-night visits, Hinata reminded, this is the next logical part of that mission. It isn't a bad idea, the daimyo's daughter nodded, if Mr. Nicholas agrees. The 3 teens looked at the disguised gift-giver intently. He, in turn, studied the 2 chunin carefully. It appears I have no other option, he relented. The toymaker had given them a quick rundown of his methods, and handed them the list. Afterwards, they were left with more than 10 hours until the deliveries were to begin. With only the slightest prompting, they agreed to spend the rest of the day with Nyoko, especially after learning that her parents were away on diplomatic business. Though she attempted to impress them with the palace and a 5-star dinner, they could tell she was really just happy not to be alone, to be spending some time with friends. Naruto and Hinata arrived back at the safe house just before 2 a.m. Yuletide morning, tired, yet pleased. Uzumaki yawned expansively, realizing he had been awake for almost 40 hours. His girlfriend could not help but get caught up in the reflex. It looks like we won't make it back to the village in time for Yuletide, Hinata said, after recovering control of her lungs. Yeah, Naruto rubbed the back of his head, sorry you won't get to see your family, or your other friends today. But Hinata shook her head with a slight smile, and her voice was contented as she told him, this mission was special. And we're together, that's all I need. Then she realized what she had said, and blushed fiercely. Naruto rubbed his head again with an embarrassed grin. Then he hit his hand into his fist. Oh yeah, I almost forgot, he exclaimed. He opened his backpack, shifted aside his spare jacket, and pulled out a medium-size, wrapped box. The paper was dark blue, with silver bells and candles, and the skill of the wrapping was still rough, but a significant improvement over his previous attempt. I didn't think we'd make it back in time, so I brought this with, he explained as he thrust the box towards her. Happy Yuletide, Hinata. She took the gift nervously. She carefully removed the paper again and set it aside. The box was of the simple and unadorned style used to wrap clothing. But the mass of the present was too great to be an item of cotton or silk, and as she shifted the box, the Hyuga heiress heard a metallic clink. She slit the tape holding the top on with her fingernail and lifted the lid. Inside were 2 metal plates, right around 1 foot long, and tapered so that one end was 3 inches wide, while the opposite end was 4 inches wide. The tablets were raised and rounded around the outside edge, and each had the Konoha leaf inscribed in the center. Hinata was confused. Though they were beautiful, she could not fathom their purpose beyond decoration. In addition, they were light for their size, and resting high in the box, further mystifying the girl. As she removed one of the panels, she understood. The underside of the panel had metal bars, long ways, just inside the shaped edge. Inside the hollow this created was a thin silk pad. And attached to the bars were 3 sets of leather straps, the first 2 pairs crisscrossing, while the third stretched directly to the other side. These are kote, she told him, you bought me forearm guards? Bought, made. Naruto shrugged, and her look of amazement grew. How did you know? She asked. I'm not totally dense, he looked slightly offended, I've seen you looking at the store. And I know other taijutsu specialists have some sort of bracers to block weapons. Niji has those heavy leather pads built into his sleeves, and lead straps his staff parts to his wrists. And then there is your weapon dilemma. What? His girlfriend tilted her head in confusion. Grandma Tsunade has been after you to choose a weapon for your Jonin trials. Even if you don't ever use it, like Niji and his tonfa, or Choji and his mace, he looked smug, but you have been focusing on your new taijutsu styles, and if I'm right, you're getting almost as good as Lee. No, I'm not, she objected blushing. He just smiled indulgently at her. Either way, I did some checking, and there are some precedents for using kota as a ninja weapon. If you start wearing these, and use them for some backhand and forearm strikes, you should have an S-rank weapon in no time. Hinata lifted the other bracer and marveled at its lightness. She strapped the pair to her wrists and swung her arms experimentally. The kote were a comforting presence on her arms and did not impair her movement in any way. Naruto, these are far too good for a Yuletide gift, she chided quietly. Yuletide gifts were generally tokens, small and inexpensive. Really, he pretended to be surprised, I guess I'm not used to the whole gift exchange thing. Even without her Kekkai Jinkai, she could see through the excuse, but she decided to let it pass. You made these? She asked, remembering his earlier protest. Yup. I guess you could say they're Kitsune's little sisters. What's their name? Naruto suddenly grimaced, closing his eyes in thought. I never gave them one. Maybe you should. She considered it for a minute, looking at their shimmering surfaces and running her pointer finger over the smoothly embossed logo. Jin Maki, she sampled the words and liked the sound, they are Jin Maki. Okay, Jin Maki it is, Naruto smirked in approval, now you need to channel your chakra into them. Focus on the leaves. She followed his directions, and the spiral carvings began to glow. They are tied to you, he explained, they will only work for you. And for me, since I made them. He grew excited as he started to instruct, so if you channel your earth chakra into the leaves, you can reinforce their structure so they can block almost anything. And if you put lightning chakra. Naruto, she interrupted him, holding out a small package, I brought your gift too. He took the present, instantly recognizing the shape and weight of a CD case. He opened it to reveal a dance music collection. Thanks, Hinata, he told her happily. But then he noticed something. Oh man, the plastic has been cut, he told her, I hope the disc isn't scratched. He tore off the remaining manufacturer's wrapping and opened the case. As he did, a printed slip of paper fluttered out. He snatched it out of the air. What's this? He asked, a certificate for 6 swing dance lessons. I thought it would give us a place to go besides the golden shoe, she offered, and maybe a chance to learn some new steps. Hinata, he looked annoyed, and you were saying Jin Maki was too much for Yuletide. Well, the lessons aren't just for you, they're for me too, she said quietly, and I couldn't help myself, so. She was cut off when he kissed her. I guess we're even, he told her, thank you, Hinata. Thank you too, Naruto, she met his eyes with a look of raw satisfaction. Come on, he said, pulling away reluctantly, we should get some sleep before we have to head back. She nodded. After they had prepared for bed, he dragged his borrowed futon close to hers. After arranging himself under the covers, he stuck out his right hand towards her. She blinked at her surprise and happiness, and then folded the fingers of her left hand into his offered palm. And for the first time since her mother died, Hinata felt the joy of falling asleep while maintaining human contact. As she drifted away, she wondered if Naruto had ever had this feeling before. How long do we have to wait? Sai asked. But his question was not one of impatience, he had begun to sketch the majestic beauty of the waterfall, and wanted to know how long he had to work. Despite being early in January, it was a warm, clear day. Sakura stepped behind him to look at his pad, but she blocked his sun and he glared up at her. Not too long, Kakashi told the artist, he should be here already. Sai nodded and began to draw faster. Naruto tossed another can onto the pile building up on the shore, shaking his head. Last time they had been here, he and Sakura had helped pick up garbage at the edge of the pond at the foot of the falls, and when they had arrived, he had waded in to do so again. As he reached for a plastic milk jug, 3 towers of water exploded between him and the shore, drenching the blonde Chunin. As the pillars splashed back to the pool, a figure resolved in each column. In the middle stood their client Shibuki, but unexpectedly, on his left was Shizuku, and on his right was her twin brother, Fumito. Both of the children were noticeably taller, and each now wore a hidden waterfall headband. Sakura, both shouted, running to the medical kunoichi. Naruto walked out of the lake and shook himself dry like a dog or a fox. Sorry about that, Naruto, Shibuki chuckled, we didn't expect anyone to be in the water. But thank you for the pickup, you saved Fumito and Shizuku some work. Hey, Sasuke's not here, Shizuku noted loudly, where is he? Shibuki looked sheepish. Sai ignored them, continuing his outline, but Naruto and Sakura struggled for words. Sasuke left the team for family reasons, Kakashi told them. Oh, the young waterfall Kunoichi looked disappointed. So, you two are genin now? Naruto changed the subject. Yup, Fumito proclaimed proudly. We want to defend the village like Shibuki-sama and Naruto Niken, the young girl added. Well, we better get moving, Shibuki announced, and you two should get to work. Yes, Master Shibuki, they both bowed, and then set to work bagging the garbage Naruto had collected. Okay, so why are we here? Kakashi asked. Team 7 had been following the leader of the hidden waterfall village silently for 8 minutes, as he led them eastwards along the cliff that contained the waterfall that gave the small shinobi town its name. There have been some strange and somewhat disturbing rumors, he told them, rumors that my village may soon be targeted for conquest. I have spent the past 3 years building up our strength, but without the hero's water it may not be enough. That's why I need the waterfall tabard. Waterfall tavern? Naruto frowned, we're going to some inn? Not tavern, Sakura groaned, tabard, a cloth drape that you wear over armor. No brains, Sai commented. The waterfall tabard is a special talisman, Shibuki continued, the cotton used to weave it and the inks used to dye it were all steeped in the hero's water. And it was woven by master ninja craftsmen. It is said to triple the strength, speed, and chakra of anyone who can claim it. That doesn't explain why we are here, Kakashi pointed out. The tabard is stored in a cave with many lethal traps. The layout has been lost in time, but the instructions say that no two jonin may enter the cave, nor may one waterfall shinobi ask another for help before entering. Smart, the copy ninja chuckled, but do you think it will work? What will work? Naruto was confused. I have achieved the rank of jonin, but you three are all chunin, their client explained. On top of that, you are not waterfall ninja, and I did not ask for your help, I hired you to do a job. So the mission is for the 3 of us to help you get the tabard? Sakura requested confirmation, and Shibuki nodded. Then it's as good as yours, Naruto boasted. Sai and Kakashi looked more dubious. This is it, Shibuki said. The cliff face had continued to slant upwards, so that they could no longer see the top. There was a wide trail angled to an opening some 30 feet above them. Underneath mouth of the tunnel, an underground tributary spilled out into a small pond. I'll wait here, Kakashi said. He took out his phone and switched it to short-range mode, instructing, keep in touch. The 3 chunin nodded and switched their cells to radio mode, though it took Naruto a couple of tries to remember how to do it. After a nod to Kakashi, Shibuki escorted them into the cave. Sakura and Shibuki broke out flashlights at the dim of the entrance. Sai followed suit, and then the 3 of them looked at Naruto. He grinned back and drew kitsune. A sliver of chakra and a strong green glow erupted from the pole. But his triumphant look faded as he glanced around the tunnel and saw it branched in 3 directions. Which way? He asked Shibuki. I don't know, the waterfall shinobi shook his head. As I said, the map of this place is lost. Then should we just pick one at random? Sai pondered. Maybe we should split up, Sakura suggested. I don't think that's a good idea, their client shivered. If this place is as dangerous as the stories suggest, we should stick together. And try not to touch anything. Let's just take the middle path. Sakura and Naruto exchanged knowing glances, each thinking their client had not changed too much, despite his advancement. But Sai was already walking dutifully towards the central tunnel, and they trailed after. The cavern was formed of rough walls and a sandy floor. They proceeded slowly, keeping an eye out for traps. But the first obstacle was obvious and possibly natural. They encountered a wide chasm, too far to cross with a single leap. Instead, it sported a number of pillars of different heights and sizes rising from the darkness below. Sakura shined her torch into the gorge, but other than the sides of the wall and the stepping stones, the light was lost. What is the delay? Sai asked dryly, is this pit beyond your skills? If you want to go without making sure they are stable, be my guest, Sakura grumbled, stepping aside. The artist took out a kunai and tied a thin cable tightly to the loop. Safety line, he told the kunoichi, as if instructing a child. He shone his light across the break in the cavern, fixing it on a point in the wall above the continuation of the tunnel. He tossed the blade smoothly, and the kunai flew straight at the center point of his flashlight's beam. But halfway across the gap, a burst of wind blew down the rift. The kunai was knocked off course and struck the wall with the flat of the blade, before dropping into the gloom. Trap, Sakura told him in the same tone, and Naruto snorted. More likely a natural occurrence, Shibuki suggested nervously. Sai nodded as he reeled in his weapon. He checked the blade for damage, and then tried again. But the result was the same, and the Jonin's anxiety became more obvious. Maybe we should try one of the other paths. I doubt they will be any easier. The new member of Team 7 addressed their client with no more respect than he did his teammates. What then? Shibuki demanded, trying and failing to sound firm. Sakura looked around briefly, and ultimately grabbed hold of the wall, and tore off a stone slightly larger than her fist. Get ready, Sakura told Sai, hefting the rock. He nodded, and she threw the stone across the chasm at the wall. As expected, the breeze picked up, but unlike the kunai, the mineral lump was not knocked astray. As soon as the gust settled, Sai threw his anchor. They all watched in anticipation, and this time the wind did not deflect the dagger. Only after it was entrenched in the wall did the blowing resume. With the cord constantly in gap, the wind followed a regular pattern, 2 seconds of gusts, and 3 seconds to recharge. Once they realized that, the ninja were able to cross the gorge quite easily. After they passed barrage of darts, the 4 shinobi finally stopped running. Shibuki bent over, panting. Man, that was close, Naruto exhaled. Sakura stared back at the slots in the wall, as far as the curve in the tunnel. She considered the floor, and then addressed her allies. I think we should try walking on the walls, she said thoughtfully. Why waste our chakra? Sai asked, his voice implying she was making a mistake. Because I don't think this sand is natural, she answered, ignoring his condescension. I think it was put here to hide pressure plates and trip lines. That's what triggered the swinging blades and darts. That makes sense, Shibuki agreed, now looking at the floor. Let's try it, Naruto shouted enthusiastically. Without waiting, he scrambled to the side of the tunnel. He put one foot on the wall above the sand, and quickly put his other foot above it. And immediately slid back down onto his butt. What the heck, he grumbled. He jumped back to his feet and placed his right foot on the wall again. He poured twice as much chakra into the limb, enough to stand on water. But the moment he put weight on it, he slid back down. The wall has obviously been treated to repel that technique, Sai noted smugly. So what do we do? Naruto demanded of the thorn in his side. Sneak through here, blowing the sand away, and hoping that the traps aren't set off by that? Sai shrugged, unmoved by Naruto's outburst, but unable to refute the point. We need to keep going, Shibuki said. The sooner we get the tabard, the better. That's your job. And we've done fine so far. Sakura nodded grimly, and, after another moment to finish catching their breath, they continued their spelunking. What the heck? Naruto had taken the lead after the quicksand pit. Their journey had been uninterrupted for just over 9 minutes of walking, and Sakura and Shibuki were both getting nervous. Uzumaki had stopped, because the sand on the floor in front of them had been fused into glass. Murky, yet smooth, the glass floor continued on for as far as their flashlights could illuminate. You thinking some sort of fire trap? Naruto asked Sakura, and the medic nodded slowly. Naruto slowly stuck Kitsune out, past the edge of the glass. He wiggled the end of the staff blade around, experimentally. Nothing happened. Maybe it's broken? Shibuki suggested, or ran out of fuel. But he did not look convinced, nor did any of the Chunin. Sakura looked at the walls ahead of them intently, and then sighed. Well, I don't see anything, she pondered, but something just doesn't feel right. How about I just send out a shadow clone? Naruto suggested, that way we can see if the trap is still working. Try it, Shibuki urged. Naruto put his hands together and a second blonde appeared, holding a glowing copy of Kitsune. The duplicate nodded, and then scurried down the tunnel. As a minute of waiting, Uzumaki blinked intensely. It spirals down for about 300 yards, and the glass ends at a short pit. It's back to sand on the other side. but the clone didn't set off any flamethrowers or anything. So it doesn't work anymore. Sai's tone was blasé, it was bound to happen. Let's keep moving. The leaf and waterfall warriors stepped onto the smooth surface cautiously. Like the walls, it repelled their chakra grip, making it slippery. But with their training, they had no trouble keeping upright. After they had traveled 20 feet on the altered floor, they heard a dull scratching and the ceiling slid opened, just after where the glass started. A mass of blue liquid poured out, creating a curtain across the cave and running towards them. At the edge of the glass, some of the substance splashed on the wall, which began to melt away with a loud hiss. It is an acid, Sakura shouted. The floor is covered in glass so it won't eat through the stone. Then, another patch of the stone roof began to open, this one close to them. Run. It's too heavy, Shibuki groaned. After the acid, there had been stabbing spears from the wall. Then came more quicksand and trapdoors. Finally they arrived at a reinforced stone portcullis. The waterfall leader was straining to lift the gate, but could not budge it. There must be some sort of mechanism to open it, he panted after he gave up. Let me try, Sakura stepped forward. But... Shibuki's protest died in his throat when Tsunade's apprentice lifted the gate slowly. Though it was obviously difficult from the strain on her face, the second strongest ninja in the Konoha Corps raised the granite and steel grid. As it passed her waist, she kneeled down and slid her shoulder under it. The muscles on her legs seemed to pop out as she stood the rest of the way. What are you waiting for? She growled at them. The three men quickly ducked under. But after they were through, they realized Sakura was stuck. Can you get it any higher? Naruto asked. Maybe, she groaned. Why? Lift it as high as you can, and I'll wedge shadow clones under it. That should give you enough time to let go and dive free. The pink-haired girl nodded. She took a deep breath and then pushed up again. That's all I've got, she told him, when the bottom bar of the barricade was at her eye level. Her teammate signed quickly and said, Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. 17 more Uzumakis materialized, and they all stuffed themselves under the portcullis. Sakura's pain eased slightly. On 3, Naruto instructed 1, 2, 3. All of the copies pushed up and Sakura rolled out from under the gate. With the primary support gone, the barricade slammed shut, destroying all of the duplicates instantly. How much further? Sai asked, bored. It shouldn't be too far, Shibuki considered. We've come over 2 miles, so if my information is correct, it should be another half-mile or so. Good, the ANBU agent strolled casually backwards. This is starting to get tedious. There aren't many more stupid, antiquated traps this place can throw at us. As he said that, his foot sank into the sand behind him. The leaf shinobi stumbled backwards, but rolled and landed in a 3-limb crouch. Pay closer attention, Sakura complained, you're getting as bad as Naruto used to be. The artist lifted his hand with a scowl, finally touched by an insult. As he did, there was a loud click underneath him. He barely had any time to register surprise, before the ceiling dropped. Sai! Sakura screamed, and Naruto ran over to the crushing panel, trying to lift it. Sakura, give me a hand, he shouted hoarsely, and the powerhouse Kunoichi complied. But even together they could not lift it. After almost a minute of straining, they gave up, and Sakura sank to her knees. What's going on in there? Kakashi's voice suddenly demanded from their phones. Kakashi-sensei, Haruno was on the verge of tears as she pressed the talk button. We lost Sai. I know, their teacher said, he's right here. What? Naruto squawked into his communicator. He just came floating out in the underground stream. How is he? Sakura yelled into the phone. Wet, unconscious, but otherwise fine, the Leaf Jonin reported. As he spoke, the weighted trap retracted, revealing no sign of the Chunin. Maybe there is some sort of trapdoor? Naruto suggested. Then what about the sand on the floor? Sakura asked. He squinted at the dust, now pressed flat and even, maybe some kind of jutsu? Sakura appeared lost in thought for a moment, but then stood resolutely. We have to keep moving, she said, especially if we're near the end. There it is, Shibuki called out excitedly. They had entered a large chamber, and in looking around, they saw 6 other tunnels converged in this room. In the center, illuminated by a pillar of light, there was an armor stand with a white cloth draped over it. On the front of the tabard was the symbol of the waterfall village in blue and red. Shibuki ran over to the stand, but as he got close, his face changed. "This is the waterfall tabard," he sounded disappointed. The cotton was ragged and had moth holes. Up close, the emblem of the village was faded. He reached out to touch it and part of it broke away under his fingers. "How?" "The tabard isn't real," Sakura told him, "it's just the carrot. This place is the real goal." "What do you mean?" Naruto asked. "Those 6 paths all come from roughly the same way we did," she said, and pointed to the last exit. "That one doesn't." "Huh?" Uzumaki grunted. "Just follow me." She led them to the cavern she had indicated. On the other side, there was another room. One of the walls of the pentangular space had a bookshelf full of scrolls, while the remaining 4 held a variety of levers and knobs. "That's what I thought," the intelligent young woman chuckled. "This place is a proving ground." "A proving ground?" Naruto was not familiar with the term. "A training area," she explained. "Despite how they look, I'm guessing none of the traps are lethal. They probably just disable you, or send you back outside, like Sai. And they are controlled from here." "Then the tabard?" Shibuki asked. "A legend and the goal for the maze. That's why only one jonin, and no asking for help." Naruto realized it would make it too easy. Sakura nodded and added, "And the part about tripling your strength and speed, it's probably an estimate of how much you improve by the time you can run this place at its highest settings." "Then this was all for nothing." Shibuki banged his hand against the wall. "What do you mean?" Naruto demanded. "You wanted a way to get stronger to protect your village, and now you have it. Not just you, you can have all of your people train here. Or were you just looking for a quick fix, like Suan was?" "You're right, Naruto." Shibuki shook his head wryly. "Thank you. Now let's turn off these traps and get out of here," Uzumaki requested. "Kakashi-sensei is waiting." Hinata and Naruto tensed up in unison. They were surrounded by at least 20 other ninja, trapped. The young shinobi couple stood back to back in the small clearing, while their opponents stayed hidden in the trees, some stationary, and others slowly circling. Hinata was wearing Jinmaki, though Naruto was without kitsune. "They're coming," Hinata whispered, her Suijin Byakugan active. "Get ready." Naruto nodded. Then, as if an invisible signal went off, the first wave of kunai, shurikens, and needles emerged from the woods from all directions. They both raised their right hands, pointer and middle fingers extended. "Double vision," they intoned in unison, "protection of the 8 trigrams, 192 palms." Their hands began to move, faster than most eyes could have followed. The streams of sharpened chakra were so intense and numerous, their afterglow gave the illusion of a 15-foot dome around them. Another wave of weapons followed, faster and more numerous than the first, but these too were destroyed with ease. A particularly dense set of kunai blades came in front Hinata's left, and she turned slightly to face them directly. Naruto moved in unison, keeping his spine perfectly aligned to her, and continuing to knock down the attacks. A small barrage of stones flew towards his head, but he strengthened the energy blades he was shooting, and cut down the earth jutsu just as easily as the throwing weapons. "Man, they are awesome," Kiba exclaimed, even as he opened the 3rd pouch of shuriken he had been provided for the test. The pair had recruited most of their friends, teachers, and even a few other curious and willing leaf shinobi to help them test the new technique. A few feet away, Kakashi hurtled another set of 6 kunai, multiplying them 7-fold with the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, and on the other side of the clearing, Tenten did the same with her throwing stars. Konohamaru and Udon had run out of throwing blades already, too caught up in youthful enthusiasm, but they continued their part of the barrage with the Doton, stone bullets. Ino was mildly concerned by the enthusiasm with which Sakura aimed blades at Hinata. "Why have you dragged me out here?" Hayashi Hyuga demanded of the Hokage. "Just hold on a minute," she told him. She changed course slightly to avoid a dense stand of oak and then stopped. "There, I wanted you to see this," she pointed. "Of course, since you took so long, we're already late." She moved forward, taking out her first set of partially blunted kunai, and throwing them at Hinata's right leg. Hayashi could not stop a small smile as he watched his daughter's defense. And the expression only became curious when he realized Naruto was part of the technique. "What is this?" he asked evenly. "It looks like Hinata's protection of the 8 trigram 64 palms, but how is Naruto using the technique?" "Carry name Jutsu," she answered, letting a handful of shuriken fly. "Actually, Hinata has created a stronger version, one that fuses their sight. So Naruto effectively has the Byakugan, and Hinata uses him to cover the Fuga blind spot." He nodded. "But why show me this?" he asked. "I am impressed, but why not tell me beforehand? So your opinion wouldn't be colored. Such perfect teamwork as a rare thing." He chuckled. "That was not necessary. I have already come to the realization that my daughter could do far worse for a partner than Naruto Uzumaki." "I'm glad to hear it," Tsunade smirked knowingly, "very glad." Shino moved his hands through the patterns, using the shadow clone jutsu to create 2 copies of himself. The original stepped back, while the duplicates sent their swarms of cloned bugs to attack Hinata and Naruto. Hinata stepped forward to face the cloud with her superior speed, and Naruto picked up his own pace to cover the rest of the attacks. Besides their shared vision, each could tell what the other would do through their linked chakra and the muscles of their backs. In less than 3 seconds, all of the replica bugs were destroyed. "All right," Guy roared, caught up in the moment. He ripped a giant rock free from the earth, hefting it into a pitcher's stance. Shikamaru stepped away, looking worried. Before anyone could stop him, he threw the 3-ton chunk of granite at Naruto and Hinata. Both teens' heads jerked to look at the stony missile. The other weapons slowed, as most of the attackers paused in concern. Hinata's right arm and Naruto's left arm snapped out as one, as if they were connected at the wrist. They combined their strikes effortlessly, and the rock exploded. Their arms split apart again, and they individually destroyed the remaining pieces. The test finally ended when their attackers ran out of ammunition. As the projectiles stopped flying, Naruto and Hinata ended the jutsu with matched exhales of relief. Once it was safe, their friends flooded the field to congratulate them. "I need to see Team 7, 8, and 10 in my office," Tsunade announced when she entered the clearing. She caught Gunma's eye, and her assistant nodded before disappearing. "It seems we are ready," the Hokage announced, despite the fact Sai and Kurenai were both missing. "I have been considering this for a while," she informed them, "but what I have just seen clinches it. I have decided to eliminate your teams." The Chunin's yells of protest combined into an incomprehensible roar. Only Kakashi, the only Jonin present, besides Tsunade and Shizune and Shikamaru, remained silent. "Quiet," the leader of the Leaf Ninja roared, and everyone complied. "As it stands, none of your teams are complete. The Sai experiment failed, he will be returning to the ANBU. That leaves Kakashi short a Chunin, and the rest of you don't have a Jonin leader. Also, those outdated team numbers should have gone away as soon as you were accepted as Genin teams, but somehow they stuck." "What do you mean, we do not have a Jonin?" Shino asked. "Kurenai-sensei will not be returning to normal duty," Tsunade explained. The Chunin began to shout questions again, but Tsunade raised her hand. "I suppose I had better explain that part first," she sighed. "The Kazekage and I have come up with a new way to strengthen the ties between our villages. We are each sending one Jonin to live in the other village as a diplomat. Or as I like to think of it, a mutual hostage exchange. Cute," Shikamaru said sardonically, "so we can refuse any mission that would put us at odds with the Sand, because they have one of our people. I'm guessing that's Kurenai?" "Correct," the Hokage nodded. Given that she is raising Saru alone, she felt it was too dangerous to be going out on missions. Instead, she will be helping Gaara set up an academy similar to our own. And in return, Shikamaru cut her off, saying, "You might as well come out, Tima-chan." The Sand Kunoichi appeared behind him and punched him in the shoulder. Hard. "I told you not to call me that in public," she griped, "jerk." "Wait, you two are?" Naruto's head jerked back and forth between the two of them, "But when I asked before, you said you weren't." "That was then, this is now," Shikamaru said. "Anyway," the Hokage said loudly, to regain their attention, "as I said, you are all short-handed. So I am reforming the teams, starting today. Of course, there will always be times when you will have to work in different groups, but as before, these will be your primary partners. Team Kakashi will continue to consist of Kakashi Hatake, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sakura Haruno, she explained, looking at the folder, and as it would be foolish to separate such a perfectly synchronized duo, I'm also placing Hinata Fuga on Kakashi's team. Naruto and Hinata's eyes met. Hinata's white orbs sparkled with happiness, and Naruto grinned at her. Sakura groaned in disappointment, and Kakashi looked amused. Ino Yamenka, Choji Akimichi, and Shikamaru Nara, the medical sannin, continued, you three mesh almost as well as your fathers, but you have become a little complacent, so your new Jonin teacher will get you back on track. You, the lazy genius, looked at his girlfriend expectantly. But Tamari shook her head. No, Tsunade also denied, as diplomatic envoy of the Tsunade Cure, Tamari will be working directly with me on certain special projects. No, you three will be working under Anko Madarashi. Even worse, Shikamaru grimaced, as the abrasive Jonin appeared. Welcome to Team Anko, maggots, she addressed them, it seems it's my job to whip you into shape. Since the only one of you I've worked with was Ino, and she was next to useless, I'm guessing this is gonna be a lot of fun. Ino bristled, and Choji groaned in unison with Shikamaru. Shino Aburame and Kiba Inuzuka, that leaves you two down, both a leader and a teammate, the Hokage regarded them, so you will be serving on Yugo Yuzuki's team. Unlike Anko or Tamari, Yugo did not just appear on the room. Instead, she politely opened the door and bowed before she entered. Behind her another figure started to follow. And your new teammate will be Sasami. Naruto exclaimed in recognition, running over to the girl, it's been a while. Yes, Sasami Fuma, Tsunade sighed out the girl's name. Physically, Sasami Fuma had changed little in the 3 intervening years. She was not even 2 inches taller, and her figure had matured only slightly. The thread user's straight orange hair still fell to the bottom of her back and retained the top-knot peak, though her bangs were split. But her clothing had changed completely. Gone were the tomboyish cap, turtleneck vest, and shorts. She instead wore a tight, knee-length, short-sleeved, navy blue dress. Over the top of that she wore a leather vest breastplate and falled. Her feet were partially covered by split sandals, and her hands by fingerless gloves. And noticeably, she had a Konoha headband covering her forehead. It's nice to see you, Naruto, Sakura, she told them, and I look forward to working with everyone. So you're joining the Leaf Village? Sakura asked. The new girl nodded. The rest of the Fuma clan has joined with Hidden Sound Village, the Hokage explained, but Sasami here seemed to think she owed a debt to us. We put her to the test, and she passed with flying colors. As of yesterday, Sasami Fuma is a Leaf Village Chunin in good standing. That's all, the Hokage concluded, you're all dismissed. All right, worms, it's time to get to work, Anko smirked at her Chunin squad, and with more than a little trepidation, they let themselves be escorted out of the Hokage's office. I think we should have a party, Kiba suggested, welcoming Sasami to the village. That's a great idea, Naruto nodded enthusiastically. Sasami blushed, but did not protest. The remaining Chunin and Jonin exited the Hokage's office, leaving one man behind. Is there something I can do for you, Shino? Tsunade asked him. I know it is not my place, his voice was as calm and even as always, but are you sure you can trust that girl? She has worked for our enemies before. That time, she was both tricked and coerced by Orochimaru, she stared at him cannily, and once she figured that out, she quickly went to helping Naruto and Sakura. Besides that, after the ringer we put her through, I'd have to say I trust her at least as much as any of the rest of you. Still, I am not comfortable working with her. The Fuma clan's thread techniques are based around snaring and immobilizing opponents. They have well earned the nickname of Clan of Spiders. As an insect user, I am well aware of the Aburame clan's one-sided rivalry with the Fuma clan. Tsunade leaned back, hiding her grin behind her hands. Smirking at Naruto might work, but handling Shino required a different tack. I took it into account when making this decision. I think this will be a good chance for you, both to expand your horizons and to help put your clan's little prejudice to rest. Now, if there is nothing else, I need to get back to work. No, Shino's frown and narrowed eyes were hidden. Thank you for hearing me out, Lady Hokage. Do you think that will be a problem? Shizune asked her teacher after the door closed. No, Shino is pretty low-key, Tsunade considered out loud and by the book. It should work out. Sakura. Aside from Shino, Sakura was the last to leave Ninja Ops. She trailed purposefully, in no mood to be carried along to their impromptu party. But as she left, she was called out to by Kakashi. Are you okay with this? He asked carefully. Of course, sensei, she grinned weakly. What makes you say that? Why wouldn't I be? Other than your obvious annoyance, he countered flippantly. It's just, all this lovey-dovey crap is starting to wear thin, she sighed. I mean, Naruto never used to be like this. I know, the copy ninja agreed glibly. He never used to fawn over someone he cared about, and kowtow to her every whim. His right eye landed on her intently, and she sighed again, this time in defeat. Okay, I get it, her false reasoning defeated, she pretended to surrender. I'll cut them a little more slack. And I'll have a talk with them about all the PDAs, Kakashi offered, so it doesn't get in the way of our missions. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. Despite having been there before, Naruto and Sakura goggled at the movie studio as much as Hinata did. The sets, the props, the actors and actresses, their heads darted around, taking it all in. Kakashi shepherded his students through the maze of overhead lights, backdrops, and three-quarters rooms. Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, Makino, the director of the Princess Gale films, shouted and waved them over. We're getting set up for the next scene. Yuki is still in her dressing room, he told them. I'll have one of the kids show you the way. The director flagged down a page and instructed the young woman to take the shinobi to the actress. The intern led them swiftly past the castle wall set to a line of rooms along the outer wall. She indicated one of the rooms with a large star on the door, and then nervously hurried off. Kakashi knocked on the door. Come in, a familiar voice. Without hesitating, Kakashi opened the door and entered the princess's sanctuary. Koyuki Kazuhana was already garbed in the costume of Princess Gale. But her hair was still loose, and her face unmade, not that it hurt her looks in the slightest. We'll have to hurry, Kasumi, to make the call, she said as they slid into the dressing room, not looking back. I'm not sure who Kasumi is, Koyuki-sama, Kakashi raised an eyebrow, but I hope you trust her. She glanced into the large mirror before her, and then turned to face them with a brilliant smile. Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, she rose to greet them. I'm so happy to see all of you again. It is good to see you too, Koyuki-sama, Sakura responded. No need to be so formal, she admonished, shaking Kakashi and Sakura's hands, and on the set, I still go by Yuki. Most of the people here don't know that I am daimyo of the Land of Snow. I thought you were my stylist. Naruto, you've grown a lot, she looked up at him, before hugging him. You haven't changed much, he told her, though you do seem more cheerful. That's thanks to you guys, she released him and turned to the last shinobi, and you must be Hinata Fuga. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hinata blushed as the princess-turned actress shook her hand, likewise, I'm sure. So why did our daimyo hire us to protect you? Kakashi queried. Yeah, shouldn't you have your own snow ninjas for bodyguards? Naruto added. Normally, I would, she grinned, but we just found a substantial vein of iron and copper ore. We are still working to rebuild, so I am negotiating with both the Land of Fire and the Land of Water for the mineral rights. So your ruler decided my guards were a security risk, that they might engage in some espionage. Her smile grew even more ironic. Of course, the real reason he did it was so he could assign you three to guard me, so I would feel indebted to him. Then her smile faded, and she looked more thoughtful. Unfortunately, it might be a good thing he did. There have been a few incidents on the set recently. What kind of incidents? Sakura asked, suspiciously. Last Thursday, my costume came back from the cleaners 2 sizes smaller. Then, on Monday, all the mail to all of the actors was stolen. And just yesterday one of the lights came loose and crashed between Michi and me. She looked a little scared. If all of that happened over the course of the entire filming, it wouldn't raise an eyebrow. But this all happened in just 1 week. Do you think someone is targeting you? Kakashi asked evenly. She nodded slowly. But who would do something like that? Naruto was dismayed. Though I don't like to say it, Kakashi answered first, the daimyos of the Land of Fire and the Land of Water are likely candidates, given the non-lethal nature of the attacks thus far. Either one could be trying to frighten you, and place the blame on the other. I can't believe that, Yuki protested, they are honorable men and allies of my country. Still, we need to consider it. The Jonin seemed to agree with the actress. In that case, who else could be after you? She thought about it, but before she could answer, there was a knock at the door. Come in. The door opened, and petite brunette stuck her head in. Oh, you are busy, Miss Yuki, she stammered. These are my new bodyguards, Kasumi, she explained, so they will be around. But yes, we are busy right now. Can you come back in 5 minutes, please? The hair and makeup artist nodded, and quickly closed the door. Who else could be behind these attacks? Yuki resumed, well, the first thing that comes to mind is the other studios. This script is the best yet, and if they can shut us down, or even just delay us enough to miss the summer movie season, it would help their bottom line. Then there is Mayuko, she continued, after a breath, Fubuki Kakuoku's younger sister. She was loyal to my uncle, and very upset by her sister's death. She escaped, and fled the land of snow. She could have followed me here. And I suppose Nariko, the ruler, sounded dubious, she's my stunt double, and understudy. There were rumors she was trying to get a bigger part, or even replace me. But I have had some combat training since the last film, so I'm actually doing more of my own stunts this time. And that means she has less screen time. But I don't think it is her. After all, if they were to decide to shut down filming, it would hurt her too. Jealous people don't always act rationally, Hinata suggested quietly. For a moment everyone digested that, and Sakura's face flashed annoyance. The pink-haired Kunoichi looked ready to say something, until there was another knock at the door. Miss Yuki, the stylist's voice carried through the door, Mr. Makino asked me to remind you we have a schedule. Right, the actress raised her voice to be heard. We'll be outside, Kakashi indicated Naruto should go first, but Hinata and Sakura will stay in here with you. All right, Yuki smiled and nodded. Then, as the Jonin was opening the door, she suddenly spoke again. If you don't have any other arrangements, you four should stay with me, the actress suggested. I have the room, and it will make things easier. Kakashi inclined his head slightly in acceptance. Gale ran down the hallway, struggling to control her panic. The stone corridor led out in the dining hall. Brit was already in the room, bent over Shishimaru. When he heard the princess, he straightened. Brit, thank the gods you are all right, she said firmly. I found Tsukuyaku, collapsed by the armory. And now Shishimaru. She trailed off, unsure how to continue. They are both merely unconscious, he told her without facing her. She let a small amount of relief show on her face. I did not want them hurt, he continued, but I needed them out of the way, so they would not interfere. The chakra sorceress did not react with fear, but with surprise and royal concern. You are not planning to fight the tiles on your own, are you? She asked, putting the weight of her leadership into her voice. I understand that you want justice for your wife and daughter, but to face the four of them alone would be madness. Justice, he sneered, his voice showing emotion for the first time, a fancy word for heroes and monarchs. You use the term as if the world will shatter if you state what you really want. Revenge. To hurt your enemies and watch the life drain from their eyes. But you are wrong, he finally turned so she could see his expression. His eyes were full of sadness, but his mouth was set in a firm line. I don't want revenge, he explained, not when the tiles have offered to resurrect my family, if I join them. He pulled the dagger from his sleeve, and he was too close and too quick for Gale to dodge. He stabbed the straight knife at her unprotected stomach. Clang. A kunai struck the blade, knocking it out of his hand. Both Gale and Brit were surprised and scared by the sudden interruption, and they stepped away from one another. Cut, the director shouted. Everyone on the set was looking at Hinata Fuga, her arm extended, and her Kekiai Jinkai active. Hinata, Sakura yelled at her teammate, what the hell was that? That dagger, the white-eyed Kunoichi quailed under the scrutiny, it's not a prop. It's real. All eyes moved to the weapon. No way, the actor proclaimed defensively, that's the same knife I used for the fight between Brit and the West Tile. it has the button to stop the blade from retracting. Hinata's right, Kakashi was suddenly in the middle of the set, holding the dagger. It has a fake button, but this is full tang, fully sharp weapon. Yuki, I didn't know, the actor protested, taking another step back. The three Chunin all closed ranks around the princess. All right, let's all settle down. Makino tried to regain control of the set. Let's take a break and try to figure out how this happened. Naruto, Sakura, take Yuki back to her dressing room and stay with her, Kakashi ordered. Hinata, you're with me. Of course, Kakashi-sensei, the girl bobbed her head. As the other two escorted their client off the soundstage, Hinata followed Kakashi in the opposite direction. As they wove through the studio at high speed, Hinata spoke again. Where are we going, sensei? She asked carefully. Props, he explained, showing her the dagger. We need to find where this came from, and that is the place to start. She nodded, having suspected as much. Are you okay, Koyuki-sama? Sakura asked, once they were back in the actress's sanctuary. Yuki, Sakura, she insisted, and yes, I'm fine, thanks to Hinata. Compared to a trio of murderous traitors, a prop mix-up isn't anything to worry about. If it was a mix-up, Sakura wondered. If it wasn't a mistake, Naruto frowned, then the others probably weren't either. And they are getting more dangerous. But it's nothing you can't handle, right? The actress asserted confidently. Of course, Naruto agreed. But, we don't know what we're facing, Sakura objected, and espionage and investigation aren't exactly our strong suits. Maybe not before, Naruto shrugged, but now we have the three sharpest eyes in the entire Hidden Leaf Village on our team. The props room was divided in two. Half of the room was designated for storage of completed elements. This half was clean and organized. The other section was for the creation of the fake tools and weapons. That area was far more cluttered and stained. As the two shinobi entered the workshop, a well-built man moved to greet them. Director Makino called ahead, the craftsman told them, he figured you were headed down here. Mentioned there was some sort of mix-up with Brit's knife. That they might grab the real knife instead of the rubber one. I was going to look for it now. After wiping the grease off his hands, he opened a compartment on one of the shelves. It only took a few seconds of rummaging around, before he extracted a knife that appeared identical to the one Kakashi was holding. They looked the same, Hinata marveled. Thanks, the prop master said proudly. He took the dagger he was holding, and pressed his thumb against the blade, and began to rub it back and forth vigorously. Then he showed them the digit was unmarked. The paint job makes it look sharp, but this thing can barely cut water. The blade is pretty rigid, but it has some give. He displayed the property, pressing firmly on the tip until the polymer flexed. Then he released the concealed button of the hilt, and the blade vanished into the handle. And, of course it's collapsible. But then why have a real, sharp version? Hinata asked cautiously. For scenes where we need to cut something. Like the one we filmed last Monday, Brit gets angry and stabs an apple, and then cuts it up to eat, to cover. It's foreshadowing, and we can't cut an apple with a fake blade. Then the artisan frowned. What bothers me is how that one got on the set. The real blades are locked up in the weapons locker when not in use. Can we see the locker? The elder shinobi asked. Sure, the prop maker shrugged. He led them over to the reinforced cabinet and put the combination into the heavy lock. The thick door opened with a loud metallic creak, and the prop master's face filled with surprise. What the F? His expletive trailed off, and he glanced sheepishly at the young woman. Then he reached inside and took out a third knife, seemingly identical to the first two. This is the cutting version, he said, raising first his right hand, and then his left, and this is the fake. So what do you have? He set the two knives down on the table so they could see. Other than the catch to prevent the rubber blade from retracting, they were indistinguishable. Kakashi set the third dagger alongside them. It too had the small button near the top of the handle. Hinata, will you take a closer look? Kakashi asked. The Chunin nodded and put her hands together. Byakugan. The veins around her eyes pulsed, and the outline of her pupils became visible in her white eyes. Instinctively, she looked down at the daggers as her focus fell on them. I see. That is very clever. She reached for the fake weapon, not quite touching it. Then she turned her attention to the two sharpened blades. This one, she pointed to the one their host had removed from the locker, is superior to the other blade. Its metal is a higher quality, and the etchings are deeper and more detailed. Thanks, the prop master took her words as a compliment. There are marks on the bottom of this one. Her finger stopped just short of the hilt of the weapon that had nearly struck Yuki. It looks like it was filed down and covered over with paint. The toolmaker's eyes widened in realization, and he exclaimed, "It's 1A the replicas." Replicas? Hinata asked. After the last movie, the studio released some limited edition copies of all the movie's weapons. Not quite as good as my originals, but close enough to pass cursory inspection, he explained. Someone must have scratched off the serial number and sharpened it. And added the fake lock. Can we track down who could have ordered this? Kakashi asked, collecting the evidence again. Probably not, he shrugged apologetically. The production run was 2,500, and the serial number is gone. And it could have been somebody who paid cash and didn't register it, or it could have been resold or stolen. Kakashi nodded, having expected as much. So how did it get on the set? Hinata asked. Well, we only keep the real weapons and expensive stuff locked up. It would have been pretty easy to slip something in here, the prop master answered. Still, it is kinda suspicious that it was Brit's knife that turned up real. Why is that? Kakashi queried pointedly. Didn't they give you scripts, he asked. They shook their heads, and he thought about it. After a moment of indecision, he continued, Look, I don't like telling gossip, and I like telling spoilers even less, but Brit dies at the end of the movie. And needless to say, he wasn't too happy about that. Heard he pitched a fit. Thank you for your time, the Jonin prepared to leave. When you see Miss Yuki, tell her I'll be checking everything that comes out here for the rest of the shoot, okay? We will, Hinata agreed. Yes, I was angry at first, the actor shrugged. I read the end of the script first, and found out they were killing Brit that way. So I groused a little to Makino and Yuki. But that was before I figured out this was the best thing they could have done for my career. How so? Kakashi asked curiously. First off, I have more lines in this film than I had in any of the previous 5. In fact, I have more screen time in the sequel than I did in the first and third films, combined, he explained happily, and I get to display much more emotional range. So I get a showcase film, and afterwards I'm not tied down. It is the perfect platform for me to move into a real, leading role. Then, he grinned wider, and on top of that, after the third film, the studio signed the main cast to a 4-picture deal. Which means, even if Brit doesn't appear in number 7, I still get paid. So it's really in my best interest to see that this film gets made, and is as successful as possible. Thanks for your time, Kakashi said again, and he indicated Hinata should leave first. What do you think? The copy ninja asked once they were out of earshot. The girl dismissed her Kekkei Jinkai as she answered. I believe him, she offered. The Byakugan isn't a perfect lie detector, and Niji is better at it than I am, but he didn't show any signs of deception. He is an actor, her teacher mused, but I tend to agree. His reasoning is logical, and like you said, he was not upset, but also not too composed. We should head back to Yuki's dressing room, he instructed. Gale ran down the hallway, struggling to control her panic. The stone corridor led out in the dining hall. Brit was already in the room, bent over Shishimaru. When he heard the princess, he straightened. Brit, thank the gods you are all right, she said firmly. I found Tsukuyaku, collapsed by the armory. And now Shishimaru. She trailed off, unsure how to continue. They are both merely unconscious, he told her without facing her. She let a small amount of relief show on her face. I did not want them hurt, he continued, but I needed them out of the way so they would not interfere. The chakra sorceress did not react with fear, but with surprise and royal concern. You are not planning to fight the tiles on your own, are you? She asked, putting the weight of her leadership into her voice. I understand that you want justice for your wife and daughter, but to face the 4 of them alone would be madness. Justice, he sneered, his voice showing emotion for the first time, a fancy word for heroes and monarchs. You use the term as if the world will shatter if you state what you really want. Revenge. To hurt your enemies and watch the life drain from their eyes. But you are wrong. He finally turned so she could see his expression. His eyes were full of sadness, but his mouth was set in a firm line. I don't want revenge, he explained, not when the tiles have offered to resurrect my family, if I join them. He pulled the dagger from his sleeve, and he was too close and too quick for Gale to dodge. He stabbed the straight knife at her unprotected stomach. Blood sprayed out as the blade pierced her skin. She started to collapse, pulling away from the blade, but he caught her gently. Why? Gale demanded weakly. Your blood and the holy chakra it contains are vital components of the ritual, he answered quietly. If I bring it to them, then my family will live again. He held a vial to the wound, collecting the fluid. Once the container was full, he set her down gently. Goodbye, Princess Gale. Cut, the director shouted triumphantly. That was perfect. Let's call it a night. Unfortunately, I only have 3 spare bedrooms, Koyuki told the 4 ninjas, as she ushered them into her rather substantial home. She took note of the teens' amazement at the wide, open recreation room just inside the front entrance. So I'm afraid 2 of you will have to bunk together, she continued, glancing at them. Sakura also looked at Naruto and Hinata, as if expecting something. I'll bunk with Kakashi-sensei, Naruto asserted, so Hinata and Sakura can have their own rooms. That's generous of you, Naruto. Kakashi's even tone carried a hint of amusement, but unnecessary. The others looked at him, surprised. The princess's face also held a hint of promise. Since one of us will be standing guard at any given time, we'll only need 3 beds anyway. Sakura nodded, and Yuki looked disappointed. You 3 get some rest, the Jonin ordered. I'll take first watch. I told you that you couldn't kill her with that knife trick, one of the shadows watching the actress's house said sourly. I don't want to kill her, the second said. I like her films. And our job is to get her off the set. I don't think our client particularly wants Yuki dead either. Alive, dead, what difference does it make? The first watcher shrugged, but tomorrow we do it my way. Sakura was sitting in a chair outside the actress's room when the alarm went off at 5 a.m. She listened to the princess groan and then slap the clock. Then she heard something else, a none too quiet crash from the other side of the house. Even as she stood, she drew a kunai in her right hand and her weapon scroll in her left. The medical expert paused, torn between her desire to investigate and her worry this was a distraction to pull her away from the actress. But then she heard Naruto shout in frustration, and she quickly darted down the hall. Instead of finding her teammate locked in battle, she discovered Naruto in the kitchen, staring at a paring knife in annoyance. Is this thing just for show? He grumbled, before tossing the red-stained blade into the sink. Uzumaki was not wearing his jacket, but he did have on his pants and tank top. He withdrew a kunai from his belt pouch and resumed cutting the raspberries spread over the counter. Naruto, what are you doing? She asked angrily. I'm trying to make breakfast, he shot back with slightly less vehemence, but Yuki isn't making it easy. The pans were just shoved in the cabinet, and none of the knives are sharp. Hinata will be done in the shower soon, Kakashi said from behind his student, so you should get ready for your turn, Sakura. What's wrong with you two? She complained. We're on a mission, not vacationing at a friend's house. Actually, we're kinda doing both, Naruto observed, his mood clearing slightly. Sakura, I might agree with you if we were in the field, getting ready for battle, the Jonin tried to supplicate her, but we're in the second largest city in the nation. We will spend the day dealing with actors and executives. So there's no reason we can't take advantage of civilization, is there? I guess not, she agreed, lowering her knife and stowing the scroll. Just then Hinata walked in, fully clothed, but her hair still wet and not yet braided. I'll go stand guard, Kakashi told the pink-haired woman. She nodded, and both of them left. Hinata sat in the chair and watched her beloved cut the berries in eighths. He dumped the fruit into the dough and mixed it in. What are you making? She asked softly. Her face was tight with uncertainty. Raspberry pancakes and sausages, he said carefully, confused by her demeanor. I thought you didn't like to cook. Despite the phrasing, the tone made her statement a question. I hate it, he agreed. It's taken me almost a half hour to get this far, and it'll take another 20 minutes to get everything done. Then afterwards, it will take at least as long to clean up this mess. And on top of that, I couldn't take my shower yet, because I knew I would just get messed up again. And all that, for something that will only take like 15 minutes to eat. Then why do it, she asked. Why, he shrugged as if he had not considered it, so everyone could have good breakfast. Do you? Hinata started to ask another question, but she trailed off in fear and uncertainty. Then she took a grip on her worry and forced the question out. Naruto, do you have a crush on Princess Koyuki? Huh? Ow, he cut his finger, his attention shifted by his surprise. The wound quickly stopped bleeding and he washed the knife. No way, Uzumaki responded flippantly as he dabbed the blade with a towel. Really, it's okay if you do. She told him, trying to sound earnest. He saw her expression and he turned serious. I mean, she is pretty and she is talented and... I don't have a crush on Yuki, he interrupted her gently. Yeah, I used to have a crush on Princess Gale, the character. But that was before I met her. Yuki used to be an ice princess in every sense of the word. She never laughed or smiled, and she said she couldn't cry. And she was really self-centered. At first, I didn't like her at all, and that sort of snapped me back to reality. By the end of the mission, I understood her better, and she started to open up more. But by then, I was already past my crush. Yuki and I are just friends, Hinata. I promise you. She nodded, relieved. Maybe. I could clean up for you, Naruto, she offered. Nah, you don't have to do that, Hinata, he shook his head. I want to, she countered in her normal quiet tone. Besides, while I do the dishes, you can take your shower. She blushed at the end of the statement. Are you thinking dirty thoughts, Hinata? He teased her happily. The girl turned an even deeper shade of crimson, but could not deny the accusation. By the time they had finished eating and washing up, it was already well past 6. Fortunately, the actress's home was fairly close to the studio, and they were able to arrive only a few minutes late for her 6:40 hairstyling. But when they entered the studio, it was eerily dark and quiet. Only half of the lights were on, and they didn't see anyone else. Yuki stepped closer to Kakashi, the widening of her eyes not entirely due to the gloom. Where is everybody? Sakura whispered, shouldn't there be people here getting ready? Maybe everyone is getting ready, Naruto suggested, all in their own dressing rooms. What about the lighting and sound people? Hinata asked, or the cameraman? Stay close, Kakashi instructed. The ninjas closed in around their client, escorting her to her dressing room. Before they could arrive at the actress's sanctuary, a series of light footsteps caused them to freeze in place. Byakugan, Hinata whispered, her vision extending in all directions at once, and through the set facings. Kakashi-sensei, she exhaled urgently. I know, he confirmed, we're surrounded. A figure became visible in the dim, then another. Within a second, even Koyuki could make out more than a dozen humanoid shapes walking deliberately towards them. Their attackers had green, rotting skin and torn rags for clothing. Their faces were drawn, and a few were missing eyes. Each also carried a bone or tree branch like a club. Gale, one rasped, and the other echoed, kill Princess Gale. Not zombies, Naruto shuddered, reaching for Kitsune. No, they're not zombies, Hinata denied, they are people in zombie costumes. Kill Gale. These must be the stunt fighters, Yuki said excitedly, they must be in costume for the big battle scene. We're attacking the Tile's stronghold today. But why are they acting like this? Suijin Byakugan, Hinata expended more chakra to increase her Kekkei Genkai to the 2nd level. They are each under a powerful genjutsu, the white-eyed beauty told her teammates. There are talisman scrolls under their masks, anchoring the effect. Can you absorb it? Their Jonin leader asked. I don't know, she shuddered at the thought, there are so many of them, and I've never used the absorption against a genjutsu inside a talisman before. So much for that, Sakura rolled her eyes. What should we do, sensei? We can't hurt them, it's not their fault. That didn't stop you and Sasuke last time, Naruto smirked. Princess Gale. If we can get the scrolls off them, then Hinata can use the Suijin Byakugan to free them, Kakashi said. The zombie actors suddenly charged, as they had received an unseen, unheard signal. They did not attack the ninjas, but instead tried to push past, to reach Yuki. Though Sakura's strength enabled her to keep them at bay easily, the other three struggled. "They're pretty strong," Naruto groaned, shaking his hand from the impact of the club he just caught. The stuntman yanked the weapon away before the shinobi could disarm him. "Their hearts are beating really fast," Hinata noted. I think the Genjutsu is flooding their systems with adrenaline. If this keeps up, they could die from the strain." "I'm getting Yuki to higher ground," Kakashi informed his students, even as he turned and lifted the actress. "Naruto and Sakura, try getting rid of the scrolls, so Hinata can free them." "Right," Naruto nodded with a grim look, even as the Jonin jumped towards the wall, and then rebounded up to the catwalk. The brainwashed fighters all turned to follow, and a few of the more adept ones start to climb the set pieces to get closer to the elevated walkway. Sakura grabbed one of the female performers and reached for the gruesome latex over her face. As she did, the woman reacted to her for the first time, swinging her club at the kunoichi's neck. Though the zombies closest to Kakashi and Yuki continued their ascent, the rest, the majority, turned back, their groans changing. "Kill Leaf Ninja," the brainwashed warriors moaned. The first of the stunt actors reached the catwalk. She attempted a lunge past Kakashi, but he caught her wrist. She pulled away and tried to sweep his legs. Hatake avoided the attack and cleanly tore the mask from her face. Half of the chakra-laced tag came with zombie disguise, and Kakashi touched her forehead with his other hand, intoning "release." The performer took another half of a step towards Koyuki and then stopped. Though she was slightly shorter and noticeably less voluptuous than the princess, there was an uncanny similarity in their faces. Kakashi suspected this was Yuki's stunt double. "What happened?" she asked. "Where am I?" "Nariko," the star called out, recognizing her understudy and confirming the Jonin's conjecture. "Are you okay?" "Yuki," she seemed disoriented. "What's going on? Don't you remember?" "No," the stunt expert shook her head. "Get behind me," Kakashi barked, as two more of the enslaved stunt fighters reached their perch. "Destroy Leaf," a stuntman moaned as he swung at Naruto. The Chunin ducked under the skeletal club. Despite having their strength and speed enhanced by the hormone rush, Uzumaki was still slightly stronger and quicker than the actors, and he had the edge in skill. But the fake zombies had far greater numbers, and had experience working as a team. He launched his fingers towards the stuntman's eyes, but only hooked the mask, pulling it away. His target now clear, he snatched the tag from the actor's forehead. He pushed the man back and shifted focus to his third target, neatly dodging a blow aimed for his right shoulder. Removing the tags alone did not break the Genjutsu. With Naruto's second victory, that made 9 of the fighters uncovered, 3 of them by Hinata and the other 4 by Sakura. Taking note of the number, the Byakugan user decided not to push her luck any further. "Absorption," she ordered. The mind-influencing technique detached from all of the zombies, but quickly wrapped back around those still masked. The remaining 9 seals of chakra flew to Hinata, attaching to the young woman. She shuddered, her silver eyes growing wider. Slowly, almost painfully, she brought her hands together. "Release," she incanted, and the relaxed in relief as the Genjutsu shattered. "Are you okay, Hinata?" Naruto asked, sidestepping a stunt woman and missing his grab for the hanging rubber sore on her left cheek. "Yes," she breathed heavily as she dodged another attack, but it was too much at once, and my Suijin Byakugan could only defeat the visual part. I had to destroy the rest of the jutsu normally. "What's going on?" one of the freed actors asked. "Is this a cut?" "What happened to Gale and Tsukuyuku?" Another looked around in surprise. "I was just on the castle set," one of the performers pondered. "Oh, crap, it's her, again," one of the fighters pointed at Sakura. "Where's the other one?" He tried to back away, and the zombies parted subtly to make way for him. They closed ranks quickly enough and kept the pressure on the shinobi. Sakura snatched the carefully crafted tree branch from her latest attacker and tossed it behind her. She grabbed his face, and her chakra-reinforced fingernails shredded the mask, revealing the chakra tag. She plucked off the paper before pushing him back into the throng. Naruto caught the bone-shaped weapon in his left hand, ignoring the rough edge carving into his palm. He tapped the stuntman's wrist, just hard enough to make his opponent release the club. Uzumaki turned the femur back on its owner, smacking him in the right ear, and snagging the mask with the partially sharpened joint. the blonde teen pulled away, taking the disguise with him. The same action allowed him to avoid another attack, but knocked the partially tangle club from his hand. "Hey, he's the cameraman from yesterday," the male Chunin proclaimed. "So it's not just the stuntman?" Hinata sounded worried, disabling a shoulder with her gentle fist, and then slicing through the zombie face to pull the talisman off the human underneath. She slid cleanly under the pair of weapons aimed at her skull, sweeping the legs of one attacker, then aiming an uppercut at the other as she straightened. As she intended, she only caught the woman's chin, pushing the mask back on her head. Her hand changed course with remarkable speed, her fingers uncurling to tear off the tag on the enchanted woman's forehead. Now that there were 6 more uncovered, Hinata used her quicksilver eyes to pull on the genjutsu again. With fewer hitting her, and having experienced it once already, this time it was far easier for her. Once again, the freed studio employees asked if the filming was done, seemingly unclear on what was happening. But the Hyuga bloodline enabled her to see something else. "Sakura, I think the adrenaline is starting to hurt their bodies," she said. "Some of them are breathing hard, and a few have irregular heartbeats. How long can they take this?" "That depends on a number of things," the medical expert answered thoughtfully, as she sidestepped another blow: age, fitness, and how strongly the illusion is stimulating their adrenal gland. "But if you are seeing arrhythmias, we need to hurry." "If you two get out of range," their new teammate suggested, "I can cut through all of the tags at once with my protection of the 8 trigrams 128 palms." Naruto nodded, and Sakura frowned. "Afterwards, I will absorb the genjutsu off of them," she continued, "but it will probably be too much for me." "Sakura, if it is, I may need you to release me." This time her rival nodded, knowing that Naruto could no more break a genjutsu than he could spell arrhythmia without a dictionary. The 2-leaf shinobi leapt high, Naruto grabbing onto the steel beams supporting the roof, while Sakura landed on the other side of the horde. Some of the stunt fighters started to turn to follow her, but Hinata was already moving. She dropped her left hand back, and raised her right hand before her face, her first 2 fingers point up. A duality symbol sprang up around her feet, and spread out into an elaborate ninjutsu seal. Byakugan art, protection of the 8 trigrams 128 palms. Her hands began to move rapidly. First she used a blade of sharpened chakra to cut through the masks and bisect the tags underneath. Then a gentle burst of blunted energy to the knees knocked each false zombie down, clearing her path to the next opponent. After 2 quick, exhausting seconds, she ended the ninjutsu, and placed her hands together. "Absorption," she intoned, and the technique flowed from each of the fallen workers into her eyes. Hinata's body shook for a moment, and then she turned to face Sakura. Her Kekkei Jinkai was gone, but her beautiful face was lit by rage. "Kill Leaf Ninja," she groaned savagely. Breathing harshly from the hormones, she tensed to pounce on the medic. But before she could move, Naruto landed in front of her, his arms spread wide to bar her path. "Nah." "Naruto," she wheezed, looking at him in confusion. Sakura took the chance, darting under Uzumaki's arm and slapping Hinata's forehead, probably harder than was necessary. "Release," she ordered. For a moment, Hinata's eyes shifted to Sakura again, but then the younger woman went limp and Naruto caught her. "Are you okay, Hinata?" he asked in concern. Around them, the freed actors and workers began to regain their feet. Sakura moved to check on them. As she did, she noticed something. She didn't cut them, she was amazed, not even a scratch. Of course not, Naruto was both proud and defensive. "Naruto?" Hinata stirred in his arms. "Did I do it?" "Yeah," he hugged her, "you did great." "Good," she murmured, her consciousness slipping away again. "Sakura." The pink-haired Kunoichi hurried back over, and gave Hinata a quick examination. "She'll be fine," she told him, "she's just tired, and almost out of chakra. The Suijin Byakugan is much more draining than the regular version." "And Hinata just used it on over 50 people at once," Kakashi noted as he rejoined them. He set down the yoki and looked down at his newest student. Naruto frowned at him in askance. "I did some research," Hataki shrugged. "Hinata isn't the first one to manifest this ability, just the first in a long time. I was able to view some old records on the techniques." Naruto, the jonin, suddenly straightened, and switched to his leader voice, take Hinata and Yuki to Yuki's dressing room and stay with them. Sakura and I are going to have a look around. The newest Chunin lifted his girlfriend gently and looked at the princess. She nodded, and they hurried to her princess's reserved space. Kakashi-sensei, what's up? Sakura asked. Two things, he informed her, still looking over the still disoriented actors. First, this is not the entire crew. I don't see the director or any of the other stars. We need to look for them. And second, whoever created this jinjutsu must have been close by to make them switch to attacking us. He or she probably ran, but we still might be able to find some trace and catch up. We'll split up, he instructed. I'll head north, you head south. Is she okay? Yuki asked, gazing at them with concern. Naruto was clutching Hinata's right hand with both of his. He slowly poured his chakra into her, carefully focusing on their shared affinity for lightning, as the Hokage had taught him. Sakura said she'd be fine, Naruto said. I'm just recharging her chakra a little, so she'll wake up sooner. That was a jinjutsu, right? The princess continued to sound worried. That's what Hinata said. But that means that someone hired ninjas to attack the set. Unless it's that younger sister person you mentioned, Naruto suggested. Of course, she's still a ninja. He noticed her expression and forced himself to grin. Hey, don't look like that, he said boisterously. We took care of this trap easy enough. Even if they are ninjas, they aren't that good. That was your plan, the second shadow complained, after they escaped. Send a bunch of amateurs to fight for Leaf Shinobi? It should have worked, the first concealed ninja whined. They were outnumbered, and my technique significantly increased the strength and reflexes of my soldiers. If that woman hadn't been able to do that weird trick to break my jinjutsu, they would have had to release each of the stuntmen individually. So they could have worn them down. Maybe if the zombies had had knives, the second argued, but with prop clubs? What's with you and knives, her partner groused, and then added, either way, we need to report back to leader. The female silhouette shuddered, and finally nodded. Sakura had not found any trace of their attackers, nor of the rest of the crew. Her path through the studio had taken her to the lighting and sound department, where a dozen or so large storerooms held spotlights, boom microphones, and other such equipment. It was all beyond the 16-year-old Kunoichi, though she knew otherwise. The technology to capture sound might as well have been magic. Distracted by her musings, she almost missed the light scraping behind the door she was walking past. But her expert ears did catch the noise, and she padded silently over to the door. It was bolted, but she picked the simple lock with ease and stealth. Steeling herself, she yanked open the door. Gar! Makino shouted wordlessly, swinging a microphone stand overhead like a sword. The stand caught on the doorframe, and the director's momentum carried him forward, without his improvised weapon. Sakura caught him gently and pushed him back to his feet. Sakura, he blinked at her in amazement. Oh, thank the gods. We thought those soon-to-be unemployed fighters had come back for some more. The healer looked past him and saw the rest of the cast and crew had been crammed into the already cluttered room. Well, I suppose I can't fire them. It was mind control, the director grunted. After being freed by Sakura, the film crew had met up with Kakashi. The Jonin had explained the situation and told them he had not been able to track down the enemy shinobi. Maybe we should call off today's scenes, Makino considered. No, came a shout from the crowd. Nariko pushed her way forward. Mr. Makino, you shouldn't postpone filming, she argued. I asked around, and none of us are really hurt. Whoever is doing this probably wants us to shut down, that's why we need to keep going. There were a few nods around her. Kakashi observed the crowd carefully, watching for any anger or surprise. Well, if we delay, it will probably push us over budget anyway, he grumbled, so if everyone is game, let's get set up for scene 27. We'll go get Yuki, the copy ninja told the director, and I will see if I can talk her into staying here, so the four of us can also keep an eye on the studio. I'd be much obliged, the older man nodded, already thinking of the cost of hiring additional guards. The two shadows knelt before a third concealed ninja, who was both taller and better muscled than his subordinates. It seems our opponents are beyond your skills, he said softly. If we are to finish this mission, I may need to take direct action. Yuki's dressing room was not exactly built for an extended stay, but, as the actress pointed out, it wasn't any worse than her trailer when filming on location. It was made easier by the fact that at any given time, one of the 4 shinobi was standing guard outside the door, and another was prowling the studio. And each morning, they raided the craft services table for breakfast. The next 4 days had passed without incident, and the glamour of the movie industry was stripped away from the young adults. Seeing the technical aspects and the repetitive nature of filming robbed them of their wonder. Without any sort of action, Naruto grew bored, with Sakura quickly following suit. By the end of the 4th day, even Hinata was getting restless. But when the 5th morning dawned, the Chunin teens were lit with a new hope. The crew was moving outside of the city for a location shoot at a cliffside ruin some 20 miles outside the city. Even if filming was more of the same, at least they were getting out of the studio. Unfortunately, Yuki told them, we will only be shooting in the wilderness for 3 days, so we will be setting up tents instead of hauling the trailers out there. That doesn't matter to us, Hinata reassured the princess. Yeah, we'll sleep on the ground if we have to, Naruto asserted. That was just you, because you forgot your sleeping bag, Sakura mocked him. The actress chuckled, and the blonde Chunin rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. The site was a group of granite walls, the remains of an ancient castle. They were situated at the bottom of a sharp rock face. The crew set up the tents far enough from the shell of the building that they wouldn't be caught by the cameras. The first day's scenes were captured without a hitch, and after they were finished, the crew had a giant barbecue for dinner and as a small celebration. The next morning they resumed early, running through the precisely choreographed battle between Gale, Tsukuyoku, and Shishimaru, and the north and east tiles 6 times before lunch. The 4 shinobi all ate lunch with Yuki, Noriko, and Tamaki, the woman playing the south tile. After eating, the princess, her stylist, and the 2 kunoichi returned to the tent to change Yuki into the battle-damaged version of Princess Gale's costume for the next sequence. As Yuki and Kasumi worked to get the princess into the ornate and specially constructed costume, Naruto and Kakashi roamed the perimeter of temporary set. The Jonin circled around near the ruins, while the Chunin wandered near edge of the forest. Naruto paused, catching a whiff of something in the air. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto shouted, and the copy ninja joined him. Do you smell that? The young adult asked his mentor. Smoke? Kakashi asked. Yeah, but it smells kinda sweet, he confirmed, not like wood burning. Like something cooking? Kakashi asked, not smelling the difference, maybe campers or bandits. No, it's not food, the teen shook his head, it's almost like potpourri? But why would someone burn that? Kakashi's uncovered eye widened dangerously. Naruto, go get Hinata, now. Tell Sakura to keep Koyuki in the tent, and don't let anyone in except for me or Hinata, and then, only if we demonstrate our Kekkei Jinkai. Kakashi-sensei, what's going on? What you are smelling must be incense, the Jonin explained, knowing Naruto would move faster if he understood, like what is used for a powerful attack or summoning jutsu. We need Hinata too. Why he wanted Hinata was cut off, as 2 clumps of trees at the edge of woods exploded. As the oaks fell forward, they revealed the sources of their destruction, 2 huge animals. On the right was a porcupine, almost 30 feet high, its razor quills longer than Naruto was tall. The other beast was an immense frog, its smooth skin patterned in 2 distinct shades of green. The amphibian was only 20 feet tall at the top of its protruding eyes, but was longer and wider than its mammalian counterpart. On the head of each summoned creature stood a slightly built ninja. They were either young or short, their masks made it impossible to tell. But their Cloud Village crests were easily visible. The female shinobi stood easily on the frog's flat skull, while her male teammate was perched much more precariously amongst the porcupine's spikes. Kakashi's eye narrowed in recognition, and he stopped his student. On second thought, I will guard Yuki, he told the Chunin, switching back to the actress's pseudonym. I will send Sakura and Hinata to assist you. Stall until they arrive. Right, Naruto acknowledged, his face growing dark. Hey, the impetuous teen pointed at his female opponent, who the heck are you, and where'd you learn the toad summoning technique? Toad, the frog's voice was deep, wet, and angry, how dare you refer to me as one of those lumpy-skinned, oil-spewing, disrespectful excuses for amphibians? What was that? Naruto growled. Judging by your outrage and lack of intelligence, you must be a toad summoner. No fool, that I am Kawaswolmo of the noble frog ninja clan, and I am far superior to any toad. Oh yeah, let's just see about that. Even as Naruto slit his thumb, he turned his attention inwards to his tenant. Hey, Fox, give me some chakra, Naruto commanded. Behind the bars of her cage, the Kyuubi regarded him with a mix of annoyance and amusement. Why should I do that? She asked him harshly. You got to have your fun in the hidden sound, and you haven't been keeping up with your rent lately, he informed her. I need to summon the chief to teach this guy a lesson, and I need some of your chakra to do it. By my estimation, you should have enough chakra of your own now to summon that overinflated tadpole, she countered briskly. Maybe, Naruto capitulated, but only if I don't want to have any left for anything else. I don't see whereas that is my problem, the demon shrugged. If you don't want to run dry, try something else. I don't think so, the teen snapped back. He reached through the bars. Within the illusion of their interaction, he tore out some of the fox's hair. In reality, his soul reached through the seal and stole some of the spirit's energy. The demon's eyes expanded more from surprise than pain. Try that again, and I'll keep your hand, she warned him. Despite her murderous anger, a slight amount of admiration crept into her voice. The teen ignored her, as in the real world he intoned. Summoning jutsu. He jammed his blood-stained hand to the ground. Smoke billowed out, and Naruto rose into the air. Okay, now prepare to eat your words. Naruto started to taunt, until he realized the summoning was complete, and he was still looking up at the frog from his new perch. He looked down and realized he was on the head of an unfamiliar toad. Uzumaki's summoned ally was only 15 feet tall, 25 feet wide, and 30 feet long. The toad's medium orange skin was covered by a shirt of yellow chainmail, and the leather belt strapped to its waist had 5 short swords in scabbards along its lower back. Which is to say, they were short swords to the giant toad, each one was slightly longer than the Chunin was tall. Who the heck are you? Naruto demanded angrily. Gamazashi, the amphibian replied in a stern yet feminine voice, and you are quite obviously Naruto Uzumaki. Where's Gamabunta? He barked, even more off-put by lecturing tone. The chief is busy, so he redirected your summons to me, she told him. Wait, you guys can do that? Naruto's anger faded in confusion. Only the chief and elders can do that, she sighed, otherwise I would have forwarded your call to Kichi or Tatsu. Anyway, why am I here? To help me deal with those two, he pointed to the frog and porcupine, who were waiting for direction. Unfortunately, the 2 cloud shinobi were dumbstruck by Naruto's summoning of such a large animal without an inscribed seal, so they did not attack. Especially that big frog, Naruto continued, I figured Gamabunta would want to knock him around for talking smack about the Toad clan. Oh, he was he? Zashi turned her attention to the other frog, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Get off, Naruto. What? I won't be able to fight as well with you up there, she explained, drawing one of her swords, so you deal with the big spiky mammal, while the 2 of us have a little talk, amphibian to amphibian. Naruto, Sakura hailed him as she and Hinata ran up. The boy leapt down, landing near his teammates. In the same instant, Gamazashi hopped up, shifting her first sword to her tongue, and drawing one more in each hand. At the apex of her jump, her tongue darted out, blade first, at the Kawaswolmo's left eye. The frog pushed off with both left legs, skipping to the side just enough to avoid the sword. In the process, he nearly dislodged his summoner. Hang on, Tashigi, the frog ordered imperiously. The girl quickly and nervously dropped to one knee, placing her left hand on the frog's head for support. Sakura hefted one of the fallen trees, as if it were nothing more than a baseball bat, and swung it at the porcupine. The quilled critter's feet dug in, and it accepted the blow without complaint. The trunk lodged in its spines, and the animal spun away, ripping the impromptu club from the medic's hands even as its barbed tail veered towards the trio. Now what? Sakura asked worriedly as she rolled away. That thing just took one of my best shots without even flinching. The quills block and cushion attacks, while punishing anyone who gets too close, Hinata observed as she dodged another attack. I don't think any of my techniques will get through. The Odama Rasengan might be able to drill through, but I don't know if it would do much damage to something that size, Naruto agreed. It isn't how much damage, Sakura suggested, as much as where you hit. Yeah, but this guy's pretty light on his feet, Naruto grimaced as the porcupine spike sliced through his left bicep and pectoral, and the Otama Rasengan ain't exactly my fastest move. Care to introduce yourself? Zashi mocked, swinging her right-hand sword horizontally and her left-hand weapon vertically. When the green amphibian jumped back to avoid the twin slashes, the toad's tongue stabbed out her third sword again. Caught in mid-air, Kawaswomo could only catch the sword with his left hand, nearly losing a finger to the blade. Or should I just call you Froggy? I have no name to give to a toad, he smirked imperiously, particularly a dead one. Big talk for one who has been hopping around like a frightened jackrabbit, Gamazashi bounced closer, using a variation on her previous pattern. But this time he ducked low, and then his own tongue darted out. His tongue knocked hers askew, and then continued on to tag her right shoulder. Not bad, the female amphibian shook out her shoulder to recover from the impact. Try this. Hidden leaf style, crescent moon dance. Instead of creating shadow clones, Gamazashi used the extension of her limbs and tongue to achieve the pattern of separated blades. Confused by the complex weapon form, the frog took a pair of cuts down his left side and narrowly avoided losing that eye. Tashiji, what are you doing up there? Kawaswomo chided gently. Sorry, the cloud kunoichi shook her head to regain focus. Zashi swung again, but this time the human was able to react. Raitan, sparkling coat, the girl chanted, placing both hands on the frog's head. Just before her blade struck, the lightning tracing over Kawaswomo's body sprang up and spread down the metallic weapon. The toad nearly dropped her weapon as her left arm went numb. I would be careful, the larger amphibian advised sarcastically, another spark like that could set off your oil reserve. Two problems with that, Gamazashi grinned wickedly, sheathing all three of her blades in one motion. First, I don't use oil. I let that ability drop so I could focus on my weapons, she enlightened her opponent. Second, I don't intend to be shocked again. Gamazashi drew her fourth weapon, and the human and frog were astonished to see it was a Bakken, though the wooden sword's length and curve matched her steel blades. Hinata, you have a summoning contract, Sakura ducked under the paw that punched at her head. Catching the bottom of the beast's foot, she pushed it back before it could try to body slam her. What about summoning a giant squirrel, the powerful healer suggested as she jumped clear. The porcupine regained its feet, carefully protecting the young ninja clinging desperately to its ear. That won't work, the Hyuga heiress shook her head, the largest of the ninja squirrels is less than 9 feet long from nose to tail tip. Great, Sakura groused, rolling her eyes at her rival. Maybe it can, helped Naruto touch the blood flowing from his rapidly closing wounds. Hinata summoned Soul and Loon. Okay, Hinata carefully stabbed her thumb, but why? Strength in numbers, Naruto explained, force the spiny thing to split its attention amongst more of us. Summoning jutsu. The two squirrels appeared in matched puffs of smoke. Soul, Loon, hit and run, she instructed. The agile rodents were moving before she finished speaking. The black squirrel ran in and yanked out 2 of the porcupine's quills, while his sister circled around towards the giant creature's head. I think I can add 1 more without running too low, Naruto thought. He cupped his hand to gather the blood running towards his elbow. Blood clone jutsu, Naruto created a single enhanced copy, and the 6 warriors circled the prickly pig. By constantly moving and keeping their distance from one another, they were able to avoid getting hit. But at the same time, they were not able to score any substantial hits. Sakura, Hinata called quietly for her teammates' attention the next time their paths crossed. The pink-haired kunoichi changed course to listen to her navy-purple tressed counterpart. Watch, Hinata requested, and then signaled. Soul nodded, and then jumped on the splintered log, still embedded on the porcupine's spines. The impact appeared to cause the large creature discomfort, and it was not able to easily dislodge the albino rodent. The weight and pull on his quills is slowing him, the Byakugan wielder suggested. I think if you lodge enough of them on him, we might be able to reach his head. The quills aren't as long or thick up there, and of course his eyes are an obvious target. Sakura nodded grudgingly and told her rival, you guys keep him busy, and I'll give it a shot. The medic snatched up another medium-sized oak and slammed overhand so that the furthest extension hit the top of the porcupine. "All right, Yoshi," the spined beast finally spoke, in a deep yet squeaky voice, "time to earn your keep in this little arrangement." "I'd love to," the cloud youth answered unevenly, "but I'm too busy trying not to get impaled up here." "Why did I agree to this?" the porcupine asked no one in particular, and no one responded. Instead, both Naruto's unleashed kunai at his eyes, while several of his tail quills splintered as Hinata blocked them with Jinmaki. Taking advantage of Hinata's defense, Sakura dropped her next tree on the summoned animal's tail. This caused the spiny pig to yelp in pain. Gamazashi leapt high again, swinging her Bakken overhand. Kawaswomo flipped backwards to dodge the attack, at the same time his leg lashed out, catching her in the chin. But this time the attack did not cause any arcing. Despite looking a little pale from the acrobatics, Tashigi managed to sign again. "Katun, ignition jutsu," she proclaimed, and a number of intense bursts of flame erupted around the toad's wooden sword. But the blade did not catch fire, and the orange amphibian smirked at the kunoichi. "This blade is pressure and chakra treated," she offered. "It will take a lot more than that to make it burn. And it also looks like your batteries are running low." In one smooth action, Zashi sheathed her Bakken and drew her 3 metal blades, this time wrapping all 3 handles in her tongue. Springing blades, her speech was slightly slurred. Her tongue shot out, holding each blade at a slightly different angle. The frog was able to avoid the first sword, but took a light hit from the second and a deep cut from the third. "Tashigi, now," the frog ordered. "Yes," the girl nodded, launching into a complex string of hand signs. As she did, Kawaswomo's cheeks puffed outwards. "Water style, frog spout jutsu," the summoned beast spit out a massive column of water, which joined with the smaller and faster stream flowing from the kunoichi's hands. The 2 attacks combined, taking on the size of the frog's release and the power of the human's jutsu. Gamazashi put her 3 swords together and spun them rapidly, forming a cone. The defense shredded the column, spraying water all over the field, but the force of the technique still pushed the toad back. "And now I'm covered in frog spit," Loon remarked in blasé annoyance. The black squirrel darted up 3 of the logs embedded on the porcupine, nearly reaching the cloud ninja on the giant's head. On his last bound, the spiked animal shifted again, and the smaller rodent missed his human target. Loon corrected in mid-air and landed lightly on his feet, quickly dodging a massive paw. Sakura froze, looking repulsed at her wetness. The kunoichi wiped off her face. Despite the sudden increase in her ire, she could not help but admit Hinata's plan was working. The weight of the wood was slowing the porcupine, while giving her allies more footholds to reach the huge animal's head. Though none had reached it yet, they were getting closer, and their opponent was now spending much more time trying to dislodge them than attacking his smaller opponents. Forcing her way past her disgust, the pink-haired kunoichi grabbed one of the few remaining trees. She waited for Soul to draw the giant around, and slammed the improvised club so close to the animal's face that a few of the outlying branches scraped Yoshi's side. "Hinata," Naruto called, and his girlfriend joined him in hopping up the logs. "Ready," she told him, and he dropped back his right hand. Chakra began to swirl above his palm, and Hinata's hands began to dart around the expanding sphere. Fueled by both of their chakra, the Rasengan expanded to almost a meter in diameter, and turned a vivid, crackling purple. As they leapt off the last log, Hinata's hands stopped moving, but her left hand hovered next to Naruto's right, as they both supported the attack. "Odama Raiten Rasengan," the couple exclaimed in unison, as they dove at the porcupine's face. Their hands pushed forward so the sphere was leading, and the giant animal was so bogged down it could not dodge. "I've had enough of this," the porcupine grunted, getting smacked with sticks and harnessed with a useless partner. "Yoshi, I'm going to recommend to the elders that they not accept your contract." With that, the spiny pig vanished. The cloud ninja and the various logs rained on the terrain. Behind them followed Naruto and Hinata. Pulled by the large spiraling lightning ball, they could not alter their descent. The Odama Raiten Rasengan struck the grass and dirt and exploded. The force of the blast did not seem to touch Naruto and Hinata, but everyone else, even the 2 oversized amphibians, were blown away like dried grass. Sakura, Naruto's blood clone, and the two squirrels landed on their feet near the forest, while Yoshi was bounced into the air. Gamazashi released the sword in her tongue to avoid cutting herself, and Kawaswomo had to contort in midair so he did not land onto Shiji. The act caused the giant frog to crash down on his left hip, snapping it. Sakura and the squirrels looked back, but they did not see Naruto or Hinata. As Yoshi plummeted back to the ground, they were surprised when he did not hit the earth but continued to fall. They hurried forward, and the blood clone cancelled himself. They paused at the lip of the 30-foot radius semicircle crater. Standing at the bottom were the partners. Hinata looked mildly chagrined by the damage, and Naruto held the unconscious Cloud Youth. "Mistress, that was amazing," Soul gushed. "Yeah. Don't do it again," Loon added. Sakura nodded her agreement. Gamazashi retrieved her dropped weapon and turned back towards the frog. "To Shiji, get clear," Kawaswomo ordered. "I will hold the toad as long as I can." "Dismiss," she said gently, placing her hand on the frog's forehead again. Kawaswomo only had an instant to look shocked before he vanished. The Cloud Kunoichi turned back to Gamazashi, drawing a kukri in her right hand and a straight dagger in her left. "Surrender, child," Zashi advised gently, glancing back. The leaf humans approached slowly, Hinata having sent Soul and Loon back. Naruto carried the tightly trussed Yoshi, still unconscious, over his left shoulder. The girl nodded, dropping her weapons. "My job is done, anyway," she admitted enigmatically. Kakashi was going to have Sakura guard Yuki, Naruto remembered, until he saw the summoned animals. You don't think this was all a diversion, do you?" Hinata asked nervously. "We better get back," Sakura insisted. Kakashi stood outside Yuki's tent, looking surprisingly relaxed. "You can come out," Washichi, the Sharingan user said. "As soon as I saw the porcupine, I knew it was you." Kakashi Hatake. "So we meet again," the Cloud Ninja appeared before him. "Well, this is a conundrum. On the one hand, I need to whip my apprentices. When they described who they were fighting, they told me it was an old man with white hair, a stupid-looking blonde, a pink-haired ditz, and a busty girl with blue hair and silver eyes. I mean, how am I supposed to figure out that describes you and your team? Though the blue-haired, silver-eyed girl still confuses me." Kakashi remained silent, seeing no reason to divulge Hinata's identity. "But I already berated them for losing twice," Washichi continued, "and they obviously had no chance against you." He sighed, and turning up his hand in defeat, "Not that I particularly want to fight the copy ninja. But I should at least pay lip service to the contract, and spar you a little. Even if she..." Surely enough, the client was wrong about the actress not having any bodyguards. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at the weak attempt to cover the slip and asked, "So you were targeting Yuki Fujikaze? You had orders to kill her, I presume?" "No, we were just supposed to make her leave the Land of Fire. Preferably alive, but if the only way was shipping her back to the Land of Snow in a pine box, then so be it," the Land of Lightning Jonin shrugged. "Not that any of that matters. Unless I can pull off a miracle here and beat you, the contract will be cancelled. Sending a Jonin and 2 recently appointed Genin against an S-rank Jonin and 3 Chunin is far beyond a Category C mission. That is assuming your 4th is also a Chunin." Kakashi nodded, seeing no harm in revealing that. But then he added, "I can't argue with that. But that doesn't mean I can go easy on you." "Of course not," Washichi was offended by the suggestion. "I still have my pride." "So then..." The Cloud Warrior moved his hand through a quick set of seals before announcing, Earth-style, Dust em up Jutsu. Sand and dirt floated up from the ground and wrapped around his hands. In less than a second, Washichi's hands had tripled in size and had spikes on each knuckle and across the back. He swung his enlarged fist at Kakashi, but the Leaf Jonin slid out of the way. Hatake tried to punch back, but a rocky fist interposed, and Kakashi stopped short of impaling his hand on the spikes. For 30 seconds they exchanged punches and kicks, with neither warrior landing a serious blow. Then, suddenly, Washichi backed off with a frown. "I thought you weren't going easy on me." "I'm not," Kakashi confirmed, "I'm just not taking this seriously." Two complete different propositions. "Okay," the Cloud Shinobi failed to see the distinction. "Then try this. He started to sign, but after the first 3, Kakashi began the same sequence, catching up and then keeping pace with his opponent. Earth style, rock and roll jutsu, the two jonin proclaim in unison. The ground bucked under their feet, but the opposing waves met and cancelled each other out. You did that without your Sharingan, Washichi's tone was accusatory. I already know that technique. There was no need to copy it. As he finished saying that, the breeze carried a fine mist over them, from the direction of the distraction. Then what about wind style? Pocket tornado jutsu, Kakashi finished. Again, their techniques neutralized one another. Fine, what number am I thinking of? The assassin shouted in annoyance. 4, Kakashi answered without hesitation. Washichi's jaw dropped. For a moment, he might as well have had the words shock and defeat scrawled on his face. I am beaten, Kakashi. Washichi recovered quickly, but you will not capture me. The Cloud Ninja started to turn and then paused. You won't chase me, right? Of course not, Kakashi reassured him. My job is to protect Yuki. It would be foolish and irresponsible of me to try to catch you, but leave her alone. Wait, Naruto interrupted. The 4-leaf ninja, the director, and most of the cast sat around the bonfire, listening to the jonin talk. You guessed what number he was thinking, and it scared him off? The guy who stole his genin back from us without Hinata noticing? Pretty much, Kakashi confirmed with a straight face. But everything you said happened would have taken like 3 minutes, Uzumaki continued his protest. To the amusement of everyone, the 3 of us were fighting for like 20 minutes. And? Kakashi baited the young man. That. Naruto sputtered in indignation. That exact events aren't important, Kakashi soothed him. What matters is that they are gone, and I am reasonably assured they will not be coming back. Then we can relax and go back to working on the film, the director sighed in relief. There were nods all around the celebratory inferno. You are sure this is the end? Brit's portrayer asked. We'll still be here for the rest of the shoot, Kakashi offered, and we'll keep our eyes peeled, just to be safe. After the end of the party, the film crew quickly drifts back to their temporary beds, getting ready for the next day's filming. A few did not go to bed, unable to sleep for whatever reason. One of the cameramen started double-checking all of the equipment. Tamaki began running her lines for the next day. And Noriko walked to the edge of the forest and took out her cellular phone. There's no need to demand a refund, a quiet voice interrupted her dialing. Washichi is one of the most honorable men I've ever fought with and against. He will make sure you get your money back. The stunt woman dropped her phone in surprise, and Kakashi Hatake caught it in mid-air and then handed it back to her. I don't know what you mean, the physical performer sounded genuinely confused. Oh, I think you do, the jonin grinned under his mask. After all, you were the one who hired the hidden cloud ninjas to eliminate Yuki. Yuki is my friend, there is no way I. Washichi gave me the 2 clues that confirmed it, Kakashi explained, interrupting her protest. First, that he was hired by a woman, and second that their client wanted Yuki to live, if possible, but dead if necessary. You see, none of our other suspects really fit those parameters. Most are male, and all of them would want her either definitely alive or definitely dead. And if it was someone you didn't expect? But there were already other clues pointing to you. You are what, 2 inches shorter and 20 pounds lighter than Yuki, he asked, but did not wait for the answer, easy enough to conceal with high heels and Princess Gale's ornate costume. But that means that when the costume came back from the cleaners, shrunken, it was just about your size. Perfect for a bit of psychological prodding, or just to force them to use you until a replacement was ready. In addition, your father was a Land of Lightning shinobi, so it makes sense that you would hire them. He paused, and then watched her intently as he made his final point, but most of all, there was the genjutsu attack last week. Every other person Hinata or I freed stopped immediately, and thought that they were in the middle of shooting a scene. But you took a second to stop and claimed to have no memory. That's because you were never under the spell. You didn't stop right away because you didn't recognize for that long that you were supposed to be free. And since you were the first one freed, you took your best guess as to how you should act. But that doesn't make any sense, she shook her head. Why would I risk joining the mob? You people could have hurt me. But if you had been the only stunt person not there, it would have been much more suspicious. Besides, you wanted to be on hand either to make sure things didn't get too far out of hand, or to make sure the job got done. She stared at him through narrow eyes. Then she shrugged and snorted dismissively. Even if what you say were true, she said smugly, and for the record, I categorically deny everything. But if it were true, you only have speculation, not proof. For example, my not recovering the same way from the genjutsu could be due to the slight bit of ninja training my father gave me. So there isn't really anything you can do. Oh, you're wrong there. Kakashi's face became shadowed, and his normally flippant voice turned deep and hostile. I'm a Hidden Leaf Village Jonin, and we are in the Land of Fire, he said icily, which means I can execute any person I deem to be a threat to this country's security. Of course, that did not include the royal family, but the copy ninja felt no need to tell Nariko this. You wouldn't, the jealous actress backed away. I'm not a threat to the Land of Fire. You hired foreign ninjas to kill an allied daimyo, while she is in the Land of Fire. You allowed suspicion for that to fall on my daimyo. Your actions interfered with ongoing negotiations between the Land of Fire and the Land of Snow. And had you succeed, you would have cost this country millions of ryo in film revenues. That more than qualifies you as an enemy of the Land of Fire. Nariko had backed herself into a tree, and Kakashi she leaned over her menacingly. Please, don't, the stunt woman whimpered. Oh, I'm not going to kill you, Kakashi's normal glib tone returned, and he took a step away, straightening, I don't have to. You see, you're going to become as much one of Koyuki's bodyguards as any member of my squad. Huh? Nariko could only grunt in confusion at the bizarre statement. I've already sent my findings to both the Hokage and the leader of the village hidden in the snow, he informed her, and while they know it isn't proof, if Koyuki so much as chips a nail in a suspicious manner, they know who to look for. He started to leave, and then turned back and offered conspiratorially, the head of the show ninjas is very loyal to Koyuki. I think he might even have a crush on her. If he had reason to come after you, you might wish that I had finished you here. As he walked back to the camp, the actress collapsed against the tree, shivering with fright and sobbing quietly. January gave way to February, and near the end of the second month, filming of Princess Gale, the Cardinal Tile stratagem, finished. There had been no more incidents in last 5 weeks, but the four-leaf shinobi had remained vigilant. But now it was all done, and the only thing left for the majority of the crew was the wrap party. So, will you be going back to the Land of Snow? Hinata asked Yuki over the dim of the celebration. For now, yes, the actor said, I have things there that need to be handled. And unless they decide they need reshoots, they won't need me until the release. Though Kakashi had informed his 3 students of the traitor's identity, but they chose to keep that from the rest of the cast, including their client. Now, at the festivities to mark the end of principal filming, Naruto and Hinata were staying close to the princess, while Sakura and Kakashi worked the crowd. So I guess that means we won't be seeing you for a while, Naruto said. Probably not, the daimyo of Snow shook her head, but I have asked the studio to invite you 4 to the premiere. Really? Naruto was shaking with excitement. Hinata was pleased as well, though she did not let it show as much. That's just like you, Yuki, an unfamiliar voice said behind Naruto. The young man spun quickly, surprised Hinata let a stranger get this close without signaling him. In their 2 months on the set, the Leaf Ninjas had become familiar with the cast, crew, and even the studio executives. But Uzumaki did not recognize this person. He was tall, even taller than Naruto, with a trim build. His clothing was simple, but made of expensive materials. His auburn hair was cropped above the shoulder, and his strong gray eyes regarded the actress with familiarity and fondness. Hold on there, buddy, Naruto stepped between his client and the newcomer. Just who the heck are you? Nah. Naruto. Hinata stammered, This is Nyoko's father. Nyoko's father? Yuki counted to 3 in her head while the statement sunk into the oblivious Chunin's head. Then, Naruto's jaw dropped, and his eyes grew wide as saucers. You mean this guy? He shouted, drawing attention to them. This guy is? Princess Koyuki stepped past her guardian and offered a formal and quiet introduction. Naruto Uzumaki, I would like you to meet my good friend, Hisoka Hanakata, she said gracefully, daimyo of the Land of Fire. This guy's the daimyo? Naruto was still amazed, but was able to take the hint and lower his voice, but he can't be. He's not old, or fat, or ugly, or stupid-looking. Hinata looked ready to faint at her boyfriend's impropriety. But Hisoka chuckled and turned to Koyuki. I think that was a compliment, he told his counterpart, still amused. I wonder how I should take that statement, the actress pretended to be hurt. Their amusement caused both Chunin to relax, though Naruto blushed when he realized what he had said, and to whom. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Naruto. The leader of the Land of Fire extended his right hand, and the ninja shook it firmly. And Hinata, my daughter's jealous descriptions haven't done you justice, he took her hand gently. The young beauty blushed. Is Nyoko here? Naruto asked, nervously. No, Hisoka smiled again at the ninja's reaction, I'm here for business, not fun. And she has schoolwork. Naruto sighed in relief. She is quite taken with you, the daimyo confided. I was surprised to learn she was willing to take no for an answer. She can be quite willful. He turned away from the teen, back to the princess. I don't have much time, Yuki, he said regretfully, remembering her alias this time. I presume you asked me here because of the mining rights. Yes, she nodded, not meeting his eye, regretfully. I must inform you that I am awarding the mining rights to the Land of Water. I am sorry, Hisoka. Don't be, he countered openly, their offer was better, and you have to do what is best for your country. Their deal does give us a larger cut of the mine or, she said suggestively, more than we need. Perhaps we can sell the Land of Fire part of our share, in return for your country providing some external oversight of the mines. They continued talk until the daimyo of fire was forced to leave for other business. And afterwards, the party persisted into the night. And you are absolutely certain this? The gruff, older voice asked. Yes, the younger voice was smooth, but exhibited a touch of strain. Now that the 8 tails is sealed along with the 1 though 5 tails, their next target will be the 9 tails. The 6 tails Jinchuriki has proven highly elusive, and the 7 tails can be harvested whenever they feel the need. The Akatsuki will move to capture Naruto Uzumaki, and soon. Jiraiya shook his head in dismay. Itachi Uchiha watched his contact, waiting for the older man to speak. I guess we knew this time would come, the Toad Sage admitted. Maybe it's time to extract you. No, Itachi protested vehemently. Then he took control of his reaction and continued, if I leave now, Pain and Madara will change their plans. They would probably take the 7 tails first, and then go after Naruto with much greater force. The Sannin surveyed the younger ninja, not fooled. Do you really think you are close to being able to find and defeat Madara? Jiraiya asked gently. That is not the only reason I have to remain undercover. Itachi was conflicted, but I think Sasuke is almost to the point where together, he and I could destroy our ancestor. How can I resist such a perfect opening? A third voice declared. A shadow landed in between them, kicking Jiraiya away, and then launching a sphere of fire at Itachi. The 2 older ninja jumped away from their attacker, landing shoulder to shoulder, facing Sasuke Uchiha. I never would have guessed my old friend was Itachi's contact, the rogue genin hissed, but I suppose that explains your frequent absences from the village. Sasuke, the older brother, was surprised by the younger's sudden appearance. He unconsciously took a step towards the younger man. But Jiraiya blocked his path, moving between the brothers, while regarding Sasuke with a furious expression. That's not Sasuke, the legendary pervert told Akatsuki agent, it's Orochimaru. Actually, you are both right, the serpent switched to his own voice, while keeping Sasuke's appearance, but what gave me away? Everything, how you move, your poor impersonation of Sasuke, calling me old friend, the Toad Sage answered. I thought Sasuke killed Orochimaru, Itachi protested, moving to surround the renegade Sannin and reaching for his sword. Killed is such a tricky word, Orochimaru answered smugly. You see, when I attempted to take control of this body the first time, Sasuke was able to use his Mangekyo Sharingan to reverse the process. He absorbed me instead. I was the source of his regenerative powers when he attacked Itachi all those months ago. He grinned viciously and continued, but little Sasuke miscalculated. He thought that by trapping me, I would be harmless, and he would be able to borrow all of my skills. You were kind enough to instruct him on the error of his ways, weren't you, Itachi? The elder Uchiha brother did not answer. He tensed to attack, but Jiraiya signaled they should wait. Then how were you able to take control of Sasuke's body? Jiraiya asked, knowing Orochimaru loved to boast. Take is not the right word in this case. Sasuke Uchiha had not been aware of the passage of time until he wandered into the bandits' camp. They had attacked him, of course, and his body reacted on instinct. Before the broken traitor had realized what was happening, he had brutally slain 5 of the thieves, and the rest were fleeing in terror. Roused from his depression, he examined the sky. By the placement of the stars, he could tell that it had been 7 or 8 days since he had lost to Itachi, since Karen had died. He noticed an empty feeling in his stomach. Though he had no desire to live, he did not want to die either, and the hunger was an annoyance. So he scrounged around the base, consuming the few scraps of dried meat and bread he found. Is this what you have been reduced to? The voice whispered to him, once the mighty avenger, willing to give up everything, now just an empty existence, unable to live but unwilling to die. Sasuke considered the voice, wondering if this was part of himself, a scrap of fire still burning in his soul. But then he knew, and the insight spurred the energy he had been lacking. Orochimaru, Sasuke growled, what concern is it of yours? You sealed me, the serpent's voice grew stronger, if you die, I die with you. One might almost say that makes you my Jinchuriki. You can stop being jealous of Uzumaki. The body thief laughed at that. The teen was less than amused. What do you want? Sasuke demanded of his former teacher. He closed his left eye, and the red and black orb appeared on the top of his former teacher's cage. The formerly blank, white walls were now marked in a reddish-brown substance. The kanji and kana formed the basis for a set of dark, powerful new techniques. I have a proposition for you, Orochimaru answered, in an even tone that was eerily at odds with his normal inflection, that is, if you still want your brother dead. I'm listening, the Sharingan user said carefully. Reverse our positions, the Sannin explained, give me your body. In return I will kill Itachi Uchiha for you. Ha, Sasuke barked a laugh, why would I accept that offer, when you lost to him before? You have been defeated 3 times, the serpent countered, so you are hardly in a position to be using that as a basis for judgment. The host did not respond, so the parasite considered his point accepted, and continued. There would be 3 important differences this time, Orochimaru explained. The first is that this time I will be trying to kill Itachi. When we last fought, I was attempting to take his body. Which meant I could not do him serious injury. It is much harder to capture someone unharmed than to simply kill them. I thought Naruto made that abundantly clear during your battle 4 years ago. Sasuke grimaced at the reminder, but he bit back his retort and instead said, continue. Secondly, last time I fought Itachi I was in a weak host, and on the verge of collapse. This time, my host will be young, strong, and fresh. Which leads directly into my third point. Like you, Itachi was able to escape my control with his Sharingan. But this time, I too will have that power. You talk a good game, Sasuke finally admitted, but somehow, I can't quite bring myself to just trust you. If I were to agree to this, I would need certain assurances. Such as? A blood oath, Sasuke answered icily, that you will kill Itachi within 3 months, or return control of my body to me. I am not exactly in any state to be making a blood oath at this time, the imprisoned soul countered mockingly. You know as well as I do, that blood is only the medium to mark the mind and soul. Sasuke channeled his ire into a condescending lecture. I'm sure whatever you have been using to mark the spirit prison will work just as well, if not better. Perhaps, the Sannin said neutrally, but if I were to make such an oath, I could not agree to 3 months. It will take me time to adjust to my new form, and longer to make it meet my physical requirements. Say, 1 year? 6 months. It will be difficult, Orochimaru pretended to debate the matter, but not impossible. And, of course, in the interest of fairness, I would require an oath from you as well. When have you ever been concerned about fairness? Sasuke snorted. I am always careful to make sure I am treated fairly, the body thief said, leaving hang the implication that the reverse did not necessarily apply. And what would you have me swear? The teen asked, hiding his anticipation as they approached a deal. Just that your body belongs to me for as long as I keep my oath, and that you won't try to help your former friends, should I cross swords with them? What friends? The rogue genin shrugged derisively. Your former teammates then, the Sannin suggested. Do we have an arrangement? You first, Sasuke insisted. Orochimaru smirked up at the teen's eye and then shrugged. He bit into his right middle finger and traced the symbol onto his chest over his heart. I, Orochimaru, swear that after taking possession of Sasuke Uchiha's body, I will kill his older brother, Itachi Uchiha, within 6 months. If I fail to complete this task within the allotted time, Sasuke Uchiha will regain control of his body, and I will be unable to regain control of his body, and will die should I attempt it. The spiritual blood faded into the leaf trader's chest, and he looked up at Sasuke's eye. Are you satisfied? He asked the younger man. Uchiha did not answer, but his eye vanished from the cell as he opened it in the real world. It appears fate has given me one last chance, brother, he exhaled with a murderous grin. He took out a kunai and brutally sliced off the tip of his right thumb. Sasuke tore open his shirt and quickly smeared the kanji for honor over his heart. I, Sasuke Uchiha, swear to relinquish control of my body to Orochimaru so long as he completes his oath to kill my brother Itachi. I further swear that I will not attempt to oppose Orochimaru should he ever battle my former teammates. Name them, Orochimaru insisted. Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Kakashi Hatake. Should I break this oath, my soul will fade to the afterlife, leaving Orochimaru with total control of my body. Very good, the serpent summoner congratulated his former student. Now, let us begin. After all, the sooner we switch places, the sooner your brother dies. His eyes flickering with insanity, Sasuke listened closely to Orochimaru's instructions. My brother gave you his body so you could kill me? Itachi appeared on the verge of breaking down. It was all he wanted. These past 8 years, Orochimaru's smirk looked out of place on Sasuke's face. The snake looked pleased at Itachi's reaction. Then why keep Sasuke's appearance? Jiraiya demanded. You've always replaced your host's appearance with your own in the past. Was it simply to put Itachi off his game? Oh no, Orochimaru shook Sasuke's head. Itachi's distraction was only a bonus. No, I kept Sasuke's appearance for a reason I'm sure you can understand, old friend. You see, while I was trapped within Sasuke's body, I was able to share in the experience when he bedded Karen. The observation has sparked a new interest in me. And it is my understanding this form will be well suited for that research. Ha, Orochimaru laughed suddenly, confusing his opponents. That shut him up, at least for a moment, the serpent Sannin said, mainly to himself. I don't think he likes that idea. That shut him up? Jiraiya shared a glance of confusion with Itachi. Yes, the villain nodded. Ever since I broke in on your little conference, Sasuke has been screaming his head off in here. He tapped his sternum. Frankly, it is getting annoying. He shook his head in exasperation. Here, you can listen to him for a while. He signaled snake, monkey, rat, and then tapped his stolen chest again. Swarmy, the voice of Sasuke Uchiha roared from over Orochimaru's left shoulder. Hearing his own voice through his former ears, he went silent, but only for an instant. What is going on here? The trapped soul demanded. Why is Itachi with old man Jiraiya? Poor Sasuke, Orochimaru simpered, pityingly. You still have not figured it out? Are you so blinded by your hatred? What do you mean? Sasuke demanded. Neither Itachi nor Jiraiya answered, and Orochimaru chuckled at their discomfort. Itachi is a double agent, Orochimaru explained, mockingly. All these years, he has been reporting the movements of the Akatsuki to the Konoha Corps. What? The teen repeated, his voice shaking with rage. Why? Why would they work with this traitor? Oh my, you are almost as dense as your former comrade, he laughed at his host. Then his voice and face grew deadly serious. Itachi was not the one who killed the Uchiha clan. I did kill my clan, Itachi asserted. He did kill them, Sasuke shouted at the same time. I saw him. My father's blood was dripping from that sword. In the soul cage he pointed, not caring that no one could see him. Jiraiya coughed to gain their attention. While it may be technically true that Itachi ended the lives of the Uchihas, the Toad Sage capitulated, nodding at the older brother. The fact of the matter is, those were mercy killings. The rest of the Uchiha clan was beyond saving, and all Itachi did was spare them days of drawn-out pain. "It is still my fault," the elder brother insisted. "I failed the task I was given, and my clan, my family suffered for it. And that is why I am glad I did not take your body, Itachi," Orochimaru mocked. "Your streak of martyrdom runs too deep. I fear it might have tainted me. After all, you could just as easily say you bought your clan more than a decade of life. And your brother his very existence." "What does that mean?" Confusion tainted Sasuke's anger. "What is he talking about, Itachi? Answer me." "It started when I was 3, the elder son of Mikoto and Fugaku explained. "I had been told not to leave the village, but the woods beyond the wall had this mystical pull. And like most children that age, I thought I was invincible. With the evil rogue ninjas vanquished, the young boy dropped the stick that had served as his mighty sword, and plopped down against a tree. He unwrapped the rice balls he had snuck out for a snack, and bit into one. A chipmunk eyed him carefully, torn between hunger and curiosity, and fear of the much larger predator. Itachi smiled at the rodent's antics. He took off a small corner of the mochi, and tossed it gently towards his admirer. The chipmunk quickly grabbed the morsel, and stuffed it into its mouth, its cheeks puffing out. The son of the Uchiha clan giggled at the sight. Then the forest seemed to grow cold, despite the warm July weather. The chipmunk scrambled away, spooked. Overhead, the twittering birds fell silent. Itachi pulled himself up, his hunger and entertainment forgotten. He pressed his back against the tree, nervous. His eyes darted from tree to tree, searching for what was causing the unnatural calm. He spotted something. A figure, crouching on a branch a few dozen feet away. At first Itachi thought it was human until he saw the eyes. There was no white to them, instead they were just soulless black pits, accentuated only by glowing red spirals, 3 crimson lines circling from the outside to the center. The Uchiha youth tried to push closer to the trunk behind him, frightened by unnatural being. "Is this coincidence or providence?" The figure hopped down lightly, and walked boldly towards the boy. "My clan's time is chosen, and one of them comes to offer himself to me." The boy wanted to run, but those pitiless, impossible orbs held him fast. "You would be Itachi, the son of Fugaku," the monster told him. "How fitting that the first to fall is the last heir of the superior line. Goodbye, child." The figure's hands began to move, and Itachi recognized the chakra seals he had only begun to master. He began to shake with terror, realizing the shadow intended to kill him. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die," the child chanted in his head. "Don't want to die. I don't want to die," he suddenly shouted out loud. His eyes hurt, and he did not know why. Itachi seemed to lose control of his hands, and they began to mimic the monster's motions. As suddenly as he had begun, the figure stopped forming the jutsu. "Now that is interesting," the shadows around the demon faded, leaving a human ninja. The murderer's eyes also changed, becoming a brown so deep it was almost black, but with a normal white sclera and black iris. The man knelt to look at him more closely. Itachi thought that the man looked like his father, close enough to be a brother or cousin. "You have activated it at this tender age," the shinobi lifted his chin, staring into his eyes, 2 tomo in the left, and all 3 in the right. "Not even my offspring were able to do that. Maybe I have been premature." Itachi did not say anything, he just watched the man carefully, despite the burning sensation in his eyes. "I think I will give them one final chance, if only to see where this potential goes," the ninja pondered, as if the boy wasn't even there. Then the man stood and addressed Itachi directly. "Know, child, that the Uchiha clan has forgotten its purpose. They have grown complacent in their self-satisfaction. I had decided to finish them, but I see a glimmer of hope in you. So I will leave you be, for now. But you would do well to find a way to return the clan to its true goal. Or our next meeting will not be so pleasant. I told our parents," Itachi added after a moment, "but they thought it was a child's game, and scolded me for going into the forest alone. Then the war began, and I witnessed horrors far greater than a stranger threatening me. In time, I began to believe they were correct, that it was all my youthful imagination. But Madara did not forget about you," Orochimaru scoffed at his ignorance. "No," Itachi said quietly, shaking his head, "he did not. The leader of the ANBU completed his last set of kunai exercises and looked up at the moon to check the time. He was scheduled to meet Shui at 10 and decided he should at least take a quick shower before they went to the club. He wouldn't be much of a wingman otherwise. I am disappointed, a voice said above the teen. Itachi started. He was not easy to get the drop on, but whoever had spoken had gone completely unnoticed. But even more than simply being ambushed, the voice touched off an old fear in the pit of the Jonin's stomach. It has been not quite 11 years, and you have barely advanced your Sharingan at all. Madara Uchiha appeared in front of his descendant, nor have you been able to improve the clan's disposition. He turned away, ignoring the younger warrior. I suppose I was expecting too much of a child, and a follower of the leaf. But I still have an interest in you. Itachi Uchiha, the co-founder of the Konohagakure, looked back at the loyal shinobi, so I will give you a little more time and a push in the right direction. I think you should reflect on the flow of your life, so you can cross the bridge to true power. He vanished, but Itachi was already running towards the village. Reflect, flow, bridge. The Uchiha heir tried to contain his panic. He must be talking about the stream, where I'm supposed to meet Shui. He raced past the guards at the gate without pausing. He did not slow until he reached the small stone bridge. He skidded to a halt on the structure, panting lightly. His eyes scanned the dim surroundings. For a second he felt relief, not seeing anything out of place. But just as he was about to relax, he noticed the disruption in the surface of the water. He hopped from the bridge, running on the surface of the water until he met the obstruction. Shui, he asked, kneeling on the surface of the water. His Sharingan pierced the surface of the liquid, making out the unmoving features of his cousin and only friend. No, Itachi said quietly, the burning sensation in his eyes growing, changing into a sharp prickling. No, 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 he chanted, as unseen, the shape of his eyes changed. Engulfed in rage, Itachi ran back to where he had been training. But he could find no trace of his ancestor. Then you didn't kill our cousin? Sasuke asked quietly. No. Madara did, both as a warning, and to trigger my Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi dug his fingernails into his palm. After that I broke into the clan meeting hall, and found the hidden archives. I read Madara's journals, to learn about this mission he wanted our clan to fulfill. That was when you changed, the trapped younger sibling remembered. You began to challenge father and the rest of the clan. You said they were too impressed with their abilities. I had no desire to support Madara's mad dream, Itachi told him, but I hoped if I could change their attitudes even a little, or cause anyone else to unlock the second level, it might stall Madara. Is that why you killed our family? Sasuke ramped up again, so that Madara couldn't? Is that what the old pervert meant by mercy killings? No, I was too late that night, Itachi whispered. Madara had already made his move. Enough with the cryptic crap, the rogue genin shouted impatiently, just tell me. There is a third level to the Sharingan, Jiraiya explained, a legendary level, only ever achieved by Madara Uchiha. Itachi described it from his first encounter. It is called the Shinin Sharingan. The solid black eyes with red spirals, Orochimaru interjected before Sasuke could ask. The Shinin Sharingan has only one recorded technique, an upgraded version of the Tsukiyomi known as Susanoo. The Toad Sage continued, unlike the Tsukiyomi, the Susanoo does not require the constant participation of the user. Once the victim is trapped in the Jinjutsu, Madara can just leave them, and continue on to other targets. Even worse, the Susanoo never runs out. Anyone trapped in the technique will remain there, sealed in an abyss of torment until their real body dies. It was nicknamed 1,000 Years of Pain, because it takes most victims almost 5 days to die. But inside the illusionary world, that equates to almost a millennium. Madara used Susanoo on every other member of our clan, Itachi said softly. I tried to use my Tsukiyomi to break our father's sister free, but I was nearly trapped in her illusion for the effort. You didn't really have a chance, Jiraiya tried to comfort him. Only 2 people ever survived being hit by that technique, and both of them technically broke free before the Jinjutsu fully took hold. Even the Suijin Byakugan could not remove the Susanoo once it was connected. So you killed our parents and all the others to spare them pain? Sasuke asked, and Itachi nodded. Why? What mission did our clan fail to perform? Why would Madara destroy the clan he created? The reason Madara created the Uchiha clan, the reason he agreed to join with Hashirama Senju in forming the Konoha Corps, all of it was so he could take his revenge on the Hyuga clan, Itachi explained. The Hyugas? Why? Sasuke interrupted again. If you'd stop butting in, we could explain this a lot faster, the Toad Sage sprouted in annoyance. Look, we can't know anything for sure. Many historical records were lost during the Second Great Ninja War. The only first-hand source we have are Madara's rants, and we only have those because Itachi brought them to us. And we have to take them with a grain of salt, for obvious reasons. Madara was born into the Hyuga clan, Itachi expositioned. His father, Isamu, was a great ninja, and was chosen to marry the Hyuga heiress. It was hoped they would produce a powerful heir. But when Madara was born without the Byakugan, he and his father were cast out, and the union annulled. This devastated Isamu, who had fallen in love with his bride. Madara grew up with a broken father, resenting his mother and her family. Despite that, he grew remarkably skilled. By age 12, he was already a chunin. Jiraiya picked up the tale, but at that point he vanished. There is no record of him anywhere, and his journals jump ahead to age 18. Given the handful of missing pages in the earlier books, we suspect he censored his own past. At any rate, at age 18, Madara reappeared, now using the surname Uchiha. He now possessed his own Kekkei Jinkai, and forcibly took the rank of Jonin. He married soon after, and produced 5 offspring. As his children became active shinobi, they started to be known as the Uchiha clan, and quickly were regarded as one of the premier ninja clans, rivaling even the Senju. And when the Sanctuary of the Flames was destroyed, Orochimaru purred in admiration, and Hashirama Senju approached Madara with his innovative plan to unite the separate clans into a city, to create an army of ninja, while Madara saw his chance. He insisted the Hyuga clan be invited to join the new village, seeing the perfect option to get close to his enemy, to observe them. He knew the Uchihas weren't strong enough, yet Jiraiya shot Sasuke's possessed body a dirty look. His first grandkids had just been born, and the Hyugas still outnumbered the Uchihas by almost 5-1. So at first, he contented himself to simply outshine those who tossed him out like trash. The Uchihas took the worst missions, and always tried to outperform the Hyugas in contests, especially the newly created Chunin exams. But in time, even that was not enough, Itachi said, disappointed. Even though the Uchiha's accomplishments were greater, every Hyuga victory burned like a brand against his soul. And when Hashirama Senju was chosen as the Hokage, it was the last straw. Madara decided that even if he could not watch the entire Hyuga clan fall, he could at least take some personal revenge. He decided to kill the leader of the Hyuga clan, Hoshi Hyuga, his own, younger half-sister. The elder brother took a breath before continuing. That night, he snuck into the Hyuga manor. He killed 3 random Hyuga shinobi he encountered, before finally making his way to his sister's bedroom. But he wasn't content to simply stab her in her sleep. Instead, he woke her, intending to use the Susanoo on her, to kill her in agony. Unfortunately, Madara miscalculated, the serpent noted. His sister had the power of the Suijin Byakugan, and she deflected Susanoo back on him. The reversal hurt Madara badly. Itachi recalled the journal entry, smuggled into the Uchiha clan hall years after Madara's escape. Hoshi Hyuga escaped, and raised the alarm. Injured, and his treachery revealed, Madara ran. But Hashirama caught up with him, at the place now known as the Valley of the End. After the battle, Madara lost, and was presumed dead. He escaped, content to let his clan finish the job. Of course, the Hokage had other ideas. Jiraiya smirked. He carefully approached the Uchihas, determining that only Madara's second son bore the same level of hatred. So he began to secretly indoctrinate them, channeling Madara's teachings of destruction into a friendly rivalry. Do you understand now, Sasuke? Orochimaru sounded bored. The Uchiha clan was influenced by the first, and they gave up Madara's goal of destroying the Hyugas. Of course, Madara could not let that go unpunished, so he destroyed the clan. Itachi, why did you lie to me? Sasuke raised his voice again. Why didn't you tell me the truth? Madara left you alive for the same reason he spared me. He wanted us to grow stronger, strong enough to serve him. I knew that hatred would spur your advancement. But I could not let you target Madara. An ancestor you did not know would not have been an adequate focus for your rage. But had you faced him, he would have destroyed you without mercy. So now you have the whole story, Sasuke, Orochimaru chided. Will you be silent long enough for me to conclude this transaction? Your yowling is too distracting. What? The younger brother protested. No, I don't want this. Not anymore. That is unfortunate, Orochimaru shook his head, as if dismayed. We have a bargain. Your body, in exchange for Itachi's life. We swore blood oaths. No, stop. Orochimaru ignored the teen, assuming a fighting stance. Jiraiya and Itachi both tensed as the body thief sprang forward. With Sasuke still screaming for his former mentor to stop, Orochimaru charged forward. His stolen Sharingan was active, as he was signing his first jutsu. Ninja art, claws to fangs jutsu, the serpent user quickly invoked, just before he reached Itachi. The Sanin's fingernails grew long and narrow, like a snake's fangs. During the quick exchange of taijutsu, Orochimaru was able to stab into Itachi's right thigh and scrape the back of the true Uchiha's left hand. Then Jiraiya closed the gap, and Orochimaru was forced to shift his focus. But the false traitor could not take advantage of the distraction, as he grew weak and lightheaded. Go ahead, take your antivenom pill, the body thief prompted. My technique replicates the venom of 4 different snakes. They are not the most deadly, but they are exceedingly rare. So I am looking forward to finding out how well they stand up to the Akatsuki's medicine. You planned this, didn't you? Jiraiya accused angrily, aiming his left fist at Sasuke's neck. You could have attacked Itachi at any time, but you waited until he was meeting with me. You wanted Sasuke to learn the truth, to break his spirit. I did owe him for trapping me those few months, Orochimaru shrugged, unconcerned, and this trip down memory lane also distracted Itachi. So really, it served a double purpose. Getting to dismantle you with my new body is just a side benefit. Orochimaru's feet shifted oddly as he avoided the old pervert's kick at his waist. Jiraiya launched another kick at Orochimaru's head, putting his right hand behind his body, presumably to balance the high kick, but in reality to conceal the buildup of chakra over his palm. The teenage body shuffled around and grabbed the white-haired Sanin's left wrist, preventing Jiraiya from using the Rasengan. A lethal attack? The snake summoner feigned hurt. You would use a lethal attack against poor Sasuke? He twisted Jiraiya's hand back with chakra increased strength, forcing the spiraling sphere perilously close to the elder warrior's spine. The Toad Sage was forced to cancel the jutsu to avoid crippling himself. I'd rather not kill Sasuke, the sage conceded, but if you manage to kill Itachi, Sasuke becomes a lost cause. If forced to make the choice, I'll keep the loyal brother alive. Jiraiya crouched, and then jumped high, pulling free from Orochimaru's grasp. Itachi finally managed to extract the curative tablet from his belt pouch, despite the numbness in his fingers. He swallowed the drug and backed up to a tree, hoping the antidote could cleanse his system. After the Toad Sage hopped out of his grasp, the snake user used the same momentum to divert his attention back to his older brother. But the fourth Hokage's teacher twisted in mid-air, already signing. Earth-style, swallowing land jutsu, he proclaimed. The ground around Orochimaru split like a giant set of jaws and closed around him, sucking him into the dirt. The ground began to shake, and Sasuke's left hand exploded forth, wrapped in lightning. The rest of the hijacked body followed. You know the Chidori? Jiraiya exclaimed in amazement. Of course, the serpent hissed, pityingly, I know all of little Sasuke's techniques. Kakashi's technique still active, Orochimaru continued his charge to the slowly recovering Itachi. The antivenom was taking hold, but neither fast enough nor thoroughly enough for the double agent's taste. Summoning art, Toad Flare Wall. 2 toads appeared in mid-air, one on either side of Jiraiya. They quickly set down twin lines of oil between Orochimaru and his target. Then their human partner sent out a spark, causing the liquid to erupt into a giant barrier of flames. The amphibians vanished as Orochimaru skidded to a halt, just short of the towering fire. He glanced up at Jiraiya and smirked before striding into the flames. The self-proclaimed super pervert landed on the far side of the inferno, watching anxiously. A black spot appeared in the blaze, expanding slowly. Then the bubble of black fire burst, revealing the form of Sasuke Uchiha, his Mangekyo Sharingan active. You should know better than to use fire against an Uchiha, Orochimaru's chided, a trickle of blood running from the corner of his left eye. Jiraiya snapped his fingers, and wall of fire vanished. I just needed to slow you down, the loyal Sannin countered. He stepped between the snake and the weasel, carefully avoiding looking into those deadly crimson eyes. He knew not being able to look at his opponent's face would be dangerous, but decided getting caught in the Tsukiyomi would be worse than having a fraction of a second less to dodge Amaterasu. Determined not to let the traitor have the next move, Minato's teacher launched a side kick at Orochimaru's abdomen even as he began to sign his next jutsu. The body snatcher seized his foot and twisted the ankle, causing Jiraiya to spiral away from him. The elder shinobi was forced to stop his hand seals in order to catch himself before his face plowed into the dirt. His concentration lost, the toad sage contemplated his next move. I remember you being faster, even when we fought 4 years ago, Sasuke's head as his parasite pondered that condescendingly, age must be catching up with you. He shifted his gaze back to his real target. Well, Itachi, are you ready to rejoin this fight? Or do you intend to flee? He's right, Jiraiya agreed, you need to get out of here. I'll hold him off. No, the elder brother said, I will leave neither you nor Sasuke in Orochimaru's clutches. I will not play the traitor this time. Then he smiled ruefully, besides, with the remnants of this poison in my system, I am not sure I could escape. You have no choice, in little Sasuke's case, Orochimaru simpered, he has signed over possession of his body to me. And there is no way you can evade me for 3 more months, not without killing me, and thus Sasuke too. Itachi leapt over his contact's head, and Jiraiya could tell he was not exaggerating about the impact of the venoms. Uchiha's normally exacting movements appeared slow and awkward. He launched a 3-finger jab at Sasuke's heart, and when the body of his brother stepped back, Itachi flipped up the kunai pinched between his thumb and pinky, scoring a light cut. He caught the blade's handle and swung it at Orochimaru's neck. The serpent blocked him, wrist to wrist, but Itachi finished building up chakra for his real attack. Katen, Fire Clone Jutsu, Itachi split in 4, attacking with different kicks from all quadrants. Water Style, Downpour Jutsu, the rogue Sannin completed the A-rank technique with only 5 seals, and water drawn from the air and trees began to pelt them. Though the humans were only chilled and soaked, the rain caused the fire clones to flicker and die. Raiten, Least Resistance Strike, Jiraiya countered the counter, sending forth a lightning bolt that tracked the water technique back to its source. Orochimaru's commandeered body went rigid as the voltage coursed through it. Itachi took the opening, sweeping Sasuke's legs, and preparing to drive his heel into the traitor's stomach. But as his foot connected, Orochimaru exploded into a nest of vipers. The elder brother hopped back, but not before one of the serpents tagged him. Jiraiya looked around for their opponent, as Itachi went for his last antidote. You want to play with lightning, old friend? Orochimaru mocked, stepping out from the trunk of the largest oak, that really won't serve you any better than fire did. His left hand dropped, and lightning chakra began to crackle around it again. He charged his former teammate with amazing speed. But the pervert was ready for the jab. He carefully observed Orochimaru's run, and when the body thief started to lift his hand, Jiraiya jumped straight back, raising his right hand over his head and forming another, larger Rasengan. Sorry, kid, Jiraiya thought, but if I take your hand, we can stop Orochimaru long enough for you to ride this out. The teacher of the 4th Hokage started to drop his arm, planning to push the spiraling sphere into Sasuke's wrist. But before he could connect, Orochimaru suddenly flicked out his fingers. The lightning chakra split into a dozen snake-shaped streams, and each shot like a bullet towards Jiraiya's outstretched limb. They tore through skin, muscle, and bone, leaving the toad sage's wrist and hand a hole-riddled mess. I improved on Kakashi's basic form, Orochimaru boasted, and his former teammate cradled his ruined forearm, trying to staunch the blood loss. I considered calling it Chihibi, but it doesn't quite roll off the tongue like Chidori. Sasuke's possessed form stalked closer, or how about lightning snakes? Orochimaru fired a punch at Jiraiya's face, and the gray-haired Sannin blocked with his left hand. But this was in the other Sannin's plan, and the serpent user kicked the toad summoner's damaged right elbow. Minato and Naruto's teacher collapsed to his knees from the pain. But as his eyes started to close, Orochimaru tapped his chest with an electricity-wrapped finger. Now, the serpent Sannin admonished as Jiraiya's eyes flew open, I can't have you passing out now. But I suppose I also can't have you trying anything either. He jabbed 2 needles into Jiraiya's neck, immobilizing his former ally. The serpent user pushed the pervert back, leaving him leaning against a slender spruce. Then he turned back, looking curious and smug. Have you recovered yet, Itachi? He asked politely. I wouldn't want this to be too easy. After all, I need to get a feeling of how strong this body is. Itachi did not respond verbally, instead choosing to draw the second Hokage's katana. The mouth of Sasuke Uchiha twisted into a smirk. Kenjutsu, is it? He chuckled. A snake appeared from Orochimaru's mouth and expelled Kusanagi into his waiting hand. You won't find me as simple to defeat as your brother. He flicked the legendary Jien, increasing its length by half and slicing through the tree Jiraiya was propped against, just above the frozen sage's head. Orochimaru took another step forward, destroying one of the ancient oaks with a delicate twist of his wrist. Unlike foolish little Sasuke, I can use Kusanagi to counter the shredding sound jutsu inscribed into that blade. Itachi did not answer. Instead, he somersaulted forward, keeping the Anbu blade tight to his body. He landed in a crouch before Orochimaru and swung the katana horizontally at the body thief's waist. The straight blade caught the curved sword, and the blade extended further, carrying the vibration out to the tip. Kusanagi's point shot towards the true Uchiha's right eye, and he was forced to roll to his side to avoid the attack. But his dodge was off balance, and Orochimaru swept his Jin sideways, cutting deep into Itachi's chest. Blood sprayed out, and Sasuke's brother collapsed. Orochimaru looked at the blood-coated edge of the grass-cutting sword with annoyance. You didn't think this simple Jinjutsu would fool me, did you? His voice bordered on anger for the first time. Orochimaru did not like being taken lightly, especially by those who should know better. Even without the Sharingan, I can see through this. He reactivated his stolen Kekkei Jinkai and began looking for the double agent. He saw Itachi perched on a nearby limb. The Akatsuki Uchiha let out a sign of relief, smoothly standing up straight. As he did, the illusion of his body faded. You didn't want to fool me. A touch of admiration replaced the anger. You were buying time to use Susuri to displace the effects of my snake's toxins. An interesting strategy, but it buys you what, 5 minutes? Maybe 10? Do you honestly expect to defeat me so quickly? Itachi started the clock in his head. In 7 minutes, 23 seconds, the poisons and the punctures that introduced them would return. He had to conserve his chakra, so he could not send the injuries out the full 12 minutes and 16 seconds. Orochimaru did not give up a second, despite his near boasting. He threw the Kusanagi at the Akatsuki agent, sidearm so the weapon spun with the blade on the outside edge rather than point first. Itachi knocked the grass cutter away with the second's katana, but the straight sword righted itself and flew towards him again. Itachi parried again, and the floating sword began to fence with him. Below the fight, Orochimaru directed the flying weapon with simple gestures of his right hand. With no body to protect, Kusanagi was able to attack with reckless abandon, keeping the Uchiha shinobi on the defensive. At the same time, Orochimaru began to incorporate hand signs into his direction of the blade. Fire style, Dragon's Roar Jutsu, he proclaimed after completing the seals. A cone of red-purple flames shot from Sasuke's jaw. And still engaged by the floating blade, the elder brother could not forge a counter-jutsu. His only choice was to fall backwards off the tree limb, letting gravity pull him out of the path of the fire. But Kusanagi followed, and Orochimaru tilted his head to make the jutsu pursue as well. Just before the villainous scientist's breath ran out, the blaze struck Itachi's left foot, burning away his boot and causing deep black burns to erupt across his skin. The Jin sliced at him again, and he turned his own sword to stop it. But before the weapons could connect, the grass cutter's blade shrunk to the size of a dagger, passing under the katana. Expecting to meet Orochimaru's remote attack with force, the sudden change left Itachi off balance as he fell. Kusanagi then returned to its true length, cutting into the undercover leaf ninja's stomach. Sharper than a razor, the legendary sword passed through Itachi's intestine in a clean, almost gentle motion. Holding his guts in with his left arm, Itachi managed to land on his feet. But he was forced to put most of his weight onto his undamaged right foot, and the ninja felt the muscles in his ankle strain. He knocked Kusanagi back again, this time making sure to focus on the hilt. Then he swung his katana back, brandishing it between himself and the approaching figure of Sasuke, while keeping an eye on the floating sword. But the hovering blade stopped attacking, as if waiting for its master. "You see, Sasuke?" Orochimaru asked, despite the voice projection jutsu having faded minutes before. Winning a fight without lethal intent is exponentially harder. "Of course, you are stronger and faster than Itachi, and I am far more skilled, so this was never a contest to begin with." Itachi grimaced at the repeated traitor until he completed the hand signs, hidden by his crouched position. He began to sink into the ground, but Orochimaru crooked his fingers, and Kusanagi shoot through Itachi's right shoulder. When the sword hit the earth, the elder Uchiha's escape was arrested, leaving only his head and shoulders visible and vulnerable. Smirking at the shinobi's predicament, Orochimaru grasped Kusanagi's hilt and lifted Itachi from the ground by the blade. The Uchiha heir was unable to restrain a howl of pain as the flat of the blade rubbed against his collarbone. His concentration broken, Itachi dropped his katana. "Now you have a choice to make, Itachi," Orochimaru informed him, holding him above the ground, still impaled upon the sword. "You have a piece of information I want. And if I give it to you, you let me live, right?" Itachi said, still maintaining his calm. "Oh no," Orochimaru shook his head, "you will die today. But if you tell me, I will give you a quick and honorable death. Deny me, and you will die slowly." And what could I possibly have to tell the all-knowing Serpent Sannin? The location of Madara Uchiha. "Lord Orochimaru?" Kabuto Flash stepped into the clearing as Itachi's body crumpled to the dirt. The left side of the medical ninja's face was horribly scarred, but he once again had two arms, which appeared to be symmetrical. He looked down at the last of the Uchiha clan, as the black flames around the hole that had once been Itachi's heart slowly flickered and died. "It is done," the Sannin sounded oddly giddy. "This body is now mine, and I know where to find our true target." "What about Jiraiya?" Yakushi asked, regarding the immobilized sage carefully. "He is still alive." "Of course," Orochimaru agreed. "I never intended to kill him." He slithered over to his old friend and removed the chakra-laced needles from the pressure points in his neck. The other Sannin collapsed fully as his body relaxed, but he stared hatefully at the villain and his lieutenant. "But why?" Kabuto seemed personally offended by the suggestion. "Jiraiya must return to the Hidden Leaf village," the body thief explained to both of them, "to tell them of the Akatsuki's plans. The Hidden Leaf must continue to oppose your former masters, so that Pain and Madara's plans do not reach fruition. Beside, I want dear Tsunade and all of little Sasuke's old friends to know of my restoration and how it came about." Kabuto nodded with an appreciative smirk. "But I can't have you following me, or trying anything foolhardy, so..." Orochimaru stepped on Jiraiya's wounded right arm, and then kicked him hard in the neck. Between the two attacks, the Toad Sage lost consciousness. "Let's go," Orochimaru ordered, and both renegade shinobi vanished. Jiraiya awoke, feeling curiously comfortable and free of pain. He could not tell the passage of time, but it was obviously after dark. As he glanced around, the first thing he noticed was that he was no longer in the forest. The hospital room clarified in his eyes, and the Sannin had another realization, that he could not move his left hand or arm. His eyes turned downward, and recognized Tsunade. His former teammate tightly held his left hand in both of hers and was asleep, her head resting on his wrist. Not wanting to disturb her, he lifted his right hand, marveling slightly that the limb appeared whole and did not hurt at all. But as he flexed his fingers, the action was difficult and slightly uncomfortable. "You will need some physical therapy," the Hokage said gently, lifting her head, "and even then, you might never be as strong or as quick as you used to be. But you're lucky. There's someone out there who cares for you more than he should." "Just one someone?" he asked, fixing a canny eye on her. Unlike normal, she did not hit him, but instead smiled sadly. "Naruto donated a pint of his blood, and I was able to partially replicate what he and Sakura did for Hinata," her eyes growing moist. "I thought I was going to lose you. You're the only one I have left." Death is part of being a ninja, and I've lived longer than most. Besides, you still have the knucklehead, not to mention the rest of the village. I love Naruto like a nephew, she started. Or a grandson, he interrupted. But you are the only one I can rely on as an equal, she finished, ignoring him, Sarutobi-sensei, Nawaki, Dan, Yuki Hana. They are all gone. Her tears continued to fall, and he squeezed her hand. But at the same time, his expression darkened. How long has it been, he asked, after she had recovered what happened. You probably know more about what happened, she said thoughtfully, but as for how long, it has been 5 days since the meeting was scheduled to occur. When you didn't return after 2 days, I sent out the ANBU to find whatever bar you had discovered, and bring you back. They discovered you in the clearing, nearly dead, and carried you back here. They said it looked like there had been a major battle in the forest. He nodded, even though that should have been obvious. Did the Akatsuki discover you? She prompted. Not the Akatsuki. It was Orochimaru. Suddenly all fear and sadness left the Hokage's beautiful face, replaced by confusion and anger. So Itachi is dead? Tsunade was shocked. Yeah, Jiraiya said slowly, confused by her confusion. Wasn't he there? No, she shook her head, it was just you. But his sword was there. We hoped he had been forced to pretend to kill you. No, Orochimaru killed Itachi. He made sure I saw it. He paused to exhale, but what happened to Itachi's body? Considering who killed him, I'd rather not think about that, the medical expert shuddered. So what do we do now? He asked. We already have plans in place to insert a new agent into the Akatsuki, the Hokage answered, but I will need time to think about how to deal with the Sasuke/Orochimaru issue. And I have to call a meeting to discuss what to do with the Uchiha estate. First, we need to tell them what happened. She nodded. Early the next morning, Tsunade escorted Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura into Jiraiya's room. Hey, pervy sage, you're looking better, Naruto greeted his mentor with a grin. But his happy look faded when he saw the dark and sad look on Jiraiya's face. I have something to tell the three of you, the Toad Sage said grimly. The door to Jiraiya's room burst open and Naruto staggered out numbly. The young man's visage was hollow and defeated. Sakura followed quickly thereafter, her face still soaked. Finally, Kakashi followed stoically, wearing an expression of dour acceptance. Naruto, a gentle voice called to him. Uzumaki looked up, into the concerned face of Hinata Hyuga. Seeing his girlfriend, the tears he had been holding back sprang forth. He crossed the hall in 2 steps, wrapping Hinata in his arms tightly, as if afraid to let her go. He sobbed on her shoulder, and she returned his tight embrace, worried for him. Naruto, what is it? She asked gently. Please, come home with me, he whispered, I'll tell you everything there. She nodded, and they began to walk slowly away. Naruto continued to grasp her hand firmly, not wanting to relinquish human contact. Sakura dropped her hand, which she had been extending to Naruto. She too was crying again, but for a different reason. She felt alone. She understood how Naruto was feeling, didn't she? Certainly, she understood better than Hinata did. They both shared the bond with Sasuke, and both had pledged to bring him back to the village. So why didn't he turn to her? Why didn't he embrace her? Come on, Sakura, Kakashi touched his student's shoulder in comfort, I'll take you home. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei, she whimpered. After dropping off Sakura, Kakashi had called Ino to come keep his charge company. He then strode rapidly away, but not in the direction of his own apartment. His pace carried him to a small condo on the opposite side of town. Despite his prior urgency, Hatake paused before knocking on the door. Kakashi. Senpai? Yugo Yuzuki added the honorific after a second of shock. May I come in? He said quietly. She nodded, concerned, and stepped aside. Once he was securely in her home, the Jonin kunoichi closed and locked the door. Kakashi, what's wrong? She asked informally. The copy ninja did not answer with words. Instead, he pulled his mask down and kissed his lover furiously. Though she returned his ministrations in kind, the young woman felt apprehensive. Her expectations were met when she tasted salt on his lips. She pulled back, looking into his wet eyes. I failed again, he told her. her expression changed to one of sad affection, and she held him close again. "Father?" "It is Hinata," the girl whispered into her cellular phone. After hearing the story from her beloved, she spent most of the day sitting with him, holding him and listening to him recount stories about Sasuke. After dinner, Naruto was drained but more stable. He went to take a quick shower and change clothes, so Hinata took the opportunity to call home. "I am at Naruto's house. I am going to stay the night here." She intentionally did not phrase it as a question and quickly continued before he could say anything. "I promise we won't do anything you would disapprove of," she reassured him, "but something has happened, and Naruto needs me. I am worried about him." "This is about the Uchiha boy, isn't it?" Hayashi's proud, stern voice emerged, tainted by something else. "Yes," she answered, "but how do you know?" "The Hokage called together the clan leaders to tell us what had transpired," he answered. "This event and the secrets surrounding it could have serious ramifications for the village." Hinata did not say anything but considered her father's words. "Take care of Naruto," Hayashi continued kindly, and then offered, "Do you need me to send anything over?" "No," Hinata answered after a short consideration. "I think it is better if no one comes here tonight." "Very well. Good night, Hinata." "Good night, father." As he hung up, Hayashi was surprised to realize he was proud of his caring, supportive daughter. "There are many kinds of strength," he misquoted with a small smile. Was that Hinata? Hanabi stepped into the hall. "Yes. She will not be home tonight. Uzumaki received some terrible news, and she is staying with him." Hanabi sniffed imperiously and flounced back into her room. "I'm sorry if this sounds callous, but what does this mean for me?" Temari asked, after hearing the whole story. "In the long run, little," Tsunade informed her, "your other tasks will be as we discussed. And once we have our new agent in the Akatsuki ranks, you will take over for Jiraiya as primary contact. Then you'll be able to relay any information to both the Kazekage and myself. You'll just have a little more free time until the infiltrator is in place." The leader of the Hidden Leaf paused and looked away. "Are you thinking that you should have sent me this time?" The Sanjonan's voice betrayed she had been considering the same. "Maybe a little," the Hokage conceded. "Orochimaru beat Jiraiya and Itachi fairly easily, but part of that was his distraction. If you had been there, you wouldn't have been weighed down by the emotional pressure, and you might have kept them focused. Or you might have been killed alongside Itachi," the medical Sannin sighed. "It's easy to second guess, but difficult to know what would have happened." "If there is nothing else," Temari started again after a moment of reflection, "I have an appointment." "Another date with our cynical genius?" Tsunade tried to take comfort in knowing that life went on, despite the latest tragedy. "No, something else," the younger blonde answered evasively. "Good night, Lady Hokage." The sand hostage bowed slightly, and then vanished from the room. It had been 6 days since the Jonin Council had been informed of Sasuke's death and Orochimaru's resurrection, and by now, most of the village knew. However, Itachi's role had only been revealed only to Team Kakashi, the clan leaders, and finally Temari, and they had been sworn to secrecy. Though she wished she could reveal the last Uchiha for the hero he had been, Tsunade understood the tactical advantage in keeping what they knew hidden. By the dawn of the 3rd day, the irrepressible Naruto Uzumaki was back to his normal spirits, more or less. And the day after, Kakashi Hatake finally snuck out of Yuga Yuzuki's apartment, also on the road to emotional recovery. But Sakura Haruno seemed to be hit harder than her male teammates. Ino had visited her friend each day, and grew ever more concerned. She heard from Sakura's mother that Naruto had been over twice, Kakashi once, and one day Hinata, Tenten, and Moegi had popped in together. And none of them had been able to dislodge the young woman from her room. Sakura had even refused to see Naruto both times he had dropped by. Ino had racked her brains for a way to help break the pink-haired medic out of her funk, and finally had come up with a plan. When the shinobi mentalist entered her friend's room, Sakura was sitting on her bed, with her knees pulled up to her chest. Sakura's hair was unkempt, and her flannel nightgown had fallen off her left shoulder. Ino found the effect oddly enticing, and briefly considered another way to try to help Sakura's mood. But she dismissed the idea. Even if Sakura might have been interested, she could not do that to Choji. "Get up," she ordered. Sakura raised her eyes to meet Ino's with a look of exhausted confusion. What? Get up, Yamanaka barked again, trying her best to imitate her new sensei. We have to get you showered and dressed, now. She grabbed Sakura's hand and tugged her up. Even though Sakura had the superior strength, she did nothing to resist, and Ino dragged her to her feet. The blonde gently pushed the pink-haired girl into her bathroom. I trust one don't have to help you shower? Ino said mockingly, and for the first time, a glimmer of emotion passed through Sakura's eyes, annoyance. Ino, what is all this about? Haruno demanded through the closed door as she disrobed. The part-time flower seller had moved to her friend's dresser and was picking out clothing. Comfortable, but not too frumpy, she started to toss the bra and panty set onto the bed. Then she thought better of it and set them on top of the dresser. Oh, this is cute, she added a long-sleeved shirt and then a pair of jeans. Finally she took out a clean, springtime nightgown. Ino, Sakura said again, tell me what you are doing or I'm going back to bed. You're coming over to my place, the mind jutsu expert finally answered, we're having a slumber party. What? The despondent medic opened the door and stuck her head out, and inner Sakura groused, what are we, 10? You need to get out of this room, and you really need to have some girl time, Ino lectured, we'll do each other's hair and makeup, gossip, watch some sappy romance or girl power flick, and binge on pop and junk food. No way. We're adults now. That's kid stuff. Perfect, since you're acting like baby right now, the would-be hostess countered, now get in that shower now, or I'll mind transfer in there and do it myself. With a sigh of defeat, Sakura closed the door. Although the target showed no further signs of resistance, Ino wrapped Sakura's arm tightly in hers, to make sure the downcast Chunin could not escape. After they crossed the village, Yamanaka prodded her former rival into her family's home. Her parents having been convinced to go out for the night, the house was empty. Mom just got a new TV, she indicated the 60-inch widescreen console in the living room, with an exaggerated sigh. Minako is such a technophile, Ino told her guest, it's a good thing the shop is doing well. But I guess there are some advantages. Sakura was starting to wonder if Ino dragged her over just to show off, but before she could voice the opinion, there was a loud knock at the door. I'll get it, Ino said in a sing-song voice, have seat. Sakura dropped her overnight bag by the wall and settled into one of the recliners. Why did I let her drag me over here? Inner Sakura pondered in annoyance. The medical expert considered sneaking out the back. But she didn't want to hurt Ino's feelings. Besides, she'd probably just track me down and march me back with her little mind control trick, Haruno grumbled out loud. What was that, Sakura-senpai? A new voice asked from the doorway. Sakura looked up and saw Moegi in the entrance to the entertainment room. Behind the younger Kunoichi she saw Sasami Fuma and Tenten. As they moved into the living room, Tamari appeared from the curve in the hall. Lastly was Hinata, being pushed forward by Ino. All of the other girls were also in relaxed, civilian clothes, and each wore her hair loose, instead of the usual buns, braids, bunches, and pigtails. It looks like everyone arrived at the same time, Ino laughed, it's a good thing we got back when we did. But Ino-senpai. Moegi started with a confused expression. The hostess quickly darted over and pinched the 13-year-old's cheek. Now Moegi, she said forcefully, we're all girls getting together for some fun. No need to use honorifics tonight. Tenten and Tamari both nodded, and Moegi got the real message. So what does everyone want on pizza? Ino continued quickly. So, Tamari, Ino paused in the middle of the 7th braid she was weaving into Tenten's long hair. Freed from the normal odango she wore, the oldest of the leaf ninja present also had the longest hair. Yamanaka fixed a canny eye on the sand kunoichi, and her lips peaked in a mischievous grin. What's it like being with Shikamaru? The younger blonde asked. After Choji turned me down the second time, I briefly considered trying Shika out. You know, keeping it in the team. But I decided it would be too troublesome. But now, I'm really curious about what I might have missed. Tenten showed amazement at Ino's brazenness and Sasami looked away. Hinata and Moegi both blushed furiously, while Tamari turned slightly red. But the sand jonin also smirked. She opened her mouth to speak. Ino, come on, Sakura protested, there's a child here. Oh, and Moegi too. She looked pointedly at Hinata as she said it. The Hyuga heiress did not miss the barb, her eyes narrowed angrily. Then she forced herself to remember what had happened, and why they were there. Spoil sport, Ino pouted, then grinned again. Well, then can I at least ask what kind of kisser he is? Moegi's kissed Konohamaru before, right? The youngest shinobi turned a deeper shade of crimson, but did not deny the charge. Out of arguments, and more than a little curious, the medical expert waved her hand in acquiescence. Well, Tamari tilted her head in consideration, accidentally pulling her locks out of Sasame's hands. I guess the best way to describe him is technically skilled. I mean, it's fun and he definitely covers all the angles, but there is something missing. It's like he's always totally in control. He concentrates too much on the how, and not enough on the why. Now, Choji's the exact opposite, Ino announced. He's really passionate and kinda messy. He tries really hard, but clearly he hasn't had a lot of practice. Both blondes began staring at the other girls. Come on, you three, their host demanded of Hinata, Tenten, and Moegi. Yeah, Sasami joined them, curious and believing she was safe. If Niji ever found out. Tenten protested. No one is going to tell him, Ino shook her head. Fine, the slender brunette sighed. I guess you could say Niji is like both Shikamaru and Choji. He starts very focused and controlled. But once he gets into it, he can be very energetic and even a little forceful. She blushed at her memories, and Tamari chuckled. Konohamaru and I haven't been going out that long, Moegi said quickly, to avoid any more pressuring, so mostly it has been quick, short kisses. He's still anxious that we'll get caught by Ebisu-sensei or his mom. You just have to wear him down, Ino counseled, to Sakura and Hinata's shared dismay. Keep at it until he figures out kissing you is better than caring who finds out. Even as she finished advising the genin, her head turned slightly to Hinata. The white-eyed woman stopped brushing Moegi's hair, and began to tap her fingers nervously. I don't have anything to compare to, Hinata began apologetically, but I think Naruto is a great kisser. You have to give us more than that. Tamari's voice made it hard to tell if she was asking or ordering. Well, his lips are rough, she continued quietly, closing her eyes to remember, but not unpleasantly so. It would be weird if his lips were too soft, right? He is very tender, but somehow firm at the same time. And when we kiss, I feel tingles up and down my spine. Sasami and Ino both looked envious, while Tenten grinned in satisfaction. Sakura, however, snorted and gestured dismissively. That's just the knucklehead's overflowing chakra reacting to your shared lightning affinity, she scoffed. So we really are connected when we kiss, Hinata said pointedly, opening one eye to glare at her teammate. What about you, Sasami? Ino diverted everyone's attention again. The redhead's eyes went wide in surprise. Well, I'm not seeing anyone now, the newest Leaf Chunin said. But you must have gone on dates before you came here, Ino prodded, maybe a boyfriend or two? The thread user only shook her head. I didn't have much time for dating. I had a few first kisses, but nothing spectacular. What? Ino seemed shocked and almost offended. I can't believe it. You're almost as hot as I am, plus you've got that whole petite thing some guys go for. I have had my share of offers, Sasami admitted, but there was this one guy I was interested in, and next to him the others just didn't stack up. What's he like? Tenten probed gently. Well, he is direct and ill-mannered, she answered carefully, but he's also kind and generous. And he never gives up, once he has set his mind to something. Sakura stared at Sasami suspiciously. That sounds like the boss, Moegi stated without even a hint of accusation. But Sasami jumped in surprise at the declaration. She stepped out from behind Tamari and prostrated herself before Hinata. I'm sorry, Hinata, she said pleadingly, I didn't know Naruto had someone, and I'm not going to try to break you two up, I promise. Hinata was taken aback by Sasami's sudden and vehement apology. That's okay, Sasami, she extended her hand to the other woman, I can certainly understand how you could feel that way about Naruto. So that's the real reason you came to the Hidden Leaf Village? Sakura alleged, to try to get together with Naruto? No, Sasami denied, not upset by the inference. I mean, he is part of why I pledged myself to the Konoha Corps, just like you are Sakura. But he wasn't even in my top 3 reasons. Why did you become a leaf ninja? Temari asked firmly, then softened, adding, if you don't mind me asking. The Chunin shook her head, her loose orange hair fluttering around her. The first 2 reasons are linked, she explained herself. When Shin Busada asked the Fuma clan to join the reformed Hidden Sound village, Hanzaki was happy to accept. But I just couldn't bring myself to trust the sound, not after everything I went through. At the same time, I owed Naruto, Sakura, and Master Jiraiya for everything they did for me, Erasure, and the rest of the clan. And I didn't want to be alone. I told Hanzaki all of that and he agreed to let me come to the Leaf Village. The third reason, the one I didn't tell my clan, she continued, conspiratorially, was because I wanted to study under Shizen-sensei. So you want to be a medical ninja? Tenten asked, then why not aim for Lady Tsunade? She is the best, and hasn't been stingy about taking apprentices. While I'll be happy to learn any medical jutsu Shizen-sensei teaches me, Sasami shook her head in denial, the reason I wanted to study with her is for her mastery of needles techniques and poisons. You see, the Fuma clan measures our skill by what we use to anchor our threads. We start with kunai, then move up to darts, and finally use needles. Though I am a needle-type thread user, I was trying to find a way to become stronger. And that was when I thought about other ninja techniques that use needles. And I thought if I could learn Shizen-sensei's needle and poison skills, I would have a broader base of skills, and I could find new ways to combine them with the Fuma thread techniques. Wanting to see Naruto and Sakura again were my 4th and 5th reasons, she finished. But if you want to be with the boss. Moegi started, but Sasami interrupted her, shaking her head again. I still like Naruto, but he is just a crush, she offered, and I would never want to be the woman who steals her friend's guy. Besides, there are plenty of other cute guys here, now that I know Naruto's off the market. Like Kiba. Or maybe Genma. No way, Ino and Moegi complained in unison, and the younger girl added, he's too old. I prefer to think of him as mature and experienced. I'm going to get another soda. Does anyone else want anything? Sakura said oddly, and quickly exited the room before anyone could answer. As she left, Hinata also stood and headed towards the bathroom, though not so intently. Are you sure this was a good idea? Tenten leaned in closer to Ino and whispered. Moegi, Temari, and Sasami continued to debate the merits of older men. I mean, Sakura and Hinata haven't been getting along well lately, the weapons expert added, and this doesn't appear to be helping matters. Right now, Sakura is my main concern, Ino answered. If sniping at Hinata is the best way to get her back to normal, then so be it. I'll just have to apologize to Hinata later. Tenten and Moegi let out appreciative sighs as the credits started to roll. And Temari surreptitiously dabbed the corner of her eyes with the short sleeve of her nightgown. After the girls finished styling one another's hair, Moegi, Sasami, and Hinata submitted to having their faces made up. Of course, the other 4 had indulged in a little fun, and the trio had been forced to scrub their faces when they changed into their sleepwear. Once all 7 were dressed for bed, they had spread out their sleeping bags across the living room floor. And then they had popped a romantic comedy into Minako's new DVD player, one heavy on the romance, light on the comedy. You know, I love Niji to death, Tenten said as Ino removed the disc, but sometimes I wish he could be more sensitive, like that. I know, Temari smirked, I practically have to club Shika over the head to get him to tell me what he's thinking or feeling. You can't expect romance from any guy under the age of 22, Sasami advised. Maybe we should have invited Enko-sensei over, Moegi suggested. Iruka-sensei seems to be pretty open and romantic. Yeah, but Iruka and Enko aren't a good example. Ino dismissed the idea. I mean, we all know who wears the pants in that relationship. Figuratively speaking, of course. They all giggled, even Sakura, picturing Iruka Yumino in skirt. You could talk to Yugo-sensei. Hinata started to recommend, but she trailed off when the others looked at her in confusion. I thought she was. Hinata mumbled under the scrutiny, Is it supposed to be a secret? Or did I just imagine it? She stopped speaking, looking worried. Spill, Hinata, Ino commanded, eager for some gossip. Yeah, tell us, Sasami wanted to know more about her teacher. Well, it's just. When we were on the bus, going to the Land of Waves, and Naruto asked Yugo about Kakashi, she got flushed and stuttered. You'd know all about that, Sakura added, sotto voce. And when Naruto, Hanabi and I went to speak to Kakashi to talk to him about training for the Chunin exams, there was a woman hiding from us in his apartment. I didn't see her face, but she was Yugo's height and build, and she had long, purple hair. And, she finished, blushing, I'm pretty sure she was naked. Oh, Ino squealed, Yugo and Kakashi. But I'm not sure, Hinata quickly interjected. No, it doesn't surprise me, Sasami added, since we haven't had a mission yet, Yugo-sensei has had us training together. And last week, after you guys got back, we just happened to run into Kakashi-sensei. He secretly gave Yugo-sensei a note. I hoped it was a mission from the Hokage, but nothing ever came of it, and she never mentioned it. They did work together in the ANBU, Tenten considered. And they both lost lovers, Temari noted, tensing slightly as she said it. But the others did not ask her about how she knew about that, and she relaxed again. As they digested the knowledge of the secretly trysting Jonin pair, Ino remembered something, and her sly grin returned. Hey, Hinata, you said you could talk to Yugo-sensei, not we could talk to Yugo-sensei, the blonde Chunin recalled for the others, going back to the original topic, does that mean you think Naruto is romantic enough? The Hyuga scion pulled her covers over her head, pretending to ignore them. It's probably just a case of low expectations, Temari teased. No, Hinata fiercely popped back out at the slight to her beloved, Naruto is sweet and kind and expressive. That doesn't sound much like the boss, Moegi joined the act, wanting to hear what Hinata had to say about Konohamaru's hero. We're going to need more than just assertions, Tenten said more gently than the others. And Sasami propped her head up on her elbow to better listen. Realizing she was surrounded, the pale beauty surrendered. My bracelet, she held out her arm, the expensive ornament clinking melodically. Old news, Ino waved it off, you weren't even dating then. But on my birthday he got me matching earrings, and a longer chain, so I can wear it as a necklace when I'm using Jinmaki, Hinata countered, plus a bouquet of daylilies and white roses, and a signed first edition of the Kunoichi and the Priest. Not Yukihana's copy either, he found me another one. By now all of the others were suitably impressed, and Sakura was starting to look annoyed. But Hinata didn't notice, she was on a roll. And the night before my birthday, he took me to the Golden Shoe, she continued breathily, which I know we do fairly often, but this time he paid them to close the dance floor an hour early, so we would have it all to ourselves. He requested all of my favorite songs, and for that hour it was just the two of us, dancing. And he baked me a cake. From scratch. Darn, Moegi sighed, why couldn't Konohamaru learn that from Naruto? Enough about Naruto, Sakura suddenly hissed, sitting up in bed to glare at them, he's just an oblivious idiot. The only reason he's so nice to Hinata is because she's threw herself at him, and he's lonely and horny. Everyone looked at her with amazement and dismay, and Hinata looked genuinely hurt. I mean, what's so special about you? The pink-haired woman kept going, growling, he never liked big breasts before. And it can't be those creepy eyes. Is it just pity? Pity for a second-rate ninja with no personality or backbone? Or is it kinship for a fellow misfit? The orphan and the girl who was cast out of her family. Sakura, shut your mouth, Tenten said tersely, we know you're having a hard time, but you can't take it out on Hinata like that. I don't know why you'd want him anyway, Tsunade's apprentice ignored Guy's student, and continued her rant, he's just a stupid, clumsy, loudmouth braggart. And he has no loyalty, he'll just abandon you when it suits him. Just like he did to Sasuke, and just like he did to me. Is that what this is about? Hinata finally spoke, but quietly, forcing them all to listen carefully to her words, because Naruto came to me, after Master Jiraiya told the three of you about Sasuke. He said you wouldn't want to see him, that you would hate him. I knew he was wrong, but he insisted. Because he promised twice to bring back Sasuke, and in the end, he failed. And even if you were only a little angry and disappointed, he was in no shape to comfort you. He said he would have only stacked his pain on top of your own. That's why he went to me instead. And I have to live with that, Hinata said more firmly, even though we are together now, even though he loves me, and I him, I have to live with the fact that you were his first. And no matter what changes, or how much time passes, in some ways, in certain circumstances, you will always come before me. But I try to accept that, because that compassion, that loyalty, that is part of why I love him. So say what you will about me, Sakura Haruno, Hinata finally raised her voice, if only a little, but don't you ever question Naruto's loyalty to his friends, especially you. Sakura sat back, struck by Hinata's words. Naruto was trying to protect her, while expecting her to think the worst of him? That definitely sounded like him. And when he had come to visit her, she had summarily turned him away. Hinata, Sakura started to speak but trailed off, not knowing what to say. But before she could apologize, resume her tirade, or reveal her mother's secret stir-fry recipe, Ino's pillow struck her full in the face. The mentalist shinobi then snatched Sasame's pillow and threw it at Hinata. Both of her victims shared a look and a nod. Then, as one, the estranged teammates swung the headrests, sandwiching their host's face. Tamari did not pause, but grabbed her own weapon and walloped Tinten, the only one in her reach. Before long, the pillows, and even the couch cushions were flying with reckless abandon. Hinata, Ino said quietly, after the others had fallen asleep. Hinata rolled over to meet her friend's gaze. I'm sorry about earlier, the blonde girl told her. I knew Sakura was going through a hard time, and I thought some verbal sparring with you might help. But I never expected her to be so cruel. And I want you to know that none of us feel the same. I know, Hinata whispered, tearing up a little, that's why I didn't care what Sakura said about me. Besides, I've heard it all before. Then she paused, letting a tiny chuckle interrupt her sadness, except my chest. I've never heard anyone make fun of it before. Then she turned somber again, I have already accepted that Sakura does not consider me a friend anymore. But I can't let her talk about Naruto like that, especially when he's trying to do what he thinks is best for her. I don't think Sakura hates you, Ino took Hinata's hand and squeezed it comfortingly, she's just lonely and jealous. On the other side of the pile of young women, Sakura Haruno suddenly rolled away from them and pulled her covers up a little higher. Good morning, Kiba, Akamaru, Shino, Sasami, Yugo Yuzuki greeted her team. The Chunin trio was waiting for her just inside the village's main gate, as usual. And, as was frequently becoming the case, the Jonin was late. Kiba frowned at her in annoyance, though the other two Chunin seemed unconcerned. You're late again, Yugo-sensei, the animalist ninja informed her. Have you been spending time with Kakashi? Sasami chuckled at that, and their teacher had to struggle to keep her small smile in place. Why would you ask that? Yugo asked him. Because Kakashi is always late, and it looks like you're picking up a similar habit, he answered. I was visiting the memorial, she explained truthfully, rather than cover it up like her paramour, as I usually do, before going on a mission. All of the teens perked up at that. Does that mean we have a mission? Shino asked, his impassive voice failing to cover his increased attentiveness. Yes. It's about time, Kiba exclaimed, wouldn't you say, Sasami? She struggled to find a political way to phrase her views. I do not disagree with Yugo-sensei and the Hokage allowing us time to adjust to our new team. But all the same, it will be good to have a real mission. For the past 2 months, Team Yugao had spent most of their time training together and performing minor D-rank missions in the village. Their leader had said it was important for them to become comfortable with one another, both socially and as a shinobi unit. Kiba and Shino, you two already know each other, and by all accounts work quite well together. But Sasami is not Hinata and I am not Kurenai, and we will need to find a new rhythm as group, she had told them. So what is our mission, Yugo-sensei? Sasami continued. Nothing to get too excited about, she prepared them, it is only a C-rank mission. There is a ranching community near the edge of the Land of Fire that has been having cattle and sheep poached almost nightly for the last 2 weeks. Our job is to stop the thefts. I presume this is the work of bandits, Shino suggested. Probably, Yugo frowned slightly, but the contract does not specify. And there is one more thing, she took a breath, Kiba Inuzuka will be in charge of this mission. Me, sensei, he barked in surprise. Sasami looked just as shocked. Akamaru glanced at his partner in expectation. Yes, she answered. The three of you are all Chunin, she explained at their expressions of doubt, but only Shino was any substantial leadership experience. So on most C or B level missions we are assigned, I will place one of you three in charge. For our first mission, I am appointing Kiba the leader. He and Shino are still more familiar with one another, which should make things easier, and Kiba needs the experience more than Shino does. Sensei, what precisely do you mean by leader? Shino pressed. As soon as we leave the village, whichever of you is chosen becomes the head ninja of the squad, she clarified, and the other three squad members, myself included, will be expected to follow his or her orders as such. You may also feel free to address me as a peer instead of as your teacher. You will remain in charge until the mission is complete, or until I specific tell you that I am resuming command. The insect user nodded. Sasami looked intrigued, and Kiba grinned. Yugo handed the mission file to the canine trainer, and then stepped past the wooden wall surrounding the ninja city. Her charges quickly followed suit, and then Sasami and Shino shifted their attention to their temporary boss. Okay, it looks like we're heading west, Inuzuka told them after glancing through the paperwork. It should take us about 2 days to get there, so let's move out. Akamaru's loping gait decelerated to a trot as he sniffed at the air. He slowed to a cautious walk, growling slightly. The human warriors braked as well, tensing at the canine's aggressive posture. It was just past noon on their second day of travel. Team Yugao was still a good hour from the settlement that had hired them when Akamaru reacted. Looks like we're gonna have company, Kiba noted, drawing a kunai. Shino shook his arms, loosening the sleeves, causing a handful of anxious insects to appear around the cuffs. Neither of their female teammates made any aggressive moves. Nice doggy, a snide voice tried to placate the ninja hound. A lump of unidentifiable meat emerged from the trees, landing in front of Akamaru. The canine scooped up the odd morsel and swallowed it in a single gulp. Good, we're friendly, see, the owner of the voice emerged, as did his cohorts. The 14 thugs were thin, almost dangerously so, but otherwise well appointed for bandits. As they appeared, Akamaru fell to his belly. Yugo appraised the speaker's battle axe with interest. This is a toll road, the leader informed the travelers, paying more attention to Yugao and Sasami than to the men. But his troops were not so oblivious. One pointed at Kiba's headband with a look of concern. We will require 100 ryo worth of cash, goods, or services, he leered at the kunoichi, from each of you. On whose authority? Shino asked quietly, sounding like his inquiry was curiosity rather than a challenge. Whose authority? The bandit chuckled. Why, mine, of course. Do I take it you cannot or will not pay? He swung the weapon off his shoulder. Though not as large as Sakura or Tsunade's weapons, the axe possessed a substantial blade, razor-sharp and polished to a mirror finish. Inside of the gray, steel outer edge there was a ribbon of a reddish metal. Opposite the blade was a spike, partially hollowed out to reduce the total weight of the weapon. The vocal thief pointed the axe at Shino. The Aburame clan ninja lifted his head, allowing the bandit to see the leaf shield under his hood, covering his forehead. The previously confident rogue took a step back. He finally noticed Kiba's headband as well. At the same time, Akamaru suddenly spit out the drugged venison and stood back up, growling loudly. Perhaps we could negotiate. His voice did not betray the fear in his eyes. 100 ryo might be too high. Would 20 be more in your price range? Yugo drew her katana from its concealed sheath. Needles bonded to threads slipped into Sasami's waiting fingers. Oh, forget it, the bandit decided to show some backbone and shouted, just kill them. He swung his axe cleanly overhand, and with more skill than the leaf warriors would have suspected. The axe came perilously close to severing Kiba's right arm, but the youth slid back. Akamaru snarled and leapt forward. The giant dog caught one of the rogues by the shoulder, crushing his collarbone. The canine shook the man like a rat, knocking 2 of his fellow thieves away. Good idea, Sasami noted the dog's actions. She flicked her wrist, burying 4 spikes into one bandit's chest and 2 more in his neck. The thread user twisted her hands, and the lines wrapped around his body, cutting deep into his flesh. She then flung her arm sideways, and though she lacked Akamaru's size and strength, she was able to slam the ensnared corpse into another of the attackers. Neither man got back up, and she drew her threads back. Yugo-san. Kiba stopped in the middle of the honorific, get behind them so they can't escape. With a slight grin, the jonin nodded. Her katana flashed, and the neck of the bandit she was fighting sprayed blood across the dirt. She disappeared in a cloud of dust and leaves, reappearing on the other side of the main group of brigands, who had arrayed themselves against Shino and Kiba. Before the furthest of the renegades could turn to face her, her weapon sliced again, carving swiftly through vertebrae and ribs. A second warrior fell as he turned, her katana bisecting his right lung. Shino took the opening offered by Yugo's actions. He gestured, and a line of insects flew out from under each sleeve. He ran through a quick set of hand signs, and the bugs reacted, shooting out like spears. 2 of the rogues were impaled, but the beetles and flies did not reappear from whence they entered. Instead, they burrowed out through their victims' mouths. Kiba's fingernails lengthened and hardened, and he swiped at the bandit's leader. The axe-wielding thief stumbled back, pushing one of his men into the path of the attack. The younger Inuzuka clawed out the man's throat. Kiba lunged at the bandit chief again, but again the coward dodged back, sacrificing another of his men. But this time he waited, and when Kiba's claws buried in his man's arm and stomach, he swung the axe at the dog ninja's neck. The Chunin was no fool either, and he hefted his victim to block the blade. The fang-marked youth tried to use the body to twist the weapon away from its user, but the axe slipped cleanly free of the dead bandit's ribs. Unfortunately, his other remaining man was facing Sasami, and that rogue's left arm had been bound tightly to his side by the young woman's threads. The other bandit danced and pulled, trying to prevent the Fumakunoichi from wrapping any more cords around him. Man, you picked the wrong group to rob, Kiba growled and chuckled at the same time. He, Akamaru, and Yugao all closed around the mouthpiece of the thieves, while Shino held back, keeping an eye on Sasami. Sasami, stop, Kiba suddenly said. The young woman looked surprised, but complied nevertheless. Yugo studied him, wondering what he was going to do. Go, the dog trainer told them. They froze, expecting a trap. Get out of here, Inuzuka's voice was touched by pity and disgust, run as far away from here as you can. And remember, if the Leaf Village ever has to send shinobi after you again, you will die. The few rogues still alive were confused by the statement, but were not about to look a gift dog in the mouth. As thieves started to flee, Yugo stopped them. Leave the axe, if you please. Though it sounded like a request, the bandit was not foolish enough to treat it as such. After a moment of hesitation, he threw down the blade and resumed his escape. The former ANBU agent confiscated the weapon, storing it in a scroll. Yugo-sensei, why did you do that? Sasami queried. Oh, I just didn't want them to be able to hurt anyone, the purple-haired woman said quickly yet blandly. Shall we go? Yeah, I suppose even if we dealt with their raiders, we better tell the ranchers, Kiba agreed. I'm sorry, but what do you mean you've dealt with our bandit problem? The mayor of the town frowned at the 4 shinobi in confusion. We were attacked not too far from the town, Kiba said again, sounding equally perplexed. They won't be stealing your livestock anymore. There seems to be some sort of misunderstanding here. The civilian looked nervous to be contradicting the far younger ninja. Bandits have not been stealing our animals, he explained sheepishly. Wolves have been our animals. Wolves? Kiba asked for his team, like wild animal wolves. Yes. The elder nodded vigorously. They sneak in 3 or 4 times a week, and drive one of the herd to the edge of the fence, and then eat it, Kiba finished, and the old man nodded. And you haven't been able to deal with them? Shino probed. We tried. But there are too many of them. They scare our dogs and jump our fences. Some of my people are decent archers, but at night we can't match their senses. We don't have any jutsu or enough men to patrol all the ranches. He sighed. That is why we needed to hire you. All right, Kiba stood up suddenly. We'll take care of your wolf problem. Shino and Yugo exchanged a look as the 4 shinobi exited the bar/in/general store. Once they were outside and approaching the edge of town, Sasami slowed and turned back to look at their teacher. Yugo shook her head, and the younger Kunoichi shifted her focus to the mission leader. Doesn't this seem odd to you? Shino asked before Sasami could speak. Not really, Kiba smirked. Wolves are lazy and smart, just like humans. Show them an easy, reliable way to get food, and they'll keep coming back. Are we going to have to kill them? Sasami asked, concerned. Probably not, Inuzuka told them. We should be able to do this without hurting them. We can scare them off and make them not want to come back. That would be good, their teacher voiced her opinion for the first time since leaving the Hidden Leaf Village. How do we scare them? Shino pressed. Bright lights, loud noises, explosions, maybe a genjutsu of a larger predator like a bear or a lion. Kiba shrugged. It shouldn't be that hard. Is everything ready to go? Kiba asked when they regrouped. Using their noses, he and Akamaru had led the team to the burrow a few miles from the village. Shino scouts had confirmed the pack was still asleep in their den. Kiba was amazed when the insect user informed him there were almost 30 members to the pack. While Shino continued to keep watch, Kiba instructed Yuga to prepare an illusion of a larger predator group. Then he and Sasami spread out into the forest, carefully positioning smoke bombs and explosive tags according to the strategy Inuzuka had planned. After they were all in place, Kiba started the sequence. The first set of paper bombs detonated, fulfilling the first two objectives. The noise roused the wild canines, while the explosions felled line of trees, creating a wall between the village and the den. As the wolves came out of the cave, already yipping nervously, Yugo began signing. Illusion arts, doom from the past jutsu, she whispered, and as she did, a deep, screeching roar emerged from the forest near the explosion. A half-second later, there was a loud crash, and then another. The wolves began milling about, and one of the larger males bit the tails of the more panicky females. Another loud step, and a reptilian head emerged from gloom. The creature looked down at the canines, and let out another hungry bellow. A T-Rex? Kiba asked. It gets the job done. Sasami watched the genjutsu with a touch of awe. Sure enough, the wolves were in full alarm, and broke for the woods further away from the ranches. The phantom dinosaur pursued. Shino, round 2, Inuzuka ordered. Without acknowledging his teammate, the Aburame clan shinobi signed for the remote trigger jutsu. As the wolves passed by a certain set of trees, the flash bombs went off. The pack splintered, splitting up to avoid the bombs. The Tyrannosaurus continued in the direction of the largest group of fleeing wolves. Continuing to watch them through binoculars, Kiba told Shino and Sasami when to activate the explosives to continue to drive and separate the canines. That should keep them running for a while, Kiba said smugly. I guess that means it's time for phase 2. So how do we make sure they do not return? Yugo asked her new protege. Simple, the feral Chunin grinned wider. We mark the territory as our own. What? Sasami turned bright red. You mean, like go to the bathroom all over the woods? Do you have a problem with urinating in the wild? Yugo asked. Sasami didn't answer, and she couldn't meet her teacher's eyes. That's okay, Kiba tried not to laugh at her. Akamaru and I can handle it. The more sense we have the better, Shino noted, also familiar with animal behavior, and we can also cover a wider area. It does seem to be the wiser course of action, Yugo agreed. Yugo-sensei, you would. Sasami was shocked. Even when working, Yugo Yuzuki was like a noblewoman is her manners and bearing. The younger Kunoichi could not wrap her head around the idea of her teacher spraying trees. If the mission calls for it, the Jonin did not appear annoyed by the prospect or the question. Sasami sighed and bowed her head. All right, she said softly, rubbing her hands together and looking down. The young woman sighed expansively, and then lifted her head with a determined look. Let's get this over with, she insisted, but quickly added, before the wolves come back. So, that is it then, the mayor asked, after Kiba explained what they had done, though for Sasami's sake he glossed over certain specifics. By the time the 4 shinobi had finished their task, it was approaching dusk. They had returned to the settlement to report their success. Yeah, they won't be coming back, the feral youth answered confidently. Then he yawned loudly, not bothering to cover his mouth or turn away. So who do we talk to about renting a couple of rooms? The Chunin leader asked. Well, I own the inn, the elder answered, nervously. Does that mean you intend to stay the night? Yeah, Kiba informed him, and also his team, trying to see if their sensei approved, between the bandits and the wolves, not to mention the travel. It's been a long day. So I figured we could get a good night's sleep here, in real beds, and then head back tomorrow. Very well, then, the leader of the settlement sighed in defeat. Follow me. He began to haggle with Kiba as he guided them upstairs. Kiba sat straight up in bed. For a second he was not sure what had awakened him. Akamaru had also raised his head, and was staring at his partner. In the room's other bed, Shino was unmoved. The small digital clock between the beds read 12:16 a.m. Just as Inuzuka was beginning to think he had woken up on his own, it happened again. Aowu, another howl pierced the night. No way, the Chunin hissed. Shino, wake up. The insect user roused without any indication he had been sleeping, or had even heard Kiba speak. What is? The query was cut off as a third wolf cry echoed over the town. He nodded his understanding and threw aside his blanket. As the two young men and the dog scrambled into the hallway, Yugao and Sasami exited their room as well. Kiba and Yugao nodded to one another, and the team dashed down the stairs and out the front door of the inn. It took them only 5 minutes to reach the scene, but by that time the wolves were long gone. But they had left behind their calling card, the remains of the two largest bowls they had consumed. This seems to be retaliatory, Shino noted, as his insects examined the carcasses. What now? Yugo prompted Kiba. I guess we'll have to do more than frighten them, Kiba said grimly, drawing a kunai. We'd better get moving, he told them, before the trail gets too cold. They might have moved to a different den. Akamaru picked up the scent easily, and the 5-leaf warriors ran through the woods after the wild canines. At first they moved in silence, but then Sasami spoke. So, what are we going to do? She asked quietly. If they are this firmly entrenched, Kiba answered sadly, we may have to kill them. The large white hound let out a quick bark. We're getting close, Kiba translated, they might be a little sluggish after eating, but watch yourselves anyways. The shinobi entered a small clearing at the bottom of a low rocky outcropping. They skidded to a halt, as they recognized the wolves had stopped, and had them partially surrounded. The largest of the canines regarded them from the top of the stones. She had silvery gray fur, and was larger than Akamaru, or even a full-grown bull. But most strikingly, instead of 2 eyes, she had 5, each one a different color, 2 sets on either side, plus 1 in the center of her forehead. She watched them impassively, not showing nerves like the rest of her pack. No way, Kiba said again, this time with wonder, a hunt spirit? A hunt spirit? Shino asked, readying himself for a fight. A minor demon. Weak enough for a human to potentially fight, Kiba explained, recalling his clan's lore, still impossible for a mortal to kill, but that's rarely an issue. Hunt spirits are generally benign, and unlike most demons they aren't unaging. They only live about 80 years. If they have a finite lifespan, they must reproduce, Yugo observed. Yeah, all hunt spirits are female, but they reproduce with normal wolves. Most of the cubs are normal wolves, but once every couple of decades another hunt spirit is born. You said they were benign, Sasami prompted, eyeing the monster warily. Well, they're called hunt spirits for a reason, Inuzuka continued, sounding slightly unsure. Generally packs lead by the demons only hunt for food, and larger prey at that. They don't bother livestock or humans unless the humans pose a threat. The she-demon appeared to nod as he explained. Then why are they attacking the ranches? Shino asked. I don't get it either, their temporary leader agreed. Kiba, can these demons speak? Yugo asked, observing the Lupin spirit's reactions. No, but they can understand humans at least as well as any of our dogs, he answered. Then it is possible you could understand her, their teacher posited. I don't know, Kiba sounded unsure, it's not like I can talk to just any dog. Their language isn't quite as formalized as human speech. I can talk to Akamaru because we've spent so much time together. Then what about Akamaru? Shino took the next logical step. Is it possible he could understand her and act as an intermediary? It's worth a try, the dog trainer admitted. Then he looked up and addressed the wolf demon directly. Do you want to talk to us? He said simply and cleanly. The hunt spirit nodded. Why are you taking the humans' animals? Kiba tried to phrase the question in terms he thought she was most likely to understand. She barked angrily. Kiba frowned and tilted his head. Akamaru yipped softly and put a paw over his snout contritely. We didn't really get that. Their appointed commander looked chagrined. About the only thing we got was stolen. Did the humans steal something from you? Yugo prompted. Again, the spirit answered with a simple nod. What would those people want to take from a wolf? Sasami put in, confused. The demon howled, and the other wolves began snarling. Despite the angry reaction of the rest of the pack, the matriarch's vocalization was one of sadness and regret. Baby? Kiba understood that quite clearly. They stole your cub? The hunt spirit nodded again, this time obviously saddened. The other wolves began to whimper. Sasami gasped, and Kiba looked angry. That explains why the mayor was anxious for us to leave, Shino noted. But why? Why steal her child? Sasami asked. They probably want to sell her, Yugo speculated. In certain circles, a demon can be quite valuable. Especially an infant. Come on, Inuzuka ordered fiercely, we've got a contract to complete. Kiba threw open the door to the inn, hard. He had considered kicking it in, but decided that was overkill. Behind him, Yugo, Shino, and a still nervous Sasami formed a barrier between the wolves and the villager who had been awakened by the clamor. The hunt spirit and two of the larger males had accompanied the leaf ninjas back into town. Akamaru had guided them. Kiba, why didn't you or Akamaru notice this scent before? Sasami asked curiously. We generally tune out unusual scents, unless we are looking for something in particular, he explained, otherwise, every time we left the village we'd be distracted. You guys better wait out here. The large hound shuffled through the door, his nose to the floorboards. What are you doing? The mayor demanded, stumbling down the stairs. He appeared more worried by the ninja than frightened of the wild animals outside his building. Finishing our mission, Kiba growled, following his partner. Akamaru stopped at the blocked entry to the cellar. He yipped and scratched at the door. Are you sure? The shinobi asked. The canine barked again, louder, and Kiba heard scrambling below. Open it, he demanded. I will not, the older civilian tried to affect outrage. What right have you? He was cut off when Kiba leaned in close, snarling, open it, or I will. The shop owner quickly took out his keys and undid the lock. He was knocked aside when Kiba violently opened the portal. At the bottom of the stairs sat a wolf of no more than 3 months. Its right rear leg was chained to the wall, and it was muzzled. It stared at Kiba, its 5 different colored eyes bearing a mixture of anticipation and fear. The ninja and his dog walked carefully down the stairs, not wanting to startle the young spirit. It's okay, Kiba said gently, extending his hand for the canine to sniff, we're going to take you back to your mother. The infant demon seemed to understand them and relaxed. Kiba removed the gag and then the chain. The cub started to climb the steps, but it was weak and slid back. Inuzuka carefully lifted it in his arms and carried it up. No, the mayor protested, grabbing at him when he reached the main floor, you can't. Woof. Akamaru's thunderous bark caused the old man to fall back in surprise and terror. The ninja hound stayed carefully between his master and the mayor, growling quietly at the thief. As they crossed the threshold of the inn, the pup licked Kiba's face. The ninja stopped just before the hunt spirit and placed her baby in front of her, before backing away slowly. The she-wolf sniffed the cub, then gently pressed her face against the smaller canines. Finally, she nodded at Kiba, then gently picked up the cub by the scruff of her neck. The 2 males howled, and as the 3 of them ran past the border of the township, the rest of the pack joined them. What have you done? The mayor cried in disappointment. Then he turned angry, you idiots, that mongrel was worth 250,000 Rio. We did the job we were hired to do, the team leader responded tersely. Now that she has what she wants, the hunt spirit intends to take her pack as far from here as she can, so that you won't be able to try this again. Or benefit from her keeping bears or other packs away, Sasami added sourly. Well, he faltered briefly, then glared at them again, that wasn't what we hired you to do. We're not paying. You creep. Kiba started to reach for the mayor, who cringed and took a step back. Kiba, Yugo interrupted him forcefully. Inuzuka froze up and she informed him, "I am taking back command." He nodded, already realizing his mistake, and she added more evenly, "I have something to teach you now." The Chunin stepped back and the Jonin stepped forward. "I would not recommend that," the former ANBU agent told the civilian, conspiratorially, "that decision will spell the end of this community." "What is this, good ninja, bad ninja?" the mayor sneered. "Do what I say or I'll release my rabid minions on you." "Of course not," she said pleasantly, "there is no need for violence." "No, you have already spelled your own doom, and the contract you are about to throw away is your only salvation. You see, any mission involving demons or spirits is automatically classified a rank or higher," she explained politely, "but you lied to us, and this was classified as a C-rank mission. Therefore, it would be well within our rights to invoke the fraud penalty of the contract. Now, I would be inclined to write this off as a misunderstanding and a learning experience for my team. But if you refuse to pay, the Hokage will be less likely to take my recommendation, and I will be less likely to give it." "But you aren't planning to pay in the first place," she held up her hand to interrupt him, "which means breach of contract, and the nullification of the confidentiality clause. So when we contact the local governor about this little dispute, we will be well within our rights to inform them of your intent to traffic in demons. Of course, there would have to be an investigation." The ranchers who had gathered to watch the spectacle paled, and began to quickly drift away. They all knew how serious the penalties for that crime could be. In the end, between the penalties on the contract and the fallout of the demon trafficking, she trailed off, letting his imagination fill in the blanks. "We're going to head out now," she said. "I don't think it would benefit anyone if we were to stay. We will be billing you as per the agreement you signed. It is up to you how you handle the tab." "That was pretty cold," Tsunade chuckled as the Jonin finished her report. "Kakashi taught you well." Yuzuki inclined her head, blushing slightly from the praise. "There is one other thing, Lady Hokage," the younger woman put forth, "something more important than those hijinks." Yugao took out her weapon scroll, tentatively. "I was not certain, but I thought it might be," she trailed off, leaving the statement unfinished, "but I expect you will know for sure." The purple-haired shinobi brought out the axe she has taken from the bandit, and placed it on the Sannin's desk. "Is it?" "Yes," Tsunade answered, growing as nervous as her junior, the siphon. "But not the original, it's one of the duplicates." The Hokage regarded the weapon with fear and disgust. She went through a quick set of hand signs, and the weapon reverted to a bar of moderate quality steel. "But that's almost worse, isn't it?" Yugo prompted. "If it was the original, at least that would mean he was dead." "But this must mean—" "Tell no one of this," Tsunade ordered abruptly, cutting off the Jonin's speculation. Then she softened slightly. "On second thought, tell Kakashi. But do not let it go beyond you two. Do I make myself clear?" Yugo nodded and quickly took her leave. And for some time after, Tsunade continued to regard the metal cylinder with an expression of thoughtful worry. He had her. It had taken almost 2 hours and all the patience he could muster, but he finally had her. Just a few more feet and he had her. Snap. The dry twig breaking under Naruto's foot might just as well have been an explosive tag. Hinata spun around, and when she saw him she smiled gently. Then she was gone, again, disappearing into the forest. Naruto almost ran after her, but stopped himself. There was no point to giving chase. His girlfriend was just a bit faster than him normally, but Uzumaki also carried almost 200 pounds worth of chakra weights. 1, 2, 3, the blonde Chunin began to count. They were working on his stealth skills with a modified game of hide and seek. After noticing him, and letting him know she had seen him, she had 20 seconds to find a new hiding spot. Naruto could have pursued her, but knew it was a waste of time. That was the purpose of the weights. He could never hope to run her down in this situation, he had to sneak up on her. Fortunately, they were both prohibited from using any sort of ninjutsu or genjutsu, including Hinata's Byakugan. Otherwise, he would have had no chance to surprise the nimble dojutsu user. Hinata had been at first, but even with the extra weight, it had only taken her 17 minutes to catch him. Naruto was not upset by the result. Hinata usually caught him in less than 10. This time, he had managed to catch a whiff of her scent and spotted her seconds before she tagged him. But the second time, he hadn't been so lucky. 20, the fox-faced young man proclaimed, but he did not start moving. Instead, he looked up at the sun. It was getting close to noon, and just once he wanted to capture his girlfriend before lunch. He took a deep breath and set out. The 16-year-old ninja moved to the last place he had seen Hinata and began to look for signs of her. Though not as sharp as the Anbu shinobi or some of the jonin, Hinata's infiltration skills were top-notch. He could not see a leaf or spider web out of place. So he went for his primary scouting weapon, sniffing at the air. Unlike the Fuga Kekkei Jinkai, Naruto could not turn off his nose. Unfortunately, he and Hinata had been back and forth across the forest all morning, so her trail was concealed. Naruto crept carefully in the direction of Hinata's initial heading. He watched the trees carefully, looking for anything out of place. At the same time, he continued to sniff gently, hoping to catch a trace of her pleasant scent. As he skulked through the trees, he noticed a slightly bent branch. Racking his brain, he decided it was not one of his mistakes, and he turned in that direction. A few seconds later, Hinata's pheromones became more noticeable, and the young adult slowed further, letting his nose lead the way. Then he saw her, crouching on a branch, maybe 30 yards away. He stopped, praying that she hadn't noticed him. But she was looking in the opposite direction, and he hadn't made any loud noises, so for the moment he was safe. Still, the Chunin did not move, considering his past failures and his girlfriend's abilities. Even without her Byakugan, he thought to himself, Hinata still has really good eyes. And I kinda stand out. So I need to stay totally behind her. But this understanding was of little help to the ninja. The Hyuga heiress had chosen her position such that her back was partially blocked by the oak's trunk, and the area behind her was littered with potential noisemakers, and had no close branches from which to make a leap. Looking at the thick underbrush, Uzumaki started to form a plan. It was a trick that would only work once, but if he did it right, he could finish being it in record time. Or at least, record time for him. Hinata was getting worried. Naruto didn't usually take this long to find her, but every so often he would end up searching an entirely different part of the forest. She considered moving, but decided to give him another few minutes first. Just as she was getting ready to shift to a different position, she heard a rustling. Looking down, she saw a flash of orange moving low through the brush. She felt sorry for him, and considered ignoring what she saw. But the kunoichi knew that Naruto would not appreciate that, nor would it help him improve his skills. "I see you, Naruto," she shouted towards him, and hopped backwards off the tree limb. She spun in mid-air, and her eyes went wide when she saw Naruto standing below her. His jacket was gone, leaving him in only a black tank top. He caught her as she landed. "I see you, too," he whispered happily in her ear before kissing her quickly. "Naruto," she gasped, "how did you?" She trailed off, not wanting to accuse him of cheating. "I set up a branch to fire one of my stealth kunai, with my jacket tied to it," he explained. "I hoped the jacket would slow the kunai enough that it wouldn't go by too fast, and I aimed it low so the grasses would help hide the fact that it was only my jacket." She smiled proudly at him, and he released her. "I'd better find where it went," he said regretfully. She nodded. "Then we can eat lunch," she told him. Uzumaki hurried over to where his outer layer had disappeared, and she activated her Byakugan to help him search.